Agro and passive at the same time. Kaya siya po, gusto ko makalaban.
Para sa akin, mabilis kaming makapag-adapt sa playstyle na pinapakita ng kalaban namin. And also is flexible din po kami sa agent composition. Kaya namin makapagbigay ng 2 to 3 agent composition sa isang map. And especially, Tita Bap.
Most. Oh, Micro. He lets him pass quickly, could find another. That he does, could find a third on even. Yes, Micro won that!
Fights on back. Big 3v2 right now. It's all about the duels. It's all about Micro getting these shots. And here he goes again.
Hi, I'm Blurred.
Hi, I'm Derek.
Hi, I'm Micro.
Hi, I'm Kevzi.
Hi, my name is Yanagi and we are Action PH.
I just feel excitement more than anything.
I feel so thrilled to compete against with the other teams.
So much has changed throughout the many months I've missed, and I just want to prove that despite being inactive for so long, I still have what it takes to be on top.
Since we are a new team, we mainly focus on our team chemistry.
We focus on our fundamentals, aim, and communication.
Watching VODs together.
Because we only practice less than a month, so we focus more on that, the basics of how we played Valorant. Less than a month kami nag-form. So yung mga struggles namin is yung paano namin na-execute yung mga strategy namin. Tapos yung previous tournament namin is parang medyo pumalpak kami kasi since hindi kami experience sa pagsasama naming lahat. So parang nagkakamali kami. Pero at least napansin naman agad namin yon before mag-VCT. So na-polish naman namin.
The player I look up or team that I look up to VCT 2023 is Team NAOS PH.
It's more of the NAOS core trio of Wits, Ja, and Papi Chulo because they have been my teammates for a long time, and I'm just excited to be in the same server with them again.
Thank you for your continuous support in Action PH. We will do our best individually and as a team.
Please continue to support us in VCT 2023. Thank you.
Hindi ba ikaw ang tatay ni Mark?
Seeker is gonna stun, disrupt so temporarily. He gets the half and he gets the clutch. NCG, what a win! A slight breeze could cut him down, and Senior Carl will not allow anybody.
Hi everyone, my name is Maxi.
Hi, I am Mid.
Hi, I'm Patman.
Hi, I am Senior Carl.
I am Jin.
Hi, I'm 2766 and we are
SR Nakage. Feels amazing. It feels like I've been reliving my old run on the VCT 2021, and it feels nice to see some new names in the VALORANT Esports scene.
Sobrang exciting niya kasi first time ko sa VCT, and yung feeling na gustong-gusto kong mag-compete. Before kasi talagang napapanood ko lang sila, and sobrang naiinggit ako kasi gustong-gusto ko rin lumaro sa ganitong league. And ngayon part na ako ng VCTPH.
The preparations I have made for VCT is we have been grinding scrimmages a lot, and I've been playing Valorant so much lately that it doesn't even burn me out.
Yun, last year, sobrang ganda ng run namin kaso nagkaroon kami ng problema which is yung overplay. So, minake sure namin na ibabalance namin lahat and nag-usap-usap kami na hindi dapat sobra at make sure namin na hindi dapat kulang din. So, hindi dapat kulang, hindi rin sobra. Balance lang talaga.
One player para sa akin si Moder kasi feeling ko nakalaban ko yung younger version ng sarili ko.
One VCT player, I say it's Hydra from Abadon Esports kasi sobrang bata niya and he got a lot of potential and I know na nag-aaral pa rin siya. But I also know na if you focus playing Valorant, mas malayo yung mararating niya talaga.
JAR next year, kasi lakas ng presensya nila, tapos sobrang strong nung individually nila. So parang pag napatay mo sila, kaya nagulangan mo sila, parang ang sarap sa pakiramdam. Hopefully makapasok kami ng playoffs, tapos makakuha kami ng titles. Then sana sa susunod na split 2 naman, sana yun nga, manalo ulit kami ganun para makalipad naman. Matupad yung pangarap.
Feeling ko anong yanig sa amin is yung samahan namin as a team outside the game para kami magkakapatid. Kaya na-apply din namin yun sa in-game, kaya sobrang solid ang chemistry namin.
Gusto ko lang magpasalamat sa lahat ng sumusuporta sa buong team. Sobrang appreciated namin kayo ng buong SR.
Simula sa pamilya ko, sa mga kaibigan ko, sobrang thankful kami buong team kasi yung kahit konting suporta lang ma-feel talaga namin. Kaya wala akong iba sasabihin kundi pasasalamat. Thank you so much.
Able to spot Sladen, but he's in the corner. Look at this play. He decides to let it rip. Finds Boogie. Still with a takedown. Ass is there though. Tries to heal himself up. It's a scramble here in the 2v1. Asta finding Boogie. And Asta does it here.
Hi, I'm Asta.
Slaytom 999.
I'm Exotic.
I'm Hydra.
I'm Rabab. I'm V-Black. And we are Abadon Abyss.
It feels really good to be back. Last year I played with LFO, with the current Oasis players right now, Daximov and Nexi. Now I'm playing with this new team, Abadon Abyss, and we are called as the fastest rising team in the PH. And I'm really happy that I'm back in the PH scene.
So, the feeling na part na kami ng VCTPH ngayon is very parang nervous kami kasi we are new to the scene.
I'm excited because my team is new and we're going to playoffs and we're doing our best.
We are proud to ourselves because we made it. Yay.
After we won against SRD, we suddenly come to a decision to do a bootcamp.
1 week na yung preparation namin kasi nagpa-process kami sa enrollment namin for school and some of them galing sa bakasyon.
And I am like from the far left side of Cebu City, and the bootcamp is like the far right side in Lapu-Lapu. And my manager, Anakin, tried to convince my mom really hard so I can get like to play in the bootcamp.
The technical issues that we encountered was internet problems and PC problems. That's why we moved to a bootcamp to V-Black's house, and having a coach as well helps us a lot.
I look up to Ayo because dami niyang tinuro sa akin and at the same time gusto siyang matalo this VCTPH.
Our age is on 16 to 20 and we are against the veterans in this VCT run.
ganon yung team. Di lang ganon nag-give up. Nagta-try hard kami, tas di namin inasahan na mag-Cinderella run kami.
Disclaimer, please wag po gayahin. We are just a bunch of students na nagka-cutting, tapos here we are! De, joke lang. Ano talaga kami, mga valedictorian sa school. Lalo na ako, napaka-talino ko. Smart kaya IGL.
Play harder. Don't forget to study hard. And to my friends, watch me grow.
Thank you for supporting us day one until here. Thank you for being there for us, and we will do better in our games.
The aftershock, though, further stalls him. Drax, great angle for him to utilize. He gets a second follow-up here in the UGNS as well, and next he's holding down to the garage. You shall not pass.
HK completely punished by the two players, but as soon as you swing out in front of
Hi, I'm Marky.
Hi, I'm Waldorio.
Hello, I'm Nexi.
Hi, I am Georgie.
Hi, I'm Savvy8K.
Hi, I'm Drax. We are Oasis Gaming.
Excited po kasi yung mga upcoming matches namin, feeling ko malalakas yung mga kalaban namin kaya challenging.
Another achievement for myself, saka another opportunity para mapatunayan namin na kaya namin maging #1 sa Pinas. Preparations for VCT. We have 3 coaches. We scrim 3 times a day, around like 8 hours, and I made lineups for my role.
One main problem that our team encountered would be chemistry as a whole, since we all came from different teams and we were fairly new. How we overcame them was to just keep practicing and play together. Another issue would be most of us are fairly new players, and we don't have like a veteran in the team. So I guess we all just trust each other and learn from our mistakes.
I look forward to compete against Papi Chulo because he clutched us 1v3 last VCT.
To compete against NAOS. Kasi sa point of view ko, sila lang yung threat sa amin ngayon.
What makes our team unique is our bonding. We sometimes scare each other, we watch some movies, we watch our VODs.
Sabay-sabay kami matulog, sabay-sabay kami kumain, sabay-sabay kami maglaro.
Sometimes we brush our teeth together.
Parang connected kasi kami sa outside and inside the game.
Siguro yung team namin kasi bago pa lang kami, panigurado, madaming struggles na mangyayari. Excited ako kung paano namin malalagpasan yung mga struggles na yun this year. Saka syempre sa mga rising stars this year, excited ako makalaban sila.
By here. It does look like they're just kind of sending this. I just want to do a little bit of damage. Got my ace. Oh, and he take a few hits with the Bobby here. He is trying to bob and weave. Lands one haymaker. Lands a second.
Hi, I'm Papi Chulo.
I am NDG.
I'm Mojer.
I'm Wits. I'm Ja, and we are NAOS. Yung feeling ko coming dito sa VCT is excited. Excited kasi akong bumawi kasi last VCT run namin is hindi kami nag-champion. So ngayon, confident ako na kaya namin mag-champion ngayon. Happy ako na makapag-compete ulit ako this Challengers League kasi bagong roster din eh.
I feel extremely excited kasi first time ko pong makapasok sa main event ng VCTPH. And may chance na po akong makalaban yung mga big teams dito sa Pilipinas.
Yung preparations na ginawa namin this coming VCT is nagpa-practice kami and scrims. And since bago kaming roster, pinapractice din namin yung team chemistry. And pinapanood din namin yung mga VODs ng mga kalaban namin para may insights naman kami sa mga ginagawa nila.
After nung sa Sibol, nag-usap-usap po kami and it served as a wake-up call. So abangan nyo na lang po kami sa mga next namin na laban sa VCT para mapakita po namin kung paano kami nag-improve sa team.
Our team is a good mix of veterans and new bloods, and our team chemistry bond is like no other. And lastly, I can say our preparations for this tournament is beyond what other teams can commit. And this VCTPH 2023, we will fly high.
Ang masasabi ko lang, ang pinagkaiba namin dun sa ibang teams is dito kasi para kaming magkakapamilya dito. So dito parang alam namin kung ano yung weakness ng isa't isa, alam namin kung ano yung strength ng isa't isa kasi open kami to each others. Ayun. So gusto ko lang sana mag-thank you sa mga fans na nagtitiwala sa NAOS and also sa mga fans ko dati pa. And hindi kayo madi-disappoint sa akin and sa amin kasi gagawin namin yung best namin talaga para madalin yung team na to sa international stage. At saka, don't worry guys, magkakaroon pa tayo ng 8-8 sa future. Yan.
So guys, please support us this coming VCTPH 2023 and hopefully we meet your expectations and we'll do our best as a team.
Kaya ka iniwan ng boyfriend mo eh.
Not enough to escape the Puggers. They get the pick off now. Fallex though ready to fight on back end. Who cares about sticking the deep the plant?
Hear him run around. He just has to play for the time here, but the crossfire is going to be enough for GLAB to secure the round. And again, GLAB.
Hi, I'm Boogie.
Hi, I'm Drich.
I'm Fallex.
I'm Chase. Owen here, and we are
GameLab.Alpha.
Masaya maging part ng VCT this year kasi nagbunga lahat ng pinaghirapan namin and sa lahat ng problemang dumating, ito na yung naging sagot.
Noong una po, parang it felt unreal for me kasi yung parang unang experiences ko is for fun lang talaga. And now, sa sobrang dami ko na na-sacrifice, parang naisip ko na parang worth it naman talaga to be part of VCT this year.
Ang preparation po na nagawa po namin ngayong VCT is, lagi po kami nagpa-practice ng 2 to 3 scrims per day.
Before, nahirapan kaming makahanap ng legitimate org and dati is nasa bahay-bahay lang kami. And since pangarap namin makapag-bootcamp and now na nasa GameLab.Alpha na kami is nakapag-practice na kami ng matindi at talagang na-improve yung laro namin.
Yung mga struggles talaga na-encounter namin is parang nagkakaroon talaga kami ng bad game and parang lagi siyang nangyayari. And na-overcome namin siya ng having a better mentality and parang a better environment din.
Ang nilolook forward kong player is si Disrupt kasi kasama ko siya dati mag-compete sa other FPS games. And ngayon mayroon akong chance makalaban siya.
Isang nilulook up ko na player is si Batman po kasi same po kami ng role which is Senti. Ginagaya ko po yung playstyle niya which is aggro and passive at the same time. Kaya siya po gusto ko makalaban.
Para sa akin, mabilis kaming makapag-adapt sa playstyle na pinapakita ng kalaban namin. And also is flexible din po kami sa agent composition. Kaya namin makapagbigay ng 2 to 3 agent composition sa isang map. And especially, Tita Bap.
Most. Oh, Micro. He lets him pass quickly. Could find another. That he does. Could find a third. Not even. Yes, Micro. What?
Fights on back. Big 3v2 right now. It's all about the duels. It's all about Micro getting these shots. And here he goes again.
Hi, I'm Blurred.
Hi, I'm Derek.
Hi, I'm Micro.
Hi, I'm Kevzi.
Hi, my name is Yanagi and we are Action PH.
I just feel excitement more than anything.
I feel so thrilled to compete against with the other teams.
So much has changed throughout the many months I've missed, and I just want to prove that despite being inactive for so long, I still have what it takes to be on top.
Since we are a new team, we mainly focus on our team chemistry.
We focus on our fundamentals, aim, and communication.
Watching VODs together.
Because we only practice less than a month, so we focus more on that, the basics of how we played Valorant. Less than a month kami nag-form. So yung mga struggles namin is yung paano namin na-execute yung mga strategy namin. Tapos yung previous tournament namin is parang medyo pumalpak kami kasi since hindi kami experienced sa pagsasama naming lahat. So parang nagkakamali kami. Pero at least napansin naman agad namin yon before mag-VCT. So na-polish naman namin.
The player I look up or team that I look up to VCT 2023 is Team NAOS PH.
It's more of the NAOS core trio of Wits, Ja, and Papi Chulo because they have been my teammates for a long time, and I'm just excited to be in the same server with them again.
Thank you for your continuous support in Action PH. We will do our best individually and as a team.
Please continue to support us in VCT 2023. Thank you.
Blurred finds the two, they double up.
Waiting for something to spin, gets the ace even! Easy picking to make that 3. A highlight reel from Max.
The operator is the stopper. NDG going for a wide swing. No one really to take damage control here for the side of NAOS.
Para sa'yo! Welcome to the last 2 days of VALORANT Challengers Philippines.
Last 2 days
Split
na?
number 1 ng playoffs. Oo.
Ano?
Patapos na. Dito nga pala sa ating panel ay ang The Panel. Kasama of course si Likeable, Terror, and Vil. Nako po, sa wakas, nasira na yung sumpa mo, Vil ha? Wala na kahapon, sulit ang ligo.
Hindi namin hinawakan si Ray.
Bago kami mag-cast, wala talagang nakipag-usap kay Ray. Walang kumapit sa handshake. Walang ganun.
Nag-usap kami ni Ray.
Ngayon lang?
Oo.
Hala,
Pero hindi
kayo
naman tayo
magkakas.
magkakas. So, okay lang yan.
Buti na lang, ganyan yung kaganapan. Pero napanood nyo ba yung interview kahapon? Mainit. Si Boogie na mismo gumawa ng trabaho ko. Alam niya na kung sino yung head-to-head niya mamaya. Pero pasurpresa yan sa mga nanonood sa atin. Kahapon, mainit yung labanan. Meron na namang nahulog na hindi natin inaasahan, di ba? Ang galing talaga nitong GameLab. Panira lagi ng momentum ng mga invited teams natin.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, andito talaga sila sa mga oras nang gagawin lang nila dito is maglaro and syempre at the same time mag-enjoy at magpaiyak ng kalaban.
Ayun.
Yun yung masaklap na party.
Nung nakausap natin sila, sabi nila, ang goal lang nung pumasok sila dito, makarating lang sa VCT na regular split. Ngayon, nasa playoff sila, tapos nanalo pa ulit sila yung GameLab kahapon. So, today...
Invited sila. Diba?
Yun
Magiging
na nga
invited sila sa split 2 natin. Kaya mainit
Future
yung kaganapan.
secured.
Oh, future secured. At alamin natin kung paano nga ba nila na-secure tong future na to sa pagnood ng ating recap ng highlights.
G to swing wide and get those 2 kills.
The shutdown and clear, and Mo just behind you! Look back! You cannot stop this beast! Unleashed as he's ready to go yet again! Crashing through the night from Dish. There's the intel for Nexi. He's just gonna get killed anyway in action. Savvy 8K, a single bullet just right there. And NAOS is just running away with this game here, Black and Blue.
Ready, Savvy 8K realizes the pressure is just a bit too much. He falls back, lets the rest of his team help him out.
Oh, that's a lot of people though, and Savvy 8K gets a lot of them too. 3 for him, saying goodbye to NAOS in one swift motion. And Marky, he finds Papichulo over onto the entrance of the tube. And down he goes. Oasis right now, 2-0 onto the side. Committed positions right now here for Oasis. The flash comes on in, Savvy 8K with a takedown. And here goes the Rolling Thunder 2. It's 1v2. He's able to sway the push. A repeat right now from NAOS. Instrumental, and Papichulo just does not lose situations like that. This is NAOS spreading their wings and flying over the competition, soar-high over the Oasis. Now's the time to make it to the grand finals.
And it's about damn time here. NAOS Esports take the victory clean, 2-0. No problem at all. High fives, fist bumps all around.
And they neatly scramble. If micro times that snake bite correctly, that could flush the players out into bad position. Now the Viper ultimate's been used, Boogie has been spotted, and the attackers are slowly getting dwindled down. The push out from Micro, spots another, loses the bullets, one more,
Wow!
and Chase just from out of nowhere. And look at the vice grip right now on the post. And Micro, unfortunately, makes the mistake of whipping out his snake bite, but Kev's, okay, he's hitting a couple of shots. That's crucial. That's very important. But the recon dart is absolutely good. But again, Kev's, every single time. 3 kills, and that gives APH a wondrous retake.
Bes, mahirap kasi walang flash ang APH.
1 down, 2
Oh my
down.
God!
Polex!
Oh my
Boogie!
God! 4v2 mga kaibigan, anong gagawin nila Boogie? Literal na wala na siyang HP. Pero direct na nga, isa pa, 4v2 to, mahirap to!
Ito, mali nga eh.
14 seconds, Bes!
Nag-stuck nga kasi, of course, para sa game
What?
lab.
Oh my God! Kemsi! Ladies and gentlemen!
We have it!
We have it!
It's finally done! It's 2-0 para sa series na to, and GameLab.Alpha is the one victorious. Sila ang makakaabot sa ating next sa bracket, at ang makakalaban nila walang iba, ang revenge match of the century.
Gusto ko talaga naririnig yung highlights natin kasi pag English biglang pag civil pa yung ano eh.
Oh, biglang, oh my God! Tapos
yung flashes!
Every time may namamatay, 1, 2, 3! Ganun yung
Ay, wala pang ganun. Akala ko binibilangan nyo na naman. Wala pa. Naunahan ko. Pero ang mangunguna rin ngayong araw ay ating mga sponsors. Maraming salamat sa Riot Games, pati sa Mineski Philippines for making VCTPH happen.
Ayan. Kung wala kayo, wala rin kami dito. At syempre, maraming salamat sa Grab Unlimited. Mag-subscribe na kayo ngayon, kaya naman para may free delivery kayo everyday yan. At syempre, free yan sa inyong first month. Dati 9 pesos ngayon. Free ngayon. Free delivery everyday. Free.
Sobrang mura kasi free na nga. And of course, syempre, andito naman ang Games and Amusements Board. Hello nga pala sa inyo, Miss Cynthia.
Hello po. Matanong ko lang, meron na ba kayong ONI 2.0?
Wala pa
Wala pa?
Taylor, baka naman.
Hindi yan. Pwede kayong sumali kasi may pag-giveaway tayo dito. Meron tayong Valorant points na pinapamigay. At dahil sabi ko nga, last 2 days na lang tayo. Last 2 days na chances rin para sa mga nanonood ngayon na manalo ng 790 or 1,650 Valorant points powered by Grab Unlimited. Taylor, ano bang kailangan nilang gawin para makasali dito?
Basic na basic lang at napakadali nga lang. Like and follow nyo lang ang Valorant Esports Philippines at saka ang Grab Food Philippines sa kanilang mga Facebook pages. Pagtapos nyan, ano ba yung mga hashtag na gagamitin natin dito?
Hashtag VCTPH, hashtag VALORANT Challengers PH, hashtag Grab Unlimited, hashtag maganda si
Laika.
Maganda si
Taylor.
Pogi si
Vil.
Here we go. And syempre, comment down the live kung sino ba ang team na sinusuportahan mo. Bis, tuwing kailan pa nila i-announce ang mga mananalo?
Ay, nako, March 7 to 12 ang ating playoffs dito. Pero yung announcement natin, every end of the playoffs broadcast day. So, ibig sabihin, araw-araw pwedeng manalo, no? Sali
Oo,
na tayo.
mamaya. Saktong-sakto yan. Kasi tayo pa rin ang the panel pag natapos ng araw.
mananalo.
Sana nga. Para may pambili na ng ONI 2.0, di ba?
Ganda eh, no?
Alam mo sa totoo lang, hindi ko pa alam kung pinag-usapan pa natin yung mga suot natin. Kasi pag tumingin tayo sa gilid natin, yung mga itsura ng mga English caster, pare-pareho lang tayo ng suot.
Sasayaw kasi tayo mamaya.
Anong steps? Beatboxer ka na rin?
Oo.
Natutunan mo kay Vila. Galing.
Scats.
Okay.
Tinitignan nila tayo parang pag kami yung nagpapanel, hindi naman ganito.
Ang hirap ang hirap kapag may mga nanghuhusga sa gilid-gilid. Buti na lang hindi nakikita.
Siyempre, ano pa lang, hapon pa lang, di ba? Ay, ano sa ba? Gabi na pala, magagabi na.
Magagabi na. Wala akong relo pero nakitingin ako.
So, ano lang yan, men. So, syempre, binubuhay pa lang natin yung mga espiritu ng mga nanonood dyan.
Kasi kaka-siesta pa lang eh, di ba?
Oo, kakagising lang nila ngayon, di ba? Pero ano bang masarap gawin pagkatapos mag-siesta?
Ano?
Manood ng VCT.
Tama.
Diba?
Start the day right. Start the afternoon. Start the evening right. Kung anong oras ka man nagising, start it right by watching VCTPH.
Yung pilik mata nila ito.
Siyempre, lilipad na yan.
Sariling buhay.
Makapal yung pilik mata natin today. Pero, ang kailangan magising din dito sa ating matchup na to.
Ganda.
Yung unang team na ipapakilala natin, ang mga mad scientists mula sa GameLab.Alpha.
GameLab.Alpha, ang tunay na dark horse ng VCT Philippines. We have Boogie, Chase, Folex, Owen Cutie, and Rich. Ito yung pinagkakwentuhan nating Cinderella story. Kasi yung first game nila dun sa ating playoffs, natalo sila ng SR Nakage. And now, they are back dito sa lower bracket grand finals. Nakalaban nila yung dalawang teams yung sa lower bracket, nanalo sila doon. And syempre, uulitin nila yung nangyari noong February 18, 2023 nung tinalo nila ang Oasis Gaming. Pero ang tanong, mangyayari ba yun?
Mangyayari ba, Fluff?
Mangyayari ba yun, Fluffy? Ayaw ni Fluffy, di ba?
Hopefully not daw. Kala mo naman narinig siya eh, no? Pero GameLab.Alpha nga ang meron tayo dito. Last time na nakita natin sila, napaka-crisp ng aim ni Folex, di ba? Yung on-off switch na meron tayo pagdating kay Folex. Hopefully, this time around, maging on ulit yung switch na yan every single time. Kasi nga, sabi nga ng isa sa mga pinakamagaling na coach na nakilala ko, hindi pwedeng maging rason na off day mo lang. Di ba, Fluff?
Akala, papipiliin sana kita sinong coach ba tinutukoy mo? Si Black and Blue?
Fluffy,
si Fluffy? Ang dami mong option
0-2.
dito eh. 0-2.
Fluffy 0-2.
Yun ba yung score?
Oh!
Baka yun yung score ngayong araw. Hindi lang natin alam kung kanino yung 0 at kanino yung 2.
Labas ako dyan, ha? Labas ako dyan.
2-0 kahit best of 5. Let's go!
Oo nga, no?
Oo nga pala. Nakalimutan ko din. Yung mga kalaban naman nila, actually, napakalupit nga eh. Binigyan pa ni Vil ng timestamp yung laban na huling nangyari. Ito kasing GameLab.Alpha, sila yung sumira dito sa mental ng kalaban. Oo, kasi parang after nilang matalo dito sa GameLab.Alpha, medyo naging shaky na yung performance nila. Hoping to finally get through that strat, itong makakalaban nila. Ito ang Oasis Gaming.
Oasis Gaming is what we have right here. Since day one, sabi nga natin, nandito na sila, isa sa mga relentless teams na pasok sa VCTPH. Next si Savvy, Georgie, Marky, at si Wild Oreo. At kung mapapansin nga natin, na-mention mo na rin naman kanina, Laika, na a little bit shaky pagdating nga after matalo nila sa GameLab.Alpha. And I think they're still trying to find that footing yet again. Pagdating sa tournament na to, lalo na nga, dahil nga dun sa matchup na meron sila from the last time against GameLab.Alpha, kung saan unexpected win talaga yon, upset talaga para sa kanila. And ever since that day, kumbaga, hinahanap na nila ulit yung mojo na meron sila.
Okay, siguro number one reason lang din talaga kasi nga bago ang mga players ng GameLab.Alpha in terms of information, talagang wala ka talagang malalaman sa kanila. So, yun lang yung simula na pagka-shaky nila. Pero hopefully, ngayon makabawi na sila para makita ulit yung mga idol natin, which is NAOS and OAS Gaming din nga sa Grand Finals. Pero it's really up to these players kung ano ba ang gagawin nila. Pero for me, may the best team win.
Ay, may the best team win. Nakakatawa rin siguro dito pag kinumpara mo. Sanay tayo itong Oasis Gaming. Iba rin kasi talaga yung tier ng team na to. Sa ilang taon na natin na nakita sila dito sa VCTPH. Kaya itong GameLab.Alpha, meron silang pinapasok dito na unexpected talaga na factor. Na pwede pa ngang simulan dito ni Boogie. Na ang katapat niya dito ay si Savvy sa ating head-to-head. Maraming salamat nga pala, Boogie. Hindi mo na ako pinahirapan sa pag-iisip sa kung sino i-feature natin dito. Ikaw na mismo ang nag-decide dun sa interview mo kahapon.
Ay nako, ito na nga si Boogie. Kung kahapon, isa siya sa talagang nag-shine pagdating sa matches na nakita natin against them. But as you can see, a very, very young player that we have right here. Ganon din naman si Savvy, no? So talagang parang match na match yung ating head-to-head. And I feel like for Boogie as a player, such a good another duelist na kaya pang i-provide ng isang GameLab.Alpha aside from having Folex. And the double trouble na kaya nilang dalhin pagdating sa mga matches na meron sila dito, especially against Oasis Gaming, Boogie-Folex combination, kailangan nyo mag-ingat.
Yes, that's true. And if ever gonna compare Savvy 8K and Boogie naman dito, meron silang diversity and at the same time, meron silang flexibility as well. Si Boogie, minsan nag-sage, tapos minsan nag-jet. Si Savvy 8K, minsan nag-sage, tapos back then, talagang duelist siya, di ba?
Pati so, Phoenix, parehas.
Yes, exactly.
Nag-Phoenix din sila.
So, pareho talaga sila ang pinaka-the best talaga na pagharapin dito. And dito naman sa mga players nga ng Savvy ng Oasis Gaming, sila Savvy, minsan Savvy is in, tapos Draxi is out, mga ganon. Actually, tinanong nga natin back then, di ba sila Savvy, paano ba kayo nagpapalit-palit ng team? Kung depende sa pakiramdam nila.
Parang gano'n na. Kasi tanggap nila na lahat naman sila dun sa team. Very mechanically skilled. Maganda yung vibe with the rest of the team. It's just that ano bang kailangan natin sa araw na to? Kailangan ba natin na someone na mas nagtathrive kapag offensive yung kailangan nila dito? Or kailangan nila ng someone na medyo mas kalmado, mas passive, and ready na i-anchor yung mga site? So depende talaga rin siguro kung sino yung kalaban at kung ano yung kailangan nila for that specific matchup. Pero hindi question yan eh. Laging kailangan tong dalawang to, si Savi saka si Boogie, kasi ang ganda talaga ng contribution nila dito sa mga teams nila. Isa pang bagay na gusto ko ring i-bring up, yung yung mentality talaga. Ano bang meron ngayon? Kasi nakikita natin kahit kahapon dun sa laban nitong Oasis Gaming, pagpasok pa lang nila, kalaban tong NAOS, hindi na kasing solid yung yung makikita mo sa performance nila eh.
Yeah. So, pwede natin sabihin na talagang mas convincing talaga yung win dito ng NAOS Esports. Pero if ever you're gonna check out yung Oasis Gaming naman, number 1 yung pressure na sa kanila. High hopes yung mga audiences, lahat ng teams, expectations, napakataas kasi nga number 1, sobrang solid ng team na ginawa nila, yung mga members. Number 2, top 1 sila sa leaderboards natin, and being here in the lower bracket, talagang medyo matindi yung pressure na nararamdaman nila. And lastly, yung kalaban pa nila is yung tumalo sa kanila back then.
Ay, nako.
The only team.
Exactly.
Back then.
Exactly. The only team back then. And at the same time as well, ang structure kasi na meron tayo na nakikita para sa GameLab.Alpha, na-mention natin to kanina na nag-uusap tayo sa labas, is that for them, kumbaga, they give everything that they could give off, especially pagdating sa mga retake situation, post-plan situation. At some point, at some degree, pagdating sa pro-level play para sa side ng Oasis Gaming, nagugulat sila na parang nilalabanan nila to. And at the end, nananalo din yung GameLab dun sa engagement na yon, dun sa initiation of a fight. So, you have to think of na para sa Oasis Gaming, despite bagong team to, kailangan parang yung feeling galing kang Radiant, tas yung kinalabo mo biglang ang gulo-gulo, pero nananalo sila, alam mo yun?
Yun na nga eh. Kasi nga pagsasay dito ng GameLab.Alpha, nothing to lose. Baka nga dito pa lang sa map veto natin kung ano na yung piliin nilang mapa. Nakakaiba kasi nga para sa kanila, nakamit na namin yung goal namin for this season.
Tsaka malupit doon, Vil. Hindi nga magulo yung play eh. Malinis yung play actually. Ang kaso lang hindi talaga ina-expect ng Oasis Gaming yung mga ginagawa nila.
Yun yung maganda sa mga bagong teams, di ba? Talaga ang dami talaga nilang pwedeng ilatag, of course, on the floor.
Kumbaga unorthodox yung tamang term dito. Kasi hindi sila sanay na makipaglaro dun sa the rest of the pros. So sa kanila, magpo-focus kami sa kung ano sa tingin namin yung gumagana para sa amin, di ba?
Ito na yung mga upuan natin kasi nga mag-uusap na tayo.
Hindi naman tayo kita ng mga nanonood.
Pero ito, kung napapansin nyo, ang mga players dito ng GLAB, nananalo sila dun sa mga bagong mapa. Doon sila manalakas. Lotus, Pearl, yun talagang sobrang lakas nila. And of course, dito,
good ban.
And of course, dito naman sa Oasis Gaming, medyo talagang pwede natin sabihin na mas malakas sila dun sa mga first 4 to 5 maps nga ng Valorant. So literal, map picks pa lang alone, alam mo na kung saan sila malakas eh.
This is such a good ban coming in from Oasis Gaming kasi ang GameLab.Alpha, nilaro nila tong Lotus against Action PH, getting a very clean sweep against them as well. Nilaro nila to against Abaddon Abyss and they won against them. Aside from that, nilaro din nila to against Oasis Gaming and they also won on that specific map as well.
True.
So you are quite expecting na for this time around, respect ban ang ibibigay dito ng Oasis Gaming. At excited na ako anong magiging first map nila.
There's a chance na baka makakita rin tayo na siguro mga malaking mapa. Siyempre, andyan ng Haven. Bukas na bukas pa ang Haven. Diba? So, malay mo
talaga malabo eh. Maganda kasi yung laro ng Oasis when it comes to Haven eh. Tulad nga na sinabi mo kanina, Vil, yung mga sinaunang mapa dito sa ating Valorant world, kung ano mang tatawagin mo dyan, mas structure talaga yung Oasis when it comes to those maps. In a sense, itong Oasis Gaming, very very experimental team. They're not afraid to go out of the meta na nakakita natin dito sa ating Philippine scene. Pero at the same time, nagtatrive pa rin sila. Hindi naman ibig sabihin na nag-go sila sa mga panibagong strats, ay ibig sabihin laging umi-epekto yung mga ganong bagay. Sometimes makikita mo pa rin dito sa team na to na mas nagtatrive pa rin sila pag nagsistick sila sa kung ano yung original na alam nila.
For GLAB though, marami pa silang pwedeng i-pick dito. Bukas pang Pearl. I mean, pwede pa sila mag-Pearl dito.
Bukas pa?
Bukas pa sila.
Ano oras po magsasara?
Asarado.
Pero hindi, mukhang asarado ang pipiliin nila. Pero yung mga pinagsasabi namin, for sure lalabas yun.
Kasi alam namin to. Pwede pa mag-Haven.
Oasis Haven to.
Yung ban o yung pick?
Pick.
Yung decider?
Yung decider?
Fluffy, ano ba yung mga map? Kasi siya talaga, siya dapat nila nakakaalam, di ba? Tapos siguro nasa isip mo, pero sabihin ito mga
Tinanong
to. Ito nga yung
no?
mga mapa namin eh.
Pero yung first two maps nga natin dito is Fracture and Ascent. At nakita nga natin yung Fracture sa kamay ng Oasis last time.
May naalala ako sa asset.
Pero natalo sila dun sa
Yun
NAOS,
nga eh.
oh.
Natalo sila, pero maganda yung composition na hawak nila dito.
Tinalo ng Puggers ang GameLab sa asset back then.
Ay.
Yun yung nagwawala sila, literal na press W Esports lang talaga yung mga players dito ng ng GLAB. Pero yun nga, Oasis Gaming, tulad nga pag-usapan natin, talagang gustong-gusto ng mga OG maps, andito na ang Icebox. So if ever lang talaga na Haven makikita natin, could be sa decider map, yeah.
Alam mo, makakalimutin talaga ako. Best of 5 nga pala, na wala nang ban.
Wala nang ban to.
Dalawa lang yung naban talaga, which is Lotus and Split. And I totally agree naman doon sa mga naban na mapa natin na nakikita ngayon. Lalo na sa Split mula dito sa GameLab, especially yung isa sa mga iniiwasan talaga ng mga teams dito eh. Up until sa lower bracket finals natin, eh mukhang iniiwasan pa rin talaga nila. We might be seeing, like you said, a Pearl map going forward pagdating sa side dito ng GameLab, and maybe we might see a Haven para sa decider map. Feeling ko nag-agree naman ako kay Vil dito na yung decider map is magiging Haven nga.
Actually sa Split naman talaga, GLAB maganda yung pagka-veto nila doon kasi number 1, pinili yun Oasis Gaming dati, kalaban ng Abaddon Abyss, pero natalo pa rin sila ng Abaddon Abyss doon. Pero syempre,
sila pumili.
Sila yung pumili.
Doon nagpapanggap si Fluffy, doon hindi man lang tayo sinabihan na Hindi guys, yung decider natin magiging Pearl.
Same. Limang mapa, ang kagandahan naman nito is syempre, kung magsasagad lahat yan ng 5 maps, una, hindi kami magkakas ni Vil. Pangalawa,
okay lang sa amin.
Pangalawa, makakita tayo ng mga magagandang laro. Kasi yung mga sumusunod-sunod na mapa na yan, na nakikita natin ngayon, may pakiramdam ako na 3-1 yung magiging score.
Gusto kong, ito hindi ko alam kung alam ba ng Oasis na pipiliin nila yung Haven, hindi yung Pearl. Pero, diba? I mean...
Hindi rin. Kasi syempre yung sequencing dyan, importante yan. Dyan palang malalaman mo, 3-1, 3-2, 3-0.
Kahit anong mangyari, if ever na, kunyari, nanalo ang Oasis, pag nanalo ang Oasis dun sa first 2 maps, tas nanalo ang GameLab nga dito sa Icebox, Haven, let's see kung...
Pero,
if ever game number 5, GameLab.Alpha.
Ay! Nag-iba na naman ang prediction.
Walang pero.
Yun yung pero niya.
100% win rate nga kasi ang GameLab pagdating sa last game.
Sa Pearl?
Hindi, sa lahat ng games
Sa
nila.
lahat ng games nila.
Sa lahat ng games nila,
Mga recent matches.
100% win rate sila pag pumunta dun sa pinaka-last na mapa.
Wag lang talaga. Ang importante dito, knowing na yung mapa natin meron na at kung sino yung mga maglalaban, sino yung magkakatapat. Ang pinaka-importante, I would say, para sa Oasis is not how the maps are actually laid out, yung pagkakasunod, but actually the mentality of the players na mas consistent, especially sanay naman sila sa mga long games eh. Lagi silang nagti-3 games doon sa buong split natin, so why not, di ba?
Ilabas nyo na rin yan. Sulitin nyo na yung, yung exposure dito.
Yun nga. Patagalan na din talaga. And tulad ng sinabi ko kanina, may the best team win. Good luck sa mga players ng Oasis Gaming. Good luck Fluffy. And syempre, good luck din sa GameLab. Ito sa GameLab, para sa akin, andito sila, number 1, just to enjoy. Grabe enjoyment na nakikita ko.
Kita naman, kita sa laro
sobrang
nila.
Kitang-kita enjoyment. Pero towards naman dun sa ating prediction,
Nagawa na naman po ako ng trabaho dito. Hindi, bago tayo mapunta dyan, matanong ko lang kayo, naniniwala ba kayo sa mga sumpa?
Oo naman.
Oo.
Naniniwala kayo?
2021 pa.
May sumpa daw kasi na nangyayari ngayon na every time nagkakastong si Fluffy 02 ng Oasis game, natatalo daw yung Oasis Gaming. Kaya tinatanong ko, naniniwala ba kayo sa mga sumpa?
Sinasabi namin yung sumpa na ngayon para ma-jinx, para ma-cancel out.
Yan yung meta.
Negative times negative, positive.
Diba? Minsan lang kami matuto sa math, pero ito alam namin to.
Gusto ko yung lagi tayong tumitingin doon. Pero wala naman nakakakita kung saan tayo tumitingin.
Makikita rin nila yan sa Twitch.
Punta kayo doon kasi andun yung English broadcast.
Tama. Sige na. Hindi ka naniniwala sa sumpa. Naniniwala ka, hindi?
Naniniwala kami, pero pag about kay Fluffy, hindi na.
Okay.
Pagkigyan na
So,
natin.
si Vil, locked in ka na dyan. Sino yung prediction mo ulit?
GameLab.
GameLab.
Yeah.
Ikaw?
Oasis Gaming since day 1.
Ako rin. Since day one, Oasis Gaming.
Yeah.
Ayan na!
I mean, syempre kailangan
Akala ko may pera.
Kailangan natin syempre na patibayin to kung ba't GameLab ang pinili ko.
Sige!
Syempre, number one, itong mga boys na to, andito sila parang, hindi ko naman pwede sabihin na nothing to win, nothing to lose. Pero kahit anong mangyari, na-surpass na nila yung expectations nila.
Pasok na sila sa split 2.
Pasok na sila sa split 2, may pangkain na sila, so lalaruin nila to para lang talagang i-prove pa yung worth nila.
Ako para sa akin, yung GameLab.Alpha yung kryptonite ng ng Oasis Gaming. So once na matalo nila to, back na yung yung momentum nila na nakikita natin dati. So dahil dyan guys, ready na yung mga casters natin, especially si Fluffy02 na i-cast tong game na to dahil gaganon-ganon nakakabog-kabog na yung dibdib ng ating casters na yan. So ipapasa na namin sa inyo guys. Take it away!
1, 2, 3!
Ooh.
What's up, everybody? It's me, Fluffy, and I'm joined with Riku. Today, we're casting the first of our finals, the lower bracket. And it's going to be Oasis Gaming against GameLab.Alpha. How do you feel about this, Riku?
Oh, it's going to be sweaty for sure. Ever since we stepped into the playoffs day, it has been constantly going to the very intense, to the very, very longest run in a map, and even going to the third game. And it's going to get even more intense as we head on over to our BO5.
It's going to a lot of places, but also for you guys at home, you can always go and check out our English broadcast here if you want to stay with me and Riku, but you can also go to the Filipino broadcast on YouTube as well as Facebook.
Yeah, sorry, especially here in the English broadcast, I believe in the main panel channel, they have been hammering down on Fluffy02 a couple of times.
A lot of expectations to the team, that's for sure, because they are correct. You know, we have GameLab.Alpha, the only team that really hit the mark when it was towards Oasis Gaming, breaking their undefeated streak. And not only that, I think like it was correct in the panel earlier, where ever since that game, it's like the upward trajectory that Oasis had in the start kind of dipped a little.
Yeah, speaking of dip, maybe perhaps you'd like some snacks and dips for the BO5 that we're going to be having today between Oasis and GameLab. There you go, Grab Unlimited. If you want to know more, just pull up your phone. There's the QR code to make things easier. And it's now, for free, by the way, on your first month.
Free?
No 9 pesos anymore. It is going to be for
pesos.
free. Yep, sorry. So just subscribe, grab some snacks, because it's going to be a long night.
It's going to be a very long night. And that you mentioned, it is going to be a best of 5, everyone, which, if you're on the side of GameLab.Alpha, for me, it's a bit concerning. We've always talked about how this team is the dark horse, but they've only played best of 3s. And a lot of their weaknesses, they can hide behind their map pool. They are a bit one-dimensional in ways they have adapted recently as they climbed out of the abyss. But now that there's so many maps that they have to play, I think it'll expose a lot more of their weaknesses.
Yeah, I love how you brought that up, because whenever we bring up GameLab.Alpha at the very beginning, it felt like their only approach to the game was very heavily reliant on the Boogie Follex connection, just strong arming their way through sites and relying heavily on their aim and as well as their instincts. But when we look at their performance, that has been working. They've reached top 3, and that's the thing, right? Even if there's going to be like a full, potentially like 5 maps, I guess you're right. The biggest question would be, how long will this strat survive in a BO5 scenario?
Yeah, when you think of BO5, it's not just an endurance thing. It's also kind of a race. It's the first one to get 3 out of these 5 maps. So if you take too long to adjust from map to map or round per round, it might be the end of it for your team, especially because, in a way, this is an elimination match for one of the teams as the winner moves on to the upper finals.
Yeah, it's going to be a either we get the previous expectation when the regular season first started. There were a lot of expectations on NAOS and Oasis making it to top 2, especially the result of the regular season is literally those 2 teams at the top of the standings. But for GameLab, I feel like it's a different story. And when we look back, as we talk about Oasis once more as their track record, it felt like they whenever they'd reach the playoffs, they'd always land either top 2 or top 3. Of course, their aim now is to be the best team to win VCT. So now they're up against GameLab, which they lost before in the regular season. I'm curious to see how the dynamic is going to work this time around.
That's a great point, actually. This team, in its previous iterations, have always been falling short to the expectations that they had. And now that they've re-rostered, they've got an additional coaching staff, additional players. And after the whole franchising fiasco, I think at the end of it, they really are aiming to be the best. And they have to make it through this series in order to reach that goal.
Yeah, they're definitely fully equipped. They've already proven themselves during the regular season. But yeah, it's always about that consistency that we're looking for. This is going to be definitely a test of endurance, and we keep talking about it because it's a BO5, but I feel like it's also a clash of concepts. You see, on the other hand, we've got GameLab, who strong arms their way through either attack or defense. Before, we even talked about how they rely heavily on being attackers first to gain momentum and grab a couple of round wins to increase the gap, but it feels like it doesn't matter now what side they start at the very beginning. They will always make sure that the score is farther or the score is closer. But now for Oasis, we saw their match yesterday against NAOS. It felt a bit shaky, and now I feel like it will start the preview of how the match is going to look like when we head on over to Agent Select on our very first map, which is Fracture.
It's actually a good point. You brought up the NAOS game that they had yesterday. Unfortunately for Oasis Gaming, they lost that game, but they also lost it on the first 2 maps that we'll be seeing here for our best of 5. So if GameLab is very keen on watching that game, they will know what Oasis can do on the Fracture map from learning from that NAOS game. We can see again on the side of Oasis, we have Georgie on the Raze, Wild Oreo on the Fade, Nexi with the Cypher, and Drax as well as Savvy AK on the Brimstone and Breach respectively.
Yeah, I love this adaptation, right? I remember back then it was the Georgie Wild Oreo connection with their double duelist, and it has worked well during the regular season. But I felt like, this adaptation is different this time around.
Yeah, it's a more classic setup. They had the previous iteration with the Neons, they had a bit more tech in it. But I think with this one, they can play towards their strengths, which is their fundamentals. Because one thing that this team has over GameLab is that veterancy. On the other side, though, GameLab has never fallen short in their expectations. If anything, they've always succeeded in surpassing it because this team really has the firepower to back up all the words that they're saying.
Yeah, they've got the firepower, they've got the aim, they've got the game. And I'm so curious to see whether or not we're going for the long haul this time around, or will this be a snowball from either of these teams? It has been sort of equal now when we look at the results from the regular season. And we look at history, it was GameLab.Alpha who took the series 2-1 against Oasis Gaming. This could be a potential revenge in a BO5 scenario, or this could also be, again, the time for Oasis to take another step towards the grand finals.
As we take our first steps into Fracture, many steps will be heard as the arcade side is already being pressured by the attacking team. While Oreo, though, already ready for the contact, makes the play but gets stunned out.
Wow.
Two already fall. Nexi quickly on the train. The Satchel moving them away and scootering them all the way to the sides. All up the Drax. Now in a 1v1 against Drix. It will have the timing, though. He knows that he can walk through CT clearly, but do they have the read on each other? With still 1 minute remaining, there's still a lot to do.
Yeah, it's a big 50-50 here. Will Drich remain with the spike at Arcade, or will he move to A? And that's exactly what's in Drax's mind at the moment.
He has no utility to work with. 74 HP, no heals, no smokes. It's going to be a pure contact play. On the other side, we see that Breach still has some flashes to work with. He'll have the stun very shortly and still has the aftershock to even place a post plant. With 74 HP, is going to be very valuable.
Yeah, Ghost versus the Frenzy. Little bit of range on the side of Drich with complete utility, just as you said. But with the plant coming in, Drax knows this, and he knows he gets to see out towards tower, and there you go. That's the first win on Oasis.
Oasis win is the first round, and hopefully to the second, they will have the advantage on their bye, and they'll be able to use it to maximum effect. Taking out the first round of the first map, that's good. And especially if you have the momentum and the mental, knowing this is the team that beat you before, and finally we have the upper hand.
Yeah, especially the start, this full stack on Arcade by GameLab.
The full stack, but the Nexi as well is able to salvage it somehow. Georgia on the side, able to go for some assists and leave Drax healthy enough to take the fight, especially with that timing.
Now, that's incredibly, incredibly important to get the momentum. Coming from the side of Oasis, they're very, very good in keeping their lead, especially in a map such as Fracture.
It's a good start for them. Now that they're taking some space on the defensive side, A main's going to be watched by Georgie. He has full utility as well as a better buy, but Rich on the opposite end still has a Sheriff, very lethal if he's able to land the shot, but he's going to be pushed out of A main really short.
And now it has been quite slow now for GameLab. Their 5-stack in Arcade didn't work out too well with now the weaker buy. I want to gather as much orbs as they can. And remember, in maps such as Pearl or even Icebox, it has been the Boogie and Fallex connection, but in certain maps, that dynamic changes, and sometimes it falls onto Chase and as well as Stritch to make the plays.
They're starting very slow, being very efficient, going to try to get as much value out of this 2-minute round. They're on the weaker buy, but still they have the manpower to take as many orbs as they can. They can really build their ult economy up before they start the round actual attack.
I love the patience of GameLab. They're really driving Oasis to the edge, keeping the suspense, keeping the tension. But so far, Oasis, they're on solid ground. They're not rotating. They're sticking to their positions. But with this satellite attack, Wild Oreo has the Prowler. They know that they're there, and now he just drops to make sure that he's alive. And with this, Oasis falls back. Now the attack isn't there just yet, but with 15 seconds on the clock, they gotta make it work. Boogie's the first one to fall. Actually, George in a very prime position. It's flawless coming from Oasis.
Oh my god, freer than grab delivery. They just drop out of the satellite side into the hands of Oasis Gaming, able to secure the round, able to convert their buy into the opposing buy round. They have the rifles now on GameLab.Alpha side, but if you take a look to the previous round, a clean way for them to go to retake. Even though the CT was smoked, there was not enough to really take the angle, and Oasis just was staring them down.
Yeah, it was such an open space, and the crossfire was ready from Oasis. So at that point, GameLab was pretty much sandwiched.
These mad scientists have to come up with an amazing plan because they have to pull out the science, they have the numbers advantage, especially the economic advantage. But this time, Oasis on the offense is going to be able to pinch out the side of Dish, but it's going to be the response from the attackers on the defensive side.
Oh dear, the Molly is not going to work out, but in the end, it was a 1-for-1 trade. That's gonna be the plant going down. Is Georgie gonna even wallbang box? Looks like that's gonna be a no. Look at Dritch. He's dodging everything, but at the end of the day, Georgie gets the kill. Chase with the trade as well. And now ONQT rams them down, and now it's a 2-1 actually on the side of GameLab, their first round win.
GameLab able to convert their first buy round. They lost 2 players, but because they're able to stick that spike, Georgie unfortunately was just a bit off a little to take out the enemy breach, and it's going to be Dritch who really lands the impact frag as they do this execute onto the B side. It's a good response. They know Oasis pushed the drop side, therefore they can take B main for free, and they did it so well that they're able to still keep their economy up going into this round.
Yeah, that's true. Only Dritch is the only one that fell in battle earlier. He was able to distract Georgie for such a long time, and we'll have to see if this approach will be the same here. Georgie pushing through Hall, actually, with the doors now open. He gets the first kill, actually gets the ult, and now he's going to try and get a kill. And ONQT still survives at least, and only one has fallen so far.
Somehow, they're just able to make themselves get out of that situation. Even with the Raze ult already popped, Georgie's not going to stop the aggression anytime soon, though. The grenade, as well as Wild Oreo, is going to be able to get more value from this A-main push. Only 2 players are left on GameLab, and it's into their hands for how the rest of the game's going to go.
Yeah, exactly. Here comes the pinch. Drax has eyes on the prize, and that's the only person left. ONQT is the only person left here, and he won't survive.
Savvy 8K gonna put the final nail into that coffin, securing them another round and pushing their lead to a 3-1. On the 4th round, though, the ult economy that GameLab.Alpha has been building up in the previous rounds, even on their ecos, has been paying off. This time around, though, they got punished on the A main push, but I think in the following round, they'll have so much more utility compared to Oasis Gaming.
Yeah, you gotta love the approach coming from Oasis, just matching aggression versus aggression. GameLab.Alpha unable to walk on solid ground here because of Oasis' style this time on the first few rounds of Fracture.
Yeah, they are in that lower buy. They have the Sheriffs in hand, but with a great aim of both Boogie as well as Fallex and even the rest of their team, it's still enough that might be able to convert it, especially if their ultimates land. Look, getting more ult orbs here. They already have the Rolling Thunder. They almost have the Raze ult as well as the ult from Brim, and even the lockdown. There's so much more as contacts already made.
Yeah, we'll have to see if the orb farming will eventually pay off throughout this round. Your attack is towards B at this point. And there's just a lot of utility coming from Oasis, just stopping the onslaught of GameLab. And that is a hit denied, and now they're forced to run away.
Oh snap, that was so big. There's still 2 players left on GameLab. They still have the Sheriffs, but the spike is so far away. It's so far out of reach, out of this world, and in another galaxy. So he's gonna go back down, gonna try to salvage something out of this. He's in the right position, but there's so many players from Oasis gonna peek him. While Oreo is gonna be able to clear out Chase.
Yeah, very clean round coming from Oasis. Denies any sort of kill away from GameLab, denying even a plant. But as we said, economy will be ult economy will be in favor as well of GameLab. So we'll see if the Rolling Thunder and Orbital Strike will create some impact.
The thing about the ult economy though is, yes, they're able to save up for it, and yes, they're going to be able to have multiple ults in one round, but because they haven't been able to use some of them, like the Rolling Thunder that have been holding on Rich for a while, Oasis Gaming is catching up to this economy game for the ultimates at least.
Oh yeah, that's true. They have Nightfall, they have the Orbital Strike as well, so they have a counter-attack if ever GameLab does desire to execute those.
We talk about adaptation a lot, especially on the panel previously with Lyco. But when you look at this adaptation that they have, Nexi on the Cypher just gives them so much value. Black and Blue was mentioning yesterday during his cast of a previous series of how having that Cypher on this map allows you to use the one camera to really secure an entire site just because of how the map layout is designed. And with that, they don't have to overcommit. And Oasis is playing so disciplined.
Yeah, you cover so much ground. You cover Dish, you cover Hall as well coming from A. The camera just gathers a lot of information.
Right
and that's
there.
probably the reason why GameLab desires to position here around B instead and see if they can get a chance on their plant.
Oasis, though, I think is pretty aware that they do have this Rolling Thunder. No one's playing on the B side. They will be able to clear it for free if they use this. The Rolling Thunder comes in, but no, he's actually going to target the CT side as well as Nightfall, the side itself. Going to cover everything, but it's going to be Fall X who already makes it to the site and lands first. Chase going to plant the spike, and it's be up to Oasis Gaming for the retake.
Yeah, all members are still pretty much alive from Oasis as they'll be coming from different directions. No one will come from Arcade, actually. And we'll have to see as Wild Oreo. Gonna gather some information first. GameLab, really good post-plant positioning as they're forced out away. There's only one person coming from Arcade to wrap around, but actually, they can just wallbang the box. Look at Nexi pushing through his own cyber cage. He's able to get one, but in the end, GameLab, really good post-plant, wins this round.
It's so difficult for Oasis Gaming to go for that. They have the retake ultimates, yes, but because the Rolling Thunder was aimed at CT instead of usually where you'd expect it onto site, and using the Nightfall instead to get the information off those pings on site, it just clears so much area to give GameLab a clean plant, and making it to that post plant is all they need to convert the round. With the combination of the wallbang as well as the lineups, there's just too much for Oasis to really deal with in that amount of time.
Yeah, that's true. GameLab.Alpha, whenever they get the plant down, it's so difficult to try and get that retake. But you're right, that Nightfall and his Rolling Thunder, 3 actually concussed. Let's see if this information game will pay off for GameLab. Georgie gets the flash. They do have information. Another Orbital Strike, and unfortunately, Georgie is stuck in a very tight corner.
They're playing all the angles here, just too much to cover for Oasis Gaming. They lose Georgie early onto the round, but still a minute. The attacker Killjoy's ultimate is already going to be used. It's going to be up to Oasis Gaming. Going to go for a triple peak. Going to be able to get 2. Savvy 8K going huge. Equalizing the round, though they get detained. Will they have the time to get the kills, though? Yes, they will. Oh, no. Oasis Gaming is literally disarmed. It's all into the hands of Nexi.
Nexi having to come from Arcade here. He has possible sights on this entry area.
He has the timing.
Yeah, he does have the timing at least, so they don't know where he is. Now he's sneaking up to this site. It's all up to Sexy Nexi. He gets the headshot at least, and as well as the neural theft information. Good use of Cyber Cage to stealth his way into this. But the possible stun, will he be stubborn? Will he stick it? He just wanted to get it into half with now 5 HP.
Stick?
He's still gonna stick it. He still wants to kill, but no Dritch denies that possible clutch.
The aftershock was just too much for him to handle, just blowing him back all the way to low HP, and because of that, he's not going to be able to take any good gunfights. Unfortunately for Oasis Gaming, they had the plan, but they were sent to detention.
Yeah, there was 3 people detained. A wanted to cut out the rotation from this Killjoy lockdown, but unfortunately, yeah, they were pretty much all stuck there in that corner.
They were stuck in that corner because of the Seas of Chase, who kept them tethered there, not able to escape. It put them in a situation where they wanted to back out, but they just couldn't. And now we're going to go into a pause and think about what happened that round. Oasis Gaming, they have the ability to buy up or go for a half buy. They have Wild Oreo already with the Vandal, but the rest of the team will not have the same firepower. They have maybe the Rolling Thunder to work with, but GameLab.Alpha, though, feels very strong with this loadout. They almost have their own Rolling Thunder again as well. So everything so far in the previous 2 rounds has been working out for GameLab.
Yeah, there's so many things contributing to that. They've been ult farming for orb farming for Dritch. He has been getting most of the kills. He has been closer and closer to these, again, ult rotations rather, and it gives them access constantly to B.
They have the access, and Oasis Gaming playing so disciplined is good on one hand, but on the other hand, it gives them so much space to move on the attacking side. They've only had a couple rounds where they tried to go for a pinch on either the B and A main T spawn or the other side, but because of that, it's given Oasis Gaming also a bit of predictability for this match.
And so far, it has been GameLab that has been playing the unpredictability game. Wild Oreo gets the headshot on ValX, actually.
Maybe a late birthday gift for himself there. We have Nexi still on site. Opening frags, though, going their ways. Important as Drax might walk into Owen QT. No! The Bucky's going to fail, and it's going to be the rest of them on the site.
Yeah, I was a bit worried there because Nexi and Drax are still on the site, but at the end, with the better buy, Chase and the rest of GameLab able to get the plant down and get the frags. 2v3 situation with only Sheriffs here and 1 Vandal on the side of Oasis. It's going to be a bit dicey. It's going to meet eye to eye in the hall, in the sewer. And Wild Oreo gets the kill, making it a 2v2.
They have no controller, though. It's going to be very hard for them to hold off this push, especially with that Molly already going down. Time is ticking. Savvy AK still has to go for the contact play, and Wild Oreo with 11 HP, it's hard for him to stick the spike. They know where one player is, but without swinging, they have to be so wary of it. Oh, they get one, though. Now left in a 1v1. It's all up to Savvy. He has the utility, but not the time. Already just holding the spike. I think it's going to be an exit frag, maybe. Yeah, he does get one, gets Owen, but not the round. And slowly, the grip Oasis had in the start is slowly slipping.
You honestly have to be careful. When GameLab gets the plant, every single time they succeed in keeping and making that work. And I mean, it started off really good for Oasis once they got a kill onto Boogie.
They have a lot of utility, and GameLab is using it so well. They just know the moment we plant the spike, we can play the lineup, we can play post-plant, we have good aim, so we can just wall bang or spam the spike, and anything that happens after that, we just have to play very disciplined. And it's up to Oasis to find a solution, to find a way to break this pattern.
Yeah, at this point, it's one of those things. Let's just stop the plant to make sure that they can't have the best post-plant activities. Now, everybody's actually on towards Arcade, 2 already on Tower. They've already penetrated through the B side, but with the Rolling Thunder already executed, they pushed out Oasis.
They already even spot up the trap. ValX is going to make it onto the site and clear it. He's going to hold it for his team, giving them the ability to play the spike. But this time around, the frag's going to come in from Drax. They'll get the impact kill as they back off onto Tower.
And that's the respond as well with their own Rolling Thunder to clear down the site. Georgie already pushing through, but the Molly is going to destroy him, but never mind. He gets to destroy someone instead. Now he's pushing through Arcade. This is a good sandwich. Savvy AK is going to stick through this to this diffuse, and there we go. That's another round for Oasis. It's fine. It's already half. They just have to wait for this.
They sacrifice 1 to the gods, but it's enough for them to convert the round for themselves. This time, I don't know if it's because Oasis played it super well. They did get that opening frag with Drax, but it's GameLab who chose to plant in a different spot. This time around, a bit weaker for their post-plant gameplay. They have to play that tower area, and when you have a player like Georgie on Oasis who doesn't care if it's mollied out, he's just going to keep pushing and pushing, sometimes to Oasis' detriment, not gonna lie. But you know, overall, it worked, and that's what matters.
Yeah, they did not see the ballsy play coming with the Molly being there. You know, Georgie's like, don't care if I get damaged. I'm fine. We'll make this move count.
I mean, if it works, no?
Yep. It does. Those kinds of risky plays definitely will pay off, and that's why we're 5-4 right now. But it doesn't change the fact that it's still very close.
Very close. I feel like every round I have heard a Rolling Thunder. My ears is an earthquake because both of these initiator players just have so much value. They get so many kills, so the ultimates just come out so fast. They don't spot out Boogie though, and Boogie's going to be able to get one. He's going to be instantly traded, and now they have an equivalent buy as they move on to take the site.
Yeah, they have information that most of the people from Oasis are coming from Hall, so they immediately drop down to get the spike planted. And that said, Fall X, the guardian of Hall at this point, he's going to get seized, I wonder? No, that was a haunt. With that, Savvy AK gets a headshot onto Fall X. He can find a second one with information being given to him on a silver platter. 4 members stacked from Oasis versus 2, Owen QT and Dritch. They're in very, very close quarters, but the orbital strike is going to buy them some time, forcing Oasis to go from Sands instead and to wrap around. And it's a second Molly. There's just so many things to buy some time.
They have to force themselves some way through. 2 from the heavens. They still get 1. He'll get the timing on the last guy, but it will be enough to defuse the spike for the side of Oasis Gaming. We were talking about how good. Wait, is it close?
Is it close?
Reach? Oh, it's enough. My heart almost stopped there. I was about to retire from casting, but you know, we're all good. Oasis Gaming secures another round, and we saw how Savvy 8K had the most impactful kills there. And we were talking about previously how the breaches in this game, look, again, they almost have both Rolling Thunders.
Yeah, it's definitely not the story of the duelists. It's not the story of the controllers or whatever. It is the story of the initiators now. Both the breaches doing a lot of work, just as you said, always getting the orbs prioritized for them, and even the kills for them to keep recycling and recycling to get the Rolling Thunder to cover as much ground as they can.
I feel like the adaptation from GameLab.Alpha, though good, has not been working in their favor. Maybe they need to recycle their own strategies, because what's been working in the first half has never failed them yet. It's only when they change the tempo. And speaking of changing the tempo, they have an explosive start coming here on drop. Savvy gets one, and they punish the economy already on the start.
Yeah, Savvy AK was there immediately, having Georgie's back. Wild Oreo with a trade as well. GameLab, though, they will commit to B site at this point, but the Cypher tripwire is going to slow them down. Owen QD, very aggressive, pushing through the smoke. He will find Nexi, actually. And now Boogie as well. This is a very good thrifty round for them.
Not only do they get the kills, they get to upgrade their weapons as well. Wild Oreo and Savvy, even though they have the rifles, now Owen, QT, and Boogie on the other hand also have the same firepower. The spike not on their side, the time not with them, and it's going to be a fight that they really need to win.
Yeah, it's very difficult now with Wild Oreo's positioning has been exposed through this Nightfall. They know where everybody is. They've got the mollies, they've got the C's, they've got the stickiness to keep them down onto this spike. But with it being half, I don't think Savvy AK can do it, and that's a thrifty round from GameLab.
Look how far GameLab is playing. This is what we were saying earlier. They need to recycle these strategies, use what works, and for the most part, it's been working out for them. Every time they plant there on the triple spot, on the boxes, they're able to play post plant. They have the lineups for it, and even when they're trying to go for the retake, even though they had the man advantage, they still didn't give Oasis Gaming a chance. No one speaking. They had one just delaying for time. The C's able to make sure that that wall bang will connect coming from Generator, and on the long side of B, they have the lineup as well as the man advantage. They even play so far back, not allowing Oasis to even peek them.
There's just too many. There's what? There's the Nano Swarms, there's the Molly of Owen QT, C's, just as you said, and just a lot of reach from the side of GameLab. I hear off your feet and let's go every single time. You said that yourself, Fluffy.
They happen to go already, and they're going to go all the way onto site. Oasis is going to be able to get there and respond quickly with a Rolling Thunder of their own, as well as opening up the skies, opening the opportunities for them. Drax already getting a kill, Wild Oreo and Georgie sweeping up the rest of GameLab as Savvy AK is going to go for a kill, and Wild Oreo finishes off the round cleanly. It feels like every time that GameLab has not planted on that spot, they have lost the round, but thankfully for them, they don't have to deal with that problem this time. They're on the defensive side, and it's going to be Oasis's turn to make their own moves on attack.
Yeah, that's true. Every single time Orbital Strike and as well as the Rolling Thunder is available, they do like to plant the spike there. But just as you said, as we take a look at the replay, that was a clean retake coming from Oasis. Basically, it was the plant over there is being a curse to GameLab.
The default plan's not working out for them, but this time around, they'll know how to play against the post plant that they themselves have been the master of. 7-5 is how we start, and GameLab.Alpha this time with the Killjoy has a bit more contact play from them, as well as that lockdown, which is going to be very powerful since there's nothing on Oasis's side to really break that on the defense.
Yeah, absolutely right. And now the attack is coming from Arcade. The turret's gonna spot them actually. Wild Oreo already damaged a little bit, but it doesn't change the fact that they're gonna push through this. One is at tower here, and the timing is not gonna be in his favor. Boogie gets a kill again and again. He does it, making it into a 3v2 situation with a spike not even planted just yet. This gives GLAB a lot of time for them to do the defense. Destroyed. Prowler is gonna kick in inside the smoke. Smoke expires, and GameLab wins the pistol round.
Wow, Boogie really being the sentinel for his team, not only holding off and giving information that because of his turret, they're pushing Arcade, guys. He's able to still hold tower. He got stunned by Savvy 8K. He peeks, still is able to get 2 somehow, and because of that, the rest of GameLab.Alpha just flood in for the retake. We see here, he lands the shots. He even moves to readjust to go for the left click, but it's going to be Georgie with a trade, and it's not going to be enough for Oasis Gaming to convert the round. We said this is a team that's been very good on attack, but with a change of composition, maybe this slow start is something that we don't expect normally.
Yeah, that's true. The whole, what do you call this? The whole raise, even the neon is what we're used to in this fracture, the more aggressive approach. But with this different configuration, it is now more of a classic setup, just as you said.
They're doing a similar strategy, though, towards GameLab. They're getting as many orbs as they can. They're on that weaker buy, and they both recognize that now is the time to really get some more into your pocket, into that bank, build up the ultimate, and it looks like they're prioritizing the orbital strike from Drax. They get some contact already, gives the info that the attackers are towards this Arcade side, but I'm pretty sure that Boogie should have heard them go for the rotate, because on the other side of the map, Nexi has managed to crawl his way a little deeper onto Satellite.
Yeah, being able to watch and see if there's anyone there by the drop area. And it seems to be safe for now. Yeah, it's ult farming, and there you go. Actually, no. They decided not to give it to Drax just yet, I believe. Or was he already 2 orbs away from his ult? Chase already has eyes on the prize. He actually gets 2. And now, quite unfortunate and fortunate for GameLab. This is a clean round for them so far. Crazy.
Thought there's a glimpse of hope there for Valorio as he takes out one for the trouble. It's a decent eco, I think, for Oasis because they're able to get some value out of it. But I think with a team like Oasis, you expect a little bit more. Now that they're on their bye, though, they will be able to have the firepower to really match the aggression coming up from the retakes of GLAB. But it's not a story set in stone, and many things can still change because GameLab still has the opportunity to make their own plays.
Yeah, they have to make sure that all of this orb funneling onto Drax is going to pay off. No one on the side of GameLab is near their ults except for Chase. If he gets, what, 3 orbs, 3 kills, close to that, we'll see if they're able to respond with a Nightfall.
Going to be able to clear out the side of Arcade, but I'm not sure if they know that Nexi's playing the deep corner. Fall X going to jiggle for info for himself, maybe even use the Moombot, decides not to as he falls back because Oasis's stack is already pressuring A main.
Yeah, and with that, there is at least Boogie being the sole guardian. He has done it in B site, and he may do it again on towards A. This is going to be a sandwich, a potential crossfire as there's 2 coming from 2 different directions. As Georgie already lands the grenade, but with the Nano Swarm, might slow the rest of Oasis down a little bit, but doesn't stop Georgie. He is on a raise. He can be on a rampage. Boombot already used for information, and that's a plant for Hall.
They planted for them. They already have the man advantage. They have the range advantage. But with ONQT still having those sky smokes available, they might not be able to play it as the smoke already goes on A main. Now it's going to force Oasis to be peeking out and exposing themselves instead into the firepower, which is all these Spectres.
Yeah, they may GameLab may potentially play close, and all of the mollies in the world can be used as well by GameLab. Look at Chase, he is gonna stick it, he is committing, even though there's an orbital strike, he doesn't care. But Spike Diffuser killed. Interestingly enough, it wasn't enough for them to actually get the defuse down. Only a millisecond left, and Oasis wins the round.
Oasis Gaming able to somehow manage to get that round. I mean, the favor is with them. They have the better buy. They have the post-plant potential because those sky smokes from GameLab just ruining a lot of their initial plans. They had the smoke on the drop. Nexi's able to get one, though, with the over-eagerness of ONQT. But the spike defuse was so close. Just a millisecond was the difference from them winning that round or not. Could have changed the momentum of this round, but at the end, we have 8-7 Oasis advantage. But with buy rounds on both teams, it's going to be up to how they play this round to really set the next stage.
Yeah, that's the most important part. Chase with only a Bulldog, a half shields, I can see. And we'll see with this arcade attack actually coming from Oasis. It's a lot of funnel. There's the C's actually as well. Fallex will deal first blood onto Georgie. It is a duelist gun on the side of GameLab.
Nexi still has control onto this drop side. They will be able to maybe rope themselves. Will both of them choose to rope? No, just the one player bringing the spike all the way onto the A main side. They have a contact turret on A main when they get there though, because Boogie is already there for the setup. Even the alarm bot on drop should spot out Nexi. They have the info now that A main's being taken, but GameLab still hasn't made a move. OQT will go delay with some smokes, but will it be enough for them to hold the site on the attack?
And here's the thing, Nexi has eyes as well if there's going to be a heavy rotation coming from Chase. And we'll see no commit just yet, actually, as they're slowly bringing the spike away from A.
I wonder if this is a good decision, though. 42 seconds. They should know that these sky smokes will eventually dissipate, and the read is very easy for GameLab as they haven't even moved the muscle. They still have the players stacked onto the B side. They still have one in Tower, one still in Canteen, and it might be enough for them to buy time for their teammates to go for the rotate.
Yeah, this is going to be very close. Chase is hiding into Arcade. He might get the spray down, and he is successful. Wild Oreo immediately trades, though, as Fallex will be the guardian of this site. And there's a lot going on with the smokes in their favor as GameLab wins this round, 8-8.
Oasis tried to pressure the B side, tried to pressure the A side, but wasn't enough pressure to really pull any rotations from GameLab. GameLab this time, similar to how Oasis played, is just not moving, being the immovable object and trusting that both Boogie as well as Owen can hold down the site with their utility, which allows Chase to play this position, getting the beautiful spray down onto Oasis Gaming as they have to funnel themselves through all the rest of GameLab's utility and firepower. It's the round that GameLab needs to keep consistently playing to get these defensive wins, and for Oasis, they have to start reading the room.
Yeah, considering that they are in the weaker buy for this round. It has been adaptation over adaptation. There's just so many layers between these two teams. And the thing is, it's just map number one. It's just map number one. We could potentially see 4 more maps, but we'll see now as GameLab, very solid in their defense. We get to see immovable, impenetrable. And what will Oasis do? Will they do the juke? Will they do the baits? Will they commit pressure again from different sides to clutch a bit of time? I wonder what the plan is.
Look at both teams, though. They're mirroring each other. GameLab was able to push out the T-spawn, but now Oasis is already there from the ropes, able to surprise them. Drax gets 2 with a frenzy that upgrades 2 of their teammates to better weapons, but Boogie gonna try to dance his way out of the situation, but Savvy is not gonna let him make any move on the dance floor as he tries to get even more. Wild Oreo with a refrag, it pushes Chase into a 1v2 situation where now Oasis Gaming has the better buy.
Yeah, all of those kills was able for Oasis to actually get upgrades on their guns, and that's the reason why Wild Oreo was able to fight toe-to-toe with the rest of GameLab that was guarding B. And now with this 1v2, very doable. Chase has Nightfall. Curious to see what the plan is, considering that it's an open plan. Don't think he'll be able to find information with that hunt, hugging the wall a little bit more with the box covering that area. The Prowler will give them the signal that he has pushed through the site, and with the C's, as he's hugging towards the outer corner, he will use the Prowler to bait out someone at least, but Georgie in the end was able to deal the final blow.
The discipline from Oasis Gaming, not only able to play the post plan correctly, they're just buying time. They know he might have utility, but nothing to really block any line of sight. We have the opportunity to peek, and we have still that grenade, but it's this unfortunate timing. I think that GameLab's plan was actually a pretty good one. We're gonna pinch both the A main and B main side. But unfortunately, on the other side, it's Oasis Gaming who did the same plan on the opposite T-spawn. And because they roped first, they just missed the timing. And so unlucky for GameLab, Oasis Gaming able to get themselves another round and the advantage so far.
It's honestly like a sandwich over a sandwich. You think that's the end of a sandwich, but there's like double buns on top of the first layer. And meanwhile, Boogie gets a kill onto Georgie with a Sheriff. That's a lot of value there, considering that Oasis is on a better buy.
It's actually very, 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 very confidence showing
Yeah.
of their team to just, I'm the sentinel, whatever. I'm just going to peek B-main if I die. Good luck, guys. But now they do get that first frag. It is rewarding when it does work out. Still risky. And now they spot out the jiggling player. Drax is going to be able to take out Owen, but Chase is still in tower. They're getting delayed off of that B-main push, which buys time for the rotate from GameLab. And since there are no players looking for Oasis, this is going to be a clean 4v4 fight.
Yeah, Drax is able to get one more, but meanwhile Chase is still in tower and at the same time still with a stinger. It's a 2v2 now.
The raise.
This is still a lot of value with a Prowler, with a lot of the C's, even the Hunt as well. Look at Chase. He is protecting the diffuser. He has to reload. 45 HP. I believe that is the C's now confirmed. I don't think Nexi can push. With 70 HP, he's able to get the headshot. And with this, it's a 1v1. Not even half at this point. Nexi has this in the bag. Potentially 30, 10 bullets. He may have to reload. I don't know. He has to play time. And there we go. 3 kills to Nexi.
Thank God. Nexi, again, is able to clutch out another round, pushing this to finally out of... You normally see them with a 1-round advantage, but now 2 rounds for Oasis Gaming separate them from GameLab.Alpha. They had a very dicey plan. GameLab.Alpha is so good and fighting these fights. We always praise their aim, and this is exactly why. They even do the smart thing of tapping the spike and double swing consistently, and it's so deadly if Nexi just wasn't as experienced as he normally is. But because of that, he's able to play it so disciplined and able to scrap their way out of another win from Oasis Gaming. This game is so close, Riku.
I know. It's so sweaty. The way that these teams just adapt every single time and manage to read what each other, what everybody's doing, rather, as now Rolling Thunder activated onto side B. It is now the commitment from Oasis. The tower actually spots him and takes him to 17 HP. Boombot's going to clear tower at least. And this is the same plant that we've seen successful for both of these teams. Rolling Thunder into Orbital Strike. Will Wild Oreo survive? It's going to be a yes. Georgie quite low at this point, but the post plant already prepared for Oasis. Nexi is in this position. It's a 1-for-1 with a trade almost immediately. And now with a lot of time in the hands of Georgie, he's 17 HP and he's making this health bar count. And he has been staying alive. He is still alive. And now it's a 2v4. This looks a bit dicey now for GameLab to even clutch.
Oasis playing so disciplined this time around. They even have the Aftershock and the Breach ability from under in case they fail or use the Molly too early. Able to force GameLab out. They're forced to save. And it's going to be Georgie with his low HP on the hunt. Going to try to get more value out of this. Be a little too far from the spike. The stun's going to come through. They know that they're going to be on the A side. They're going to continue the pressure and not give them any chance to save. But the time is just going to take fast enough for GameLab to salvage both of their rifles.
Yeah, it has just the consolation prize that they're able to get. Yes, only a couple of rifles in their hands. And for Oasis, you're right. It always has been a consistent 1 score gap between the two. But now Oasis feels like they have stabilized.
Stabilization is always great, and maybe they're going to add some more information to that for GameLab as they go into that timeout. They look at their economy right now. They have a couple rifles here and there. They'll be able to buy up at least for Fall X. He'll still have the double satchel with him. But Owen QT has to make the decision of whether to buy the utility, go for the half armor, because he really needs those sky smokes to work. On the upside, though, it's great for them because it shows how strong they are on the retake, but they just have to get the right timing. They have to get the right read because Oasis Gaming somehow has taken control of the latter half of this game with their ability to play the post plant even better. And this time, Georgie has the ultimate. Nexi, especially with this neural theft, if they get the pick early, can secure this round, giving them the information as they know. Because now with the buff on Cypher, not only does it waste time, but because you have that double info pings on the entire enemy team, you can really see the entire rotate, especially in a rotate-heavy map like Fracture.
And that is the ultimate that GameLab definitely needs. No one is close to their ult except towards Chase. So they may want to potentially funnel their orbs and see if they can get orb control at least to take it for a possible retake.
Fall X looks like he's postured with his ally Breach to already fight this arcade push from Oasis. They get the spot out, but it's going to be multiple on multiple people. We're going to make contact here. The flashes come through as well as the stun. They're going to be able to spot out one. Boogie and Fall X able to already start the round with 2. Able to try to get more, but Savvy AK is going to strike back. On the other side, the pinch coming in from Boogie and Chase is going to eliminate the chances of Oasis Gaming to play multiple man. It's going to be only Drax alone, but it's not going to be enough either as Rich goes for the attack. and it's just not what Oasis was hoping for. They tried to change the pace. They went on the opposite side, but it's the adaptation from GameLab after the attack pause that really changed the momentum.
Yeah, we were just talking about how GameLab.Alpha, they had what do you call it? They don't have the answer ult-wise versus Oasis Gaming. This could potentially set up for a possible snowball into match point into what, 13. But the thing is, when GameLab is unpredictable, they're unpredictable and they do it right.
The thing about Oasis Gaming is when you look at their statistics, even in the regular season, yes, they're one of their top teams. For a while, they were the top team. But looking at the actual matches, they always are in this familiar situation where it's 11-9, 12-10, 13-11. They're very, very close to winning, and it's just slightly out of reach, and they somehow managed to rise above. But this is not the story that you want, because Oasis Gaming is trying to build themselves to win VCT, and having this many close games is so much more mental pressure. As I think Vil mentioned on the panel, GameLab this time around, they've proven everything that they have to, and they're proving themselves even more because they're pushing Oasis Gaming to the brink.
Yeah, especially when we look at the regular season, GameLab.Alpha was able to 2-1 Oasis. And the fact still stands that Vil mentioned also in the panel, he said, every single time it goes to the last game, last map, GameLab.Alpha wins. So it is a testament of how strong their endurance and mental fortitude is when it comes to these long drawn fights.
Speaking of their strengths, they also have a strength in their ult economy, as FallX as well as Chase will have the Nightfall and the Raze ult almost immediately off of one orb. But the action actually starts as Drax takes out one. Owen gonna go for the response. It's gonna be Wild Oreo going for the trade. Driss able to get and salvage more, but Georgie on the other hand, it's trade spawn trade, just multiple players as Oasis Gaming already claimed the site.
Yeah, it's going to be an A hit this time as we get to see Boogie rotating from far away. Now everybody's going to come from CT spawn at least, and one coming from drop, having that high ground. Curious to see how the retake story will be as there's 3 players still alive from Oasis with a crossfire actually set up coming from Hall. You get to see Boogie though, coming from Sands. Curious, he will trigger the door sound though if he wants to push through that area. He dodges the flash. And now he finds Chase as well, but Boogie immediately trades. 1v2 though. There's not a lot of time. He needs to push through this side. He needs to push through a very closed area, and Boogie decides to just retreat instead.
He's going to retreat, he's going to save that Vandal or Phantom. The rifle in the hands of GLAB will be very important now that Oasis is on match point. Not even stopping the pressure. Savvy AK going to try to get more, but Oasis Gaming played it so well. It's so hard for GameLab to really make a move there. They have no controller, and they have no Sentinel that has a way of blocking line of sight. Playing and burning time just puts more value into the breach as his Aftershock recharges, and it's almost impossible for them to win that 3v2 unless they're able to get the isolation, which Oasis is aware of and not giving them a chance of doing so. Now they have equal buy though, and Chase has the Nightfall to work with, and it might be enough, especially with the operator in the hands of this player.
This is gonna be a bit dicey here. Who's gonna peek? Who's gonna peek? No, Drax denies the op kill.
Drax is able to convert the operator, such a huge investment. Just the hero play trying to get one was not enough. FallX a little too wide on the spray. Oasis Gaming gives them the go signal to go for the site hit.
This is very incredibly important for Oasis here. They're match point already. Chase still guarding this area. At least Boogie is going to get taken down by Georgie. And now Chase has the Nightfall. ONQD is going to wrap around this area, forced to use his movement speed across. Spray transfer from Chase. He did a lot of work making it a 2v1. It's all up to ONQT now to survive this map. And now the rotates coming through towards A. They know that everyone from GLAB came from that area. But look at ONQT. He's going to go through T-spawn instead.
It's gonna be Chase who breathes life and gives his teammate a chance to win this round, putting him in this 1v2. He has one Sky Smoke, he has that molly to work with, and Drax already planting the spike with his teammate watching the cross. They only have to play against the contact of one with almost 100 HP in total. Owen, the pressure is on. He's already cooking here on the A main side. He will be able to isolate maybe one player. He spotted out. Will he win the 1v1? But Drax is able to eliminate the enemy Brimstone and secure Oasis Gaming's first map here on Fracture.
That was too close. That could have been a 12-10 score. But this is definitely what Oasis will be happy to take, winning the first map in this series.
Already a lot of fist bumps and high fives from the Oasis gang. They're on the boot camp. We're going to see how this team is so excited to get that first momentum and how they're going to move on to the second map.
I was too close though. That could have ended into our very first BO5 overtime. But it didn't. It didn't.
So close.
It was too close. It was too close. But you gotta appreciate the showcase of adaptation between these two teams. GameLab tried to be unpredictable, but it felt like Oasis was prepared for that unpredictability in some rounds.
I think Oasis has a good read on what they can possibly do, but if we look at the post-game to see exactly how they went, we can see that Boogie, the Sentinel for GameLab, being their MVP, and on the other side we have Drax, the IGL of Oasis Gaming, using his brain and his aim to land himself that MVP spot as well.
Yeah, there was a lot of, instances where, again, especially at the second half, a lot of the orbs was definitely invested onto Drax, and all of the orbital strikes, the mollies, as well as how he's able to deny information away from GameLab really paid dividends.
Look at the difference though. Normally we see these statistics and the post plants are always like 50-50 is not the right number, but 6 out of 6 post plants for Oasis and 5 out of 8 for GameLab. It shows the discipline of both teams that once they know the objective is already planted and they're burning the time, all they have to do is play around that objective. Looking at the map highlights, we can see that GLAB, still with their superior aim, has really pushed that firepower limit to the brink, able to set themselves up for the amazing plays that they have and even play that post plant correctly. While Oasis Gaming though, even though they have the reads, it's not the pacing that you'd expect from a top team like this. They managed to get the first map, but it also shows a lot of their weaknesses moving on to the next map.
Yeah, Oasis, what you said, 8 out of 8 post plants, they played the crossfires really well, but it's one of those things where as a team that is aiming for the top spot in VCT, you wouldn't want this map, this series, to be as close as what we saw in Fracture.
Especially because they played this map yesterday against NAOS. They also are going to be playing the map that they played against NAOS in the next map that we have here for our lower bracket finals. And it really shows that Oasis Gaming, if you do your research, you can learn a lot about how they play and you can counter them. I don't think that they expected how explosive that GameLab.Alpha was, but we also don't expect the unexpected here when it's going to be Draxi delivering the win for Grab Unlimited and Oasis Gaming's first map. You can use the QR code on the side of his very happy picture right there for your own free deliveries.
Absolutely happy for that win. Of course, that'll take them, take Oasis into, of course, the advantage. Not only that, momentum, also confidence boost, especially when we consider their series against NAOS yesterday, where they fell down to the lower bracket. This is an incredibly important start and win as they continue on this series.
We talk about Oasis Gaming a lot, but also I want to mention how well that GameLab has really played. We always talk about how they're that one-dimensional team, but they've shown in recent games how they've really adapted. They changed their comp on Pearl, and now they even play Fracture a bit more disciplined, and they have that glimmer that the top teams have that really shows that they can secure the round once the objective is already in their sights.
Yeah, not gonna lie, I feel like that's the reason why Lotus is banned. I feel like GameLab is an incredible team when it comes to that map. But of course, we still have a lot of maps coming for you, potentially 4 more. We don't know. To find out, stick around to see the conclusion of our lower bracket finals. But before that, we are going to head on over to a break, so we'll see you in a while. Welcome back to Valorant Challengers Philippines, and we're currently in the middle of a very important series. It is the lower bracket finals between Oasis Gaming and GameLab.Alpha. We're going to be your casters still. We're going to stick through the entire day, which in the English broadcast, Riku here. Riku, this is me. This is Fluffy02. I was pointing at you for some
I'm
reason.
the big one, she's the small one.
I'm a teeny tiny one. Yes, Sir, you're watching the English broadcast, but of course, this isn't just the only broadcast we have. We also have the Filipino broadcast for you guys. We're live at Facebook and as well as on YouTube and Twitch as well. So you do choose whichever broadcast you want, and we're just going to be here for you through the entire day.
And after you're done selecting which broadcast you'd prefer, we'd also like to remind you guys that if you prefer to get some snacks, you can always use the GRAB Unlimited code flash on the screen on the side. Celebrate great wins with great food and enjoy free delivery every day. Subscribe to GRAB Unlimited now with only free 0 pesos on your first month.
Yeah, that's the important part. Free on your first month. And of course, you'll definitely need some food coming in because it has been a very close and intense series between Oasis Gaming and GameLab.Alpha. It was, what, a 13-9 score. And we're heading over to Ascent as our second map between these two teams. Oasis is going to be starting on defense first and GameLab on attack.
You might have that free grab delivery, but what's not going to be free are any of the wins for this best of 5, because we saw already that the tone has been set the first map, round after round, post-plant after post-plant, both teams knowing how to play their own game and knowing how the enemy team plays. This time around, though, not much information for Oasis Gaming. They've been hiding this Ascent map, and now that we're towards the ends of their VCT split 1, they're showing now they have the Nexi on that Cypher, they have that Omen, they also have the KO for the double initiator gameplay.
And the thing is, it's quite similar so far with the configuration that both of these teams have assembled. But the biggest difference is the Cypher versus Killjoy connection for Ascent.
We have Cypher. When you have it, it gives you more actual information. It allows you to leave the site, especially on the defense, and I think it's slightly better on attack if you're able to make those lurk plays. On the other side, though, we have Killjoy. It brings its own unique sense of utility. It allows you to hold those longer angles and play post-plan better. You have the Nano Swarms. You also have the Lockdown. But one thing to remember is both teams have the KO, and both teams do have that Sova, meaning a lot of these post-plan plays that they had in the first map can be interrupted by either the Suppress or the Hunter's Fury.
It's going to be exciting to see how they'll execute these similarities when it comes to compositions, and as well as the biggest difference in their Sentinel plays. Just as you said, there's not a lot of information when it comes to Oasis for the Ascent map in particular. And that's exactly what GameLab has to work with. Not a lot, and therefore a lot more on relying on the on-the-fly adaptation against this team.
Oasis Gaming is really proving themselves this game. The last time they fought against this team, GameLab was able to beat them, and starting the momentum with the first map on the Oasis side surely is great for the mental for Oasis Gaming as they start the first round with a very aggressive push up on the mid, even on the defensive side, when Nexi is going to be the one holding the rest of the B site.
Yeah, it's a full-on garage attack. No one's going to be coming from mid, actually. And there's the smokes coming through, but with the shock darts in play, that's just a lot of work. One wanted to reach through the door, Fallx will actually fall, and the doors are now broken. This is an explosive start with our pistol round. OwenQD hugging the corner, but he's going to get greeted by 2 people. And with this, though, they're not in the numbers advantage.
They also don't have the positioning advantage. Every player is on site, and Oasis has the information already as they push up on B main. They have the contact play, they have the cages to work through, and the man advantage. The bullets are raining down towards lane, but no pressure is being dropped from the stairs side. Now it's only going to be both players eventually. Wild Oreo is going to take him out.
Man, crazy stuff, because Fallx wanted to grab the door switch. He's able to grab the door switch, but immediately falls, so they lost the duelist almost immediately.
I love grab as well, but also we have to love how Oasis Gaming was able to take that retake, able to isolate the fights, take out the switch player, and I think OwenQT's positioning there, just losing that controller so early on, gave Oasis the freedom to really push up. They had no B main pressure, they were stuck on site, and it was just a waterfall of bullets and utility coming from Oasis Gaming for that round. Hopefully the adaptation starts here for GameLab.
Yeah, with a Marshall now in play for Dritch. Might potentially play actually towards mid. Has sights on short, possibly in Catwalk, and that's the first blood actually making it count.
the aggression from Oasis Gaming. They started out with a mid push. They're trying to do it again in the second round, but punished by GLAB, able to get that kill with the Marshall. It's going to be the force for them in a way. They have Dritch, but the flash is going to come through. Alex falls down into the sky as Drax and Wild Oreo is able to clean up the mistakes made earlier from Oasis Gaming and salvage the round in their favor.
Yeah, now there's the swing back into Oasis as Drax kills ONQT. The spike is in the middle of this door, this entry point. With the smoke coming through, actually, that's not going to help him at all as Drax gets another kill.
He gets another kill, trying to get the spike there. Now left 1v4. He landed the shot on Georgie, though, so this Marshall is very potent. And if Oasis should be very aware of his positioning. He hasn't moved from this mid-link side. And Oasis is just going to snatch that win as Marky peeks up and gets that Vandal kill, moving that Vandal on to the third round, which is the buy round of GLAB.
Yeah, that's a lot of value on the side of Oasis. Only one person has fallen. It was through mid. I mean, it showed promise on the attack on towards A, but again with a spike, with Drax eliminating someone through the smoke, it was just a clean round for Oasis after.
Clean round and the momentum shifting in Oasis's favor, but GLAB is surely prepared to stop this. The retake setup, though, from Nexi is going to protect the backside. Maybe going to play off it, expecting that the suppress is going to come for him, but it's actually going to land on the other side as Dritch is going to try to make an attempt on the A pressure, but Oasis already spots him out. Georgie not even needing his teammates to swing out. I'm not sure if they got the info that more players are there because of that.
Yeah, the attack was pretty much spread out coming from GameLab, and now the attack is on short from ValX, but he's actually being spaced away from this area and forced to run away.
They're taking so much chip damage for GLAB, already 70 HP, and that's the only entry duelist that they do have. Bowie, though, is able to get mid-control, and that's going to force Oasis to move around the map a bit more, have to kind of scrounge and scramble themselves to salvage some map control as they have so many players playing into the unknown, but Nexi's going to hold the backside at least to buy some time.
Yeah, we'll have to see if this one-man army on backside is going to be effective. There's a lot of players from GameLab already ready to penetrate through his defenses. They know that he's positioned right here. He's ready for the peek, and the Bucky is not going to work out. Chase already with a plant actually on the spike, and it's a 1v1, and Wild Oreo denies that away from them. It's a start for Oasis on this 3-0.
The Nano Swarm onto the backside, just pushing Nexi out of position, forcing Wild Oreo to go for the clutch, but it's actually going to be ONQT going to be able to end the round.
You know, he was such a huge... He was basically an omen. I didn't actually see him. He was in the shadows. I thought it was a 1v1, and it was a 1v2 in the end. Well played, ONQT.
He's teleporting everywhere, even into our brains and across our eyes as we look upon Boogie and how he's able to get this map control, but Wild Oreo is just able to really stop that defense.
Because of that Boogie kill towards mid, into sight, that was a huge deal for GameLab.
And now we see that the one-way is going to delay Drax from actually getting some info. He's going to stop a lot of the attacking pressure, though, and it's going to be a clear A-main signal. Will he expect OwenQT to be above and beyond the angle? He's not looking. He spots out Drax, but he's not going to make the shot. Holding it now, the advantage towards Owen. Is Drax going to peek into it? No, the timing. They're just missing each other ever so slightly. Well, throughout the rest of the map, it looks like GameLab is just moving and trying to get as much space as they can, as they know that they have that lower buy and they have to make the move.
And now what would be the call be for GameLab? So far, it has been quite patient, quite slow this time around. And the decision, rather, with OwenQT pushing very close to the A site at this point, with the spike now being brought to A. And now everybody's stacked onto long. Well, not everyone. It's a 2v1 potentially. And now Catwalk. I don't think they're going to peek this corner as Georgie's going to spray down onto GameLab, but Dritch will trade right away. Wilder is going to push quite close. He gets the headshot. 4 bullets left. 3v1 at this point. All up to Chase. He closes the door, tries his EV and gets someone. As the door closes, he will get the plant down at least. And with a shock dart, he's going to damage one. No, Oasis gets that 3 kill coming from Wild Oreo.
Wild Oreo in the previous 2 rounds able to get so much value, not only with his rifling skills, but the utility coming on from KO. They're able to secure this 4-0 lead, which I think that if you were on the side of GameLab, maybe you'd call a tactical pause soon because you have to start adjusting your strategies. You're on your buy now, so maybe you'll just let this one through. And as I say that, it looks like that one of the teams is going to go for attack pause.
Very understandable considering it has been a 4-0 start coming from Oasis. And the patience coming from Georgie here to stay in this corner. Didn't get the second one. Dritch is able to basically trade immediately. But at the end of the day, Oasis, very strong defensive maneuver so far.
They use so much util though for Oasis Gaming, and now it's GameLab who has the advantage in terms of ultimates. Either, or almost all of them actually, have the ability to get their ult this round. It can be a game changer. The null command coming out from Dritch could shut down a lot of these Cypher setups, as well as the lockdown from Boogie, able to take so much space without the Hunter's Fury active from Marky. Although Oasis Gaming might be able to have that if they choose to fight for the Orbicide. After GLAB's timeout, maybe they're going to adjust their strategies a bit because they have to be wary of the own null command from Wild Oreo.
Yeah, there's definitely a lot to worry about on the side of GameLab, so this is definitely the time for them to shut down the momentum that Oasis has built up in this map.
They have the time to already think of what they're going to do. All that's left is for the players to execute it. This time around, though, we look at the defensive setup, and it looks like Oasis is going to stack Nexi up onto the A side, expecting a change of pace from GameLab. But GameLab, with a default push, already has the recon dart for the mid side, and getting some info. It's going to be destroyed, knowing that Oasis likes to take mid and likes putting Georgie very close, able to get those frags that we know him for.
He's very scary on the jet for sure. But no one is pushing through these orb sites, which means GameLab has to guess whether or not they want to risk it, put some ults onto Chase, put some ults onto Dritch, just as you said, maybe even Fall X for the knives as a, as a consolation prize in case they, don't win this round. But it has been slow. GameLab has been playing their time.
They've been playing time, but not playing the game of getting space. They're able to control what they have, but they need to get more. 50 seconds on the clock is all that is left for the round, and they have to start making the move. Looks like they're going to start crawling themselves way into B main, droning it out, but the sound of the drone should alert Oasis Gaming. That's most probably the hit. Owen Cutie might get a timing off of this, as they might be faking B presence and shifting over mid with that mid smoke. The dark cover is going to cover all the paths for them to pass, but will they push? No, they won't. They're going to dash into sight. And the Cypher Trap, though.
Wow, that gives away information. Chase is playing really far from the team, and he's unable to actually get a kill from that play, from that decision. Now GameLab, a lot of these kills now, 4v3 at this point. With this said, Dritch will meet eye to eye with Marky possibly, but the timing isn't there. He's watching mid in case somebody rotates from that area. He's playing quite close, and the timing is in his favor. He knows he's there. It could be a 2v1. But again, GameLab, all they have to do is play time. All they have to do is wait and defend this spike. And Dritch gets the kill. Fallex as well. Drax 2 HP. And that is the first round win coming from GameLab.
GameLab changing their pace a bit. They're going to fake B. They control middle with a dark cover. They're going to move and shift themselves up onto Catwalk as well as that short side to take 3, even leaving 1 player. Georgie, though, had the game sense that there might be 1 lurker taking him out, but it's the delay coming out from KO, from short, who really set the tone. Dritch just playing with Oasis Gaming there, giving his team the ability to play that 2v2 perfectively.
Yeah, it was all very worth it on the side of GameLab. We keep praising this team as their strategy is to strong arm the sites. Their strategy is to rely on their key players like Fallex, like Boogie, and now it seems to be a Fallex story as he's currently top of the standings and has been making things work.
This time, they're going to change pace yet again. Going to go for a faster mid-take, not giving Oasis Gaming the chance to take it as they themselves has adapted to push out the main. They're going to send one to fight Boogie, but Boogie's already prepared. He's dropped, low HP. The dash to bait out one is able to use it to get enough space to get the frag. And now pushing to this 3v3, it equalizes, but suddenly everything is shifting. It's Dritch and Chase against the world as Oasis Gaming get a foothold and a breather for both teams.
Yeah, that was really good. They were jiggle peeking. They were baiting out a lot of these bullets from the side of GameLab. They were forced into this open space with having to choose to reload or stick it. And at this point, GameLab is in a chokehold right now. It is still 3 players. heavily guarded A, and there's still there's still Wild Oreo, and the knife will spot out these players.
They have the information to work with, and the attackers don't have a controller to block any line of sight. This delay is just enough with 24 seconds on the clock. They know they have to commit to the site. The recon dart does come out, but the response flash as well. They know that one's on lane. They saw the B main guy off of the shoulder peak of Wild Oreo, and the scan, even going to get more value. The Hunter's Fury going to be invested just to secure the round. They know where the last player is, and he's just going to be blasted as Marky is the Hunter for today. He has 5-1 currently in favor of Oasis Gaming, and another round for them.
And this is crazy because whenever we see Oasis, at least as of recent games, it's not they win, but it's not snowbally wins. But this time it seems to be the story is very opposite.
Maybe it has something to do with the fact that because they haven't played much Ascent, they're able to play their game more often than they would other maps where they can be as anti-stratted and VODs can be reviewed. This time around though, they invested the Hunter's Fury so early, and now Boogie is the one with the Killjoy ultimate. The lockdown has no counter this time around if Wild Oreo doesn't use the null command too fast. Because speaking of fast, they execute already into A.
Yeah, after playing a lot of time, now they're playing fast. The scan is going to get a lot of information actually for the side of Oasis. There's going to be 3 from Heaven, but with line of sight blocked, they have the information starved at this point. Boogie's playing far back, but then Nexi wins the 1v1. Fall X gonna play from hell at this point, waiting for someone to drop down from Heaven as Wild Oreo finds him actually. 4v1. ONQD is all up to you now to execute this, but Oasis denies that away from him.
Oasis Gaming, they used the recon dart early. They had no Hunter's Fury. They were able to retake the site still, even with the lack of utility timing. Still just waterfalling themselves out of Heaven and crashing onto GameLab.Alpha.
Yeah, that's insane. The fact that, what do you call this? We usually see a big Boogie being very confident with these lurks, trying to see if catch someone off of the rotation, but Nexi is able to win that 1v1.
The flash actually from Drax was able to secure so much of sight. The value from the paranoia from Oasis Gaming, able to give the opportunity for their Heaven players to peek out. 6-1's the current score, and you did mention normally it's always a close score. Even though Oasis Gaming somehow manages to get on top, for the most part, they felt the GLAB, but it's always close. This time around, that snowball is starting to build for Oasis as the confidence builds up as well.
Exactly, it's already 6-1, and now GameLab with a weaker buy. This is exactly what Oasis wants. Georgie will get flushed out of his position, already has the dash equipped. Let's see if he's going to challenge this. Ooh.
Nexi knows.
Yeah, Nexi knows. Nexi sees this. Marky kills. And now with this, there's one person trapped from GameLab here at backside. He's going to get sandwiched, and now he has been eliminated. And at this point, GameLab falling like dominoes on their weaker buy.
They even get the neural theft to get additional information. They don't want to lose any round, willing to invest everything that they need so that they don't lose their economy or their lead, using that neural theft as well as the owl drone to spot out more players. Georgie goes for the contest, but it's going to be him who's going to win the round, or at least his gunfight. The rest of his team, though, Chase, is going to try to get some pot shots, but the rest of the team, oh, the fake flash coming in from Markilov. He's going to try to go for more peaks, but it's going to get shut down. This paranoia is going to miss slightly, but the other flash is going to connect. It's going to be enough for Oasis to push their lead even further.
7-1. Oasis is feeling it on their defense round. And GameLab, we keep talking, when we talk about this team, we mentioned that they rely heavily on the momentum when they're on the attacking side. And the opposite story is now happening to this team.
This is one of those maps that I think Vil pointed out very well in the panel. He said that the maps that are older are the ones that Oasis Gaming has been always stronger in compared to the newer ones like Pearl and Breeze. And moving to a basic map like Ascent, it's really showing the difference of experience as the recon already comes out for this quick attack from GameLab.
And Fall X already pushing through the cyber cage. He's going to dash in, reaching for the switch. Nexi denies that though, and everybody's going to follow through this area in Garage. And Georgie's still pretty much alive, playing close, but the smoke will help him stealthily reposition. And with GLAB, only 3 members left, by the way. ONQD circling from Market, but someone's behind you. It's Wild Oreo, surprise. But this may buy some time for Oasis, actually denied by Nexi. Sexy Nexi is at it again.
He's so good at holding these sites. He didn't pop the cam. They just played contact. They sprayed through the attacking team, knowing that they're funneled throughout that B-main choke. And with Wild Oreo on the side to help out Market, Nexi's able to survive, able to get even more value with that Cypher camera setup and lane setup. One thing that Oasis is doing very well too, that you can see, is that their confidence has really been showing. I think that when they're down, this team has that tendency to maybe back off and play a bit scared sometimes. But you can see that they're not afraid to peak. They have the confidence in each other this time around to really go for these fights, and they've been winning.
And it felt like it really, truly, winning that fracture map was so important to see this Oasis that we're seeing right now. Just as you said, a lot of confidence, a lot of shining moments from every single player from Oasis, now very consistent. And so far, again, their trouble, at least for GameLab, whenever they're on attack, when they have to deal with Nexi, it's always a big 50-50. Where is he going to be? Is he going to be at B? Is he going to be at A? Where is his setup?
Speaking of the Sentinels, Nexi always has the ability to hold the site. We see the value. But for the other side, Boogie, normally we know he is capable of these frags, but the utility from KJ, is it working out for them? Are they using the nano swarms to really get the space that they need? And this knife is already going to spot out 3 players from behind A main. Oasis is going to be already made aware from this with this double initiator setup.
Yeah, I'm not even sure if the lockdown has been committed just yet. It always has been either reset or with guns. Dritch climbing his way, coming from catwalk. Their attack has been mid. Dritch actually gets the headshot onto Marky. And that's a welcome kill coming from Boogie as well. Again, this is the thrifty round. Wild Oreo again, trying to ruin GLAB's day. And with this...
Another!
Yeah, another one. Their sheriff rounds are crazy. Jory's going to play close. He's going to use the smoke with a cloud burst as well. He's going to use this to maneuver around. But he has someone from behind, but it doesn't matter. He still gets the headshot. Insane, Georgie. And 12 seconds on the clock. With this, Boogie is forced to use the lockdown now. They know where everybody's going to be coming from. The spray's not going to work. Georgie is insane with the 4K.
He starts off by getting the first frag, goes for the wrist breaker, going for the 180, able to waterfall himself onto the side, take the space that he needs. We were talking about how Killjoy and Boogie was something that they need to start utilizing. He was able to land the insane shot on the jiggle, even uses lockdown, but that's not the time to, or not enough util to really convert the round. They still have to get for more. They're able to punish this play from Oasis Gaming, though. Always losing this player, unless it's Georgie who has to dash out, but Marky a bit over-eager on that side. The spray down from Oasis Gaming, enough, though, to secure an even further lead. And GameLab seem to be struggling in finding their own steps.
Yeah, that's the thing. I know it was a thrifty round. They had the numbers advantage. They were able to kill 2, and then Georgie just ruins the entire plan in an instant.
GameLab.Alpha, these mad scientists,
Yeah.
but they're not in the position right now to make any more experiments. They can't try anything. They have to figure out what works. So far, they've gotten the A side, but the operator now in the hands of Georgie might change the pace of things as he has to wait for this dark cover as well as to suppress the fade before anything to happen.
Yeah, with that, the spike has already been planted. Now it's the retake. We'll see how Oasis is going to do this as Boogie gets a double kill. Actually, Georgie with a response on his op kill. But with this Molly, he is very starved for space. Folix doing a lot of work, and Chase as well. The rest of GameLab is fighting back.
They've found the formula to success. These scientists have figured out, but maybe a little bit too late. They still have a chance of getting that 9-3. And as we've seen in the recent lock-in, 9-3 is always winnable, especially if you keep that momentum and spirits high. GameLab.Alpha finally strike back to Oasis Gaming. But is it enough for them? Is it enough rounds for them to, when they're on the defense, to really secure this map, unless Oasis Gaming has other plans?
Yeah, that's the biggest question. They need to deny momentum. They need to continue with this possible 9-3. It is possible. We saw Boogie. We keep talking about him. He was the MVP, SVP on Fracture as Georgie gets a headshot, actually, as we spoke about him. We were talking about him, and now he's gone in this round.
They're unleashing Georgie, not letting him stop. The pressure always on the Hunter's Fury as well. Oh, it's going to miss ever so slightly onto Chase. He gets tagged, but will the kill confirm? It won't be. It'll be Dritch and Owen sweeping up Oasis Gaming as they scramble to get more positioning. Fall X dropping one more. It's all up to Marky. He has the control up onto the CT side, but will he be able to spot out one? No. Owen QT's lurk is able to secure that 9-3 curse for them, which hopefully is going to be the 9-3 comeback for GameLab.
Yeah, that is definitely the hope for GameLab here. You mentioned it is time for this reset. It is time for this mad scientist to take that win, 2 wins straight from the first half into the defending side. We keep talking about this team that they're ever so reliant on being attackers first to gain a snowball potential, but they have to play on a different side this time.
These Alchemists really need to change the form of which they're playing because they need as many rounds as they can, and this pistol will be the most pivotal. Able to secure this means that you might even get a better chance of winning the second round, and winning that just breeds and breeds that momentum forward and forward. And Oasis Gaming's job now is to stop that, not starting their bleeding early, because if they get this, it'll be close to match point.
Yeah, absolutely. They don't have a lot of leeway here with Oasis now 1 win away from the double digits. And you can tell that they were feeling the aim from the previous 2 rounds because look at them, all goes. As you can see, Georgie just diving in, but Boogie denies that. It is a 1-for-1 trade, however. And with that said, Spike may potentially rotate.
They lose their duelist as he supermans himself onto Market. He's able to take out Chase, which denies some information, but with a double initiator as well from GLAB, still going to have the knife to work with. Already expecting that A hit. They see that there's one player dropped to 22 HP. If they chase him, it might be enough time. He gets the timing though, and Drax is able to get that first frag. Fall X on the late alert, pops a dash, able to get more. Oh, and QT, are you going to be able to spam through the door? Yes, you will. Is going to be able to get Drax.
Here we go. Marky coming from the cyber cage, and he's able to get a kill on the Fall X. Boogie is right there to greet him though. And now half HP towards Nexi. Sentinel versus Sentinel. They decide to just walk away. The timing is perfect for either GameLab or Oasis. That is the question. With a 1v2 scenario and the turret in Catwalk, he isn't going to go through there. He's going to wrap around instead. Nexi, it's all up to him to get the plant down with 20 seconds on the clock.
GameLab's already pinging that the turret can see him the moment that he crosses this. And without the cyber cage, he will get pinged out. He will get spotted. And the information gathered means that GameLab knows exactly where to rotate. He has priority though, so he'll get the timing off of it. He has 1 trip to work with, but the camera's too far to retrieve. He'll get the plant. But with a frenzy in hand, we know how deadly this can be up close.
Yeah, that's the biggest question. But they know where he's positioned towards these boxes. All they have to do is peek. Is he going to play Ring Around the Rosie? That's the question. He gets the kill first. Nexi, you are doing it. Can you do it? Oh, and QT denies that. And now it's 9-4.
GameLab flank upon flank, lurk upon lurk. It felt like it was the flank fight that really determined this round, able to just trade each other and leave enough of their team members to make the impact frags that they needed as the round progressed later on. They lost the first man early with his dive from Georgie, but I think Oasis Gaming was expecting a bit more from that entry, trying to get sight, but they were just hindered by the fact that all the utility from B was too much for them to handle. Calling that rotate a bit too late forced Nexi into this 1v1 that really was not into his favor with his low HP.
Yeah, exactly. And the fact that you said that turret was pivotal. Did Nexi stay and commit to A? Did he move to B with that rotate? That turret did a lot of work for GameLab when it comes to information.
Now that turret's going to be set up on the B side as the attack is going to be postured to take that smoke, maybe go for that mid hit, but now it's going to be the alarm bot going to spot out. The knife's not going to hit the timing. Georgie will be known that he's going to be in the mid side. He knows that the alarm bot is there, but it might be slightly to the left. It's already shot out for him, so GameLab should know that mid is in the control of Oasis Gaming. How will they respond from this? They respond by Fall X, starting off with a kill from Drax.
Crazy stuff. First blood from GameLab, and Chase follows through. Marky gonna come from Catwalk. He's gonna meet eye to eye with Fall X across the smoke, but the timing is not gonna be in his favor. He actually faces back against this area, but good thing he is safe for now, as Dritch is gonna slow down this potential push from Long with the mollies, with a knife. Oh, there you go, with a flash coming in. 1-for-1, at least 4v2 in the numbers advantage towards GameLab.
They know that there's some player on Wine, but the paranoia is going to come through, pushing them out, giving the control, but Nexi's still going to be able to manage to land the shot. 2v3, the recon dart is out, and it's going to push Owen QT off the angle as they try to rat their way onto the right side of the orb. That way he can get a better swing. They still get to punish one more. 56 HP, the shock darts, if any of them connected, is going to be enough. They still have the Iron Drone to work with, as they know that there's one dice player. They have to be wary, though, because they're brought low.
This is very, very dicey, just as you said. With 12 HP, you know someone is there, but to the left, does he know there's someone by doors? Boogie denies that, and Chase follows through. It is slowly turning into a very, very close map.
round after round, pause after pause, buy after buy. GameLab is concocting their own formula to success as they push themselves on this ascent map to a 9-5. But Oasis Gaming is able to still do enough damage that only two Spectres are carried over from that forest, meaning that they have the option in GameLab to go for the forest, or maybe they'll stick with this lower buy as Oasis has the advantage, as well as making sure that they have the correct plan with this tactical timeout.
Yeah, it felt like Nexi did a lot of work at long, able to kill 2 people with his Sheriff. Is able to get him towards his neural theft, which is going to be absolutely pivotal, considering the fact that, again, Oasis badly wants this double digit, badly wants to keep the score gap that they have built at the very first half of this map.
Able to secure that lead and secure it even further. GameLab.Alpha, though, they have their own time to breathe. This stack works both ways. They have time to plan as well, especially on this lower buy. It might be even more valuable for GameLab.Alpha, not even going to be committing their own pause for this half, going to be able to make their own plan. And what are they going to do? As we hop onto the game shortly, we will see what the final outcome of this is, because Nexi, if they play slow and get a pick, will get a lot of value off that neural theft.
We'll see continuously GameLab ever since the last 2 rounds from the first half happened. GameLab's aim went on a roll like 3 times. They crunk it up a notch, and it feels like after that they've been leaning towards that. Oh, Georgie is gonna get singled out on towards Garage. Oasis now losing 1 member. Same can be said for GameLab. It's no duelist for both of these sides now.
A ballsy move from Oasis Gaming, trying to use Georgie again as a missile, sending him into the unknown. He's able to get that frag, though, which pops the neural theft and allows Oasis Gaming to move even more freely towards the map. They know where the setup is from A. They might be using the Owl drone to fake the attack onto the A site, knowing that there's less players there, where actually they're going to hit the B hit. It's going to pull some rotations. Already, ONQT is far from the B side. It's only going to be Dritch holding this angle.
Yeah, on towards Spawn with a knife, though, might give him information. That is the question. Wild Oreo quite low already.
Oh.
And the headshot coming from Drax will do it. And this opens up Oasis towards the B site. We'll see now with a big wraparound, with a big rotation still coming from GameLab. So risky. He's out in the open here. We'll see if they are able to do this retake. He's playing quite far, wanting to spot out someone coming from either Market or possibly from Garage.
Oh, the trip.
Yeah, they're able to destroy that. At least Drax denies that again. And with this 2v4, this seems to be a very dicey retake from GameLab as Boogie reduces the numbers of Oasis right now. But so far, it's very difficult with Nexi playing so close like this and setting up the crossfire. Never mind, I am denied, I am corrected. I am so sorry. GameLab is able to still take his game to 9-6.
9-6, they're able to upgrade their weapons as well. Oasis Gaming seemed to have it. They had the man advantage, they had the positional advantage, but they played so close and they were so low that the lower buy from GameLab really didn't matter. At that range, they were still as deadly as ever, able to get more kills for them, able to get more frags, and able to get the better positioning, because Oasis Gaming's crossfire is so easily destroyed when you play like that.
Yeah, it has been the Boogie story, it has been a Dritch story, and ONQT as well. Fall X also being sent like a missile earlier, but now he has the operator to be that guarding tower for mid.
Marky, though, preparing the recon dart, they break the recon from GLAB. That means that they already have the information that there's maybe 1 player, but not exactly how many. Georgie popping the dash, runs into Boogie, who dances on top of him in his grave, able to get another frag, which they are not able to support Georgie like this. They keep allowing him to go in 1 at a time, where on the other side, though, ONQT finds value of his own. That's the controller gone, even going for another risky TP.
This is, yeah, I mean, GameLab, unpredictable. Let's face them. Let's surprise them with another unpredictable play. But that's the trade, though. The ONQT trying to fall. Actually, Wild Oreo with a flash, now with 35 HP. He knows that everybody's there. Very winnable, just as you said. He gets the headshot, but GameLab again and again, they are doing it and getting this map. They're very close now. It's only 2 points away.
Oasis Gaming, it seems like the past couple of rounds, they've been trying to really get the value out of Georgie by throwing him essentially into sight. But without another duelist, without any other utility, it's so hard for him to do everything on his own. If anything, he'll come up maybe with one kill. But I think Georgie is the type of player that you want to keep alive as long as you can. Now Oasis, they have the rifles, but not as many ultimates active. They can farm some, but they only have them from the shadows.
Yeah, that's the thing. GameLab.Alpha has been reading this Georgie slingshot approach time and time again, and every single time Georgie enters the site to create space, they immediately do a dark cover to deny information, to deny entry from the side of Oasis to follow up.
An aggressive operator from VALX already claiming the top of it, not even holding it. He's going to be able to spot out one player. He'll land the shot and fall back. It's going to be value for GameLab, able to get that opening pick. Some bullets going to rain down, going to get some damage, but now this is the advantage of the other side. They have this Killjoy to have the third contact, to play those long angles, because without being suppressed, without being covered, that line of sight is just in the hands of Killjoy. She is the owner.
She is the owner of B site right now, definitely, with Chase as the co-owner here is sticking into this site. And the problem is there's a lot of nano swarms on that side. Prime ready. Owen Cutie's gonna get spotted by Drax, actually. And Oasis will love to have that advantage. Everybody's so low on the side of Oasis at this point.
Boogie.
Oh my word, Boogie again. He keeps doing this, I swear. And now it's up to Drax, and he's stuck in this choke point because of the Killjoy ultimate. And he's stuck, and now it's 9-8.
I said earlier how Cypher on the attacking side seems to have more value, and that was true. But now on the defensive side, Boogie with a Killjoy just has so much space control, able to lock down that B site, literally investing his ultimate to stop any plants. You have to be on the very worried mindset if you're on the Oasis gaming team. You have to think, oh no, we have to trade our teammates, we have to break the lockdown. There's just so much to do and not enough time. Now they're almost equal to what looked like an amazing start from Oasis Gaming.
Yeah, it was a huge gap at the very start, and now GameLab is able to catch up really fast, really quick.
Oh.
Speaking of quick, Qualex with a dash in, kills Drax, but the trade is there. Dritch as well kills Marky, and now there's a lot of kills left and right. 2v3 now. Oasis having to rotate and see if they can find anyone here in mid. But Boogie, again, he has been a pivotal point for GameLab, for either these clutches, for either these defensive points. And Chase, beautiful recon dart to spot out Oasis from mid, and now they know where they're going to be coming from.
They generally already have the information. They have the alarm bot as well and the third contact. They know if it's going to be a rehit, that something might happen, and they're already pressuring themselves on both sides, but Georgie is still trying to open it up, give his teammate maybe a rifle. They're able to salvage some weapons out of this round. They see the Gen player, it's all up to Boogie, but no, it's going to be Georgie who lands the shot. Now it's all up to Chase to really make the most of it, but Georgie finally whiffs the knives while the Oreo stops the plant. He drops down. Did they hear the plant though? They know he's nice. They see the head, but while the Oreo's going to shut him down, happy birthday to you.
Very, very good positioning from these two players. They were able to hide from this generator and then get the kill after Chase drops down from heaven.
Dropping down from heaven, but looking at the scoreboard, it's going to be GameLab who drops the round. It looks so winnable for them. They had the great opening start, but now I feel like the over-eagerness and aggression from GameLab is becoming what is weighing them down. They have to start playing a bit more disciplined, especially with all the ults that they have online.
Yeah, they've got a lot to work with to secure rounds, to retake if ever Oasis is able to land a site. Nexi actually is damaged a little bit onto 70 HP. Boogie, again, the very scary guardian of these sites. He has been playing and has been doing a lot of impactful plays for his team.
He's playing the position where he's not hit by the paranoia. Georgie's going to walk into him, but it's going to look the wrong way. He'll get the vision, though. He's going to be able to escape the clutches, and in case he's going to fall down.
That's the question, right? If he's going to be playing patient or not. Unable to land the shot. At the end, though, Owen Cutie gets a lot of kills, including Fall X. They spot out Nexi as well. And Drax going to possibly pick up the spike already. He already has the spike. And it's from the shadows onto B. But against 4 players, it's one of those things where the consolation prize is, again, planting the spike.
63 HP and a dream. Drax able to crawl his way back onto market, playing as many off angles as he can, but he has to know that he has to make a play. He has to get some kind of value kill. He can't afford to wait for the defense to wrap around him, and no one is pushing him on the market side. They even smoke him out, which means that he has to be the one who peeks out. He's going to be able to spot out B main, but I'm sure that the team is already going to hold. The CT hold is going to be insane, but he has the timing on all the players. Nobody's looking at him right now, except for the opposing Omen. Omen QT with the game sense, just making sure that no one's on the flank, and that pays off as GameLab is able to rebound off the round they lost, securing one, making the difference only one round.
The teamwork of GameLab attacking one site and entering through 2 entry points towards B all at the same time made, again, the 1v1s denied away from, from Oasis for their side to do a potential clutch.
They're relying on that suppress to really stop a lot of the stopping power coming up from GLAB, but unfortunately that doesn't stop any of the bullets raining down from hitting you. The damage already done from GLAB, able to bring Wild Oreo to his knees, and his team just scatters after that. Now a little time to think for both teams, because Oasis need to start getting their game plan together. Georgie, you see, he's already playing with that Stinger. Maybe he's going to change that buy, but if they stick with this, it seems to feel like they're going to throw him yet again, to allow him to play that close range, maybe get some value out of it.
It honestly feels like, not gonna lie, it reminds me of Angry Birds. Just slingshot him across the end or inside the site and hope for the best and see if you're able to get a kill, gain information, and give space to your team. But again, even though it's a BO5, you can see that both of these teams do not want to let go of a single map. They're not the type, GameLab especially, even if that was a huge score gap between them and Oasis, they will not let this map go. They know that being in a 2-0 deficit in a BO5 series may potentially hurt not only their chances, but as well as their mental. They need something to hold on, and that's why they need a win, and that's why they're able to claw from a very big score deficit.
I feel like you are 100% correct. Oasis Gaming has to be an Angry Bird at the moment. They had the bigger lead, and now they're just slingshotting their teammates to try to salvage some form of advantage. But the Piggies are not letting their house blow down, as the defense has just been so strong and so structured. And no matter how hard the wind blows, Oasis Gaming is still not able to convert enough rounds to make a confident lead.
The foundation of Boogie every single time, which site he protects, he defends. He always is able to be very reliable. It all started with the last 2 rounds of the first half, able to gain momentum, able to gain steam. And now this is why the score is 10-9.
Now it's going to be GLAB. They're going to be able to take out this A control fairly quickly with the one-way, secure wine as well for the off angle. 2 players for Oasis are already outside, but the rest of the team is here on the B side. It's going to be Chase who might make the first contact. He has all the util outside of the recon dart to really spot anything outside of also the Killjoy turret, which has been very pivotal. If you dash onto market, if you dash onto switch, even on the first swing before you can get that cloudburst to pop, it's going to be the turret unless it's flashed to really make the contact and allow Boogie to swing off it. And we know how potent he is with these guns.
Yeah, he has been making every single bullet count. And with that said, it has been a slow start so far from Oasis. We'll see if they're able to catch up once Georgie dashes in. There's the information. He's able to cloud burst switch. Boogie's there to greet him, and he gets the headshot once more, and more kills come from GameLab. And it's all up to Nexi and Drax at this point. They're not even on the site yet, and instead they gain information. They know Nexi is there. He's 47 HP. Chase is making this work, and now it's 10-10, and now it's even.
The big bad wolf tries to blow the strongest wind that they can afford during that eco, but it's not going to be enough for GameLab to even shift. The stronghold coming with a combination of Chase as well as Boogie is enough contact, enough info, enough time for the rest of the GameLab to really collapse onto Oasis Gaming once they go for that hit. Oasis needs to start trying to figure out how they're going to go for this. The wide swing coming up from Georgie not working out. Chase able to get through, and Drax, even though he gets that trade, is not enough as Dritch is able to sweep the rest of Oasis Gaming up with his team. 10-10, the score is equalized, and the Hunt is Fury in the hands of Oasis Gaming has to prove some value.
We'll see where that's going to be utilized. There is that recon gaining information for the side of GameLab. Someone's in catwalks, Marky. aggressively pushing through, coming from mid. Folex decides to fall back.
They have the operator now, so they can't play as aggressive, but that hasn't stopped Folex to making a lot of these cheeky plays, even pushing up mid a couple rounds ago. But now Oasis Gaming is going to try to make themselves known again on the B side. This way, they're going to crawl themselves because they know they have the timing where there's no knife and there's no recon dart. But the recon actually for Marky is still available, and they have a small timing before Chase's recon comes out. You're going to use the timing, try to get the turret this time, stopping the contact play and allowing them to take the site.
Yeah, they're able to at least gain a lot of space, especially Spawn Georgie.
Boogie,
Has
though.
not fallen just yet. Yeah, Boogie playing backside again. He is ruining Oasis's day. Good thing Nexi is there for the trade. GameLab now still has a lot of utility to work with. But with Oasis, yeah, the shock dart, but the plant is still confirmed. Marky is able to get a kill onto Owen QT. 3v3, and now the Hunter's Fury activated from Marky from mid. He gets 2, and Georgie, Fall X rather, is able to get a kill in a jump shot even. And they get the defuse. Marky playing from far away now, coming from mid. He has to run. He won't make it towards this defuse because Dritch is still alive. And there we go, 10 to 11. GameLab.Alpha, they crawl their way, and they're close to match point now.
GameLab converting yet another round. Oasis finally able to plant the spike, but their teammates are just out of position. Marky was trying to play the Hunter's Fury from long, playing it from mid. He gets value by tagging, but the delay was not enough. Unfortunately for the side of Oasis Gaming, Chase's shock darts as well as utility was able to stall and remove a lot of their players, and Boogie on backside just gives them enough time to react. It's just amazing team play coming in from GameLab, and it's surely affecting the way Oasis Gaming is going to play now.
Yeah, this is the time where you have to stabilize because with it now being close, there's not a lot of leeway for Oasis at this point. Very close. Folex has to back away and reload.
Has to back away, but the reload will be heard. They will be able to take some form of short after this, but they have to be careful about peeking to this operator, especially because he misses the timing of the drone. He's going to be able to hold the angle. Will they try to peek for it without any utility? No, they're going to choose to back off as well. At least they have control of mid, but with 1 minute remaining, they have to start making a move because A is already well guarded by the side of GLAB.
Yeah, that's 3 members invested onto this site versus the 2 onto B. But time and time again, Boogie and Chase, it has been always enough with the utility that they have, with the aim that they have, and with 50 seconds on the clock. Oasis now, with this knife, with this information, they gain it. Georgie gets the first blood though, able to eliminate Fall X. Wild Oreo is already inside the site, coming from short, from doors. Drax again, this is the best round now for Oasis to win.
Georgie finally able to survive the first contact onslaught, is able to waterfall himself and wrap around. Now the gun advantage, the man advantage, the plant, the timing, everything is in the hands of Oasis Gaming, and GameLab looks like they're going to go for the save. It's a smart move to build your economy up, get yourself some more rounds, but it's also a breath of fresh air for Oasis Gaming as finally they're able to make their mark again on this game, and they look like they have signs of life yet again.
Yeah, this is absolutely scary, considering that GameLab has managed to crawl their way after a very huge deficit from the very first half of this map. Oasis, this is the time for them to stabilize. This is a mark of, again, stabilization on their team. And with taking it to what, an even score, this is very, very close, honestly. Oh,
too close for comfort as Chase is still able to spray down Georgie. He finally makes it past the first contact, but still doesn't survive the round. 11-11, it's a flash sale here where all the buys are able to come up from both teams. The Vandals as well as the Odin's going to be still brought out by GameLab.Alpha. Ability to save that with the Hunter's Fury too is so much momentum for them.
It's crazy to me, Fluffy, that this is just the second map. It's potentially an overtime. I know we just stepped on, you know, the playoffs realm, and that's why we have the best teams left, the top 6, and now we're at the top 3, and that's why it's incredibly close. And with that said, Folex going to be very aggressive here with his cloud burst on top of this wall. He might potentially spot out some members that are retreating, but it seems to me a lot of space control from GameLab already from main.
They have control of main. They spotted the turret as well, even tagging it just to make sure that they know, yo guys, the team, the PHA setup is here on A. What are we going to do? And it looks like the response is to take B. Some shots going to come out from Georgie, but that's going to be the dash blown already.
Now, no dash now for safety for Georgie. Still has the knives. And now it has been working out for them. The plants coming from Oasis, but the post-plant, it has been a big 50-50 in the second half.
The lower that the time ticks, the more value that the Chase's Hunter's Fury has. The more impact it has because the less time that they have to plant the spike once they do take it. It takes around 20 seconds for a team to actually fully clear something, and they have to be so wary because the B setup for the defense has always been changing. Now it's only going to be Drish. A massive scan is going to be able to tell them, guys, we are on the B side, and it's Oasis Gaming, though, who has the priority to plant the spike.
Yeah, they're already full control, but they also don't have a lot of space to work with as everybody is on the site itself. I believe only Drax is playing for a garage as Georgie is going to cover his teammate at least as the plant already progresses. This is very dicey. We've seen GameLab already executed, number deficits when it comes to manpower, and they're still successful on the retake. They don't have a lot of time, though. Chase again is able to get a kill, and now this gives them go time. Again, remember, Drax is coming from behind. They don't have a lot of time to work with. Let's see if the timing is correct. Now they know he's coming from this angle. They're getting a lot of kills. GameLab, they're making this work. 3v2 at this point. Marky, though, denies that, and Drax as well coming from the outskirts of this side. 1v1. Let's see if they're able to make this count. Gritch is so low. Drax saves the day, and now Oasis is at match point.
Oasis finding themselves, finding the footing, even though they got spotted out by that great knife coming out from Dritch. It was not enough stall for them to prevent them to getting onto the site. Once the spike was planted, though, the thing about the B side of Ascent is everything. It's wall bangable, and then Odin just raining down bullets off the scan. It's able to get enough trades, but not enough for GameLab. They're able to flood the site, but the repositioning from Oasis Gaming and doubling up on stairs was just enough for them to secure the round. Now they have the knives on Georgie, so he's going to be able to zoom even faster than before. But the lockdown is available for Boogie, and there's no Hunter's Fury for Marky.
Yeah, there's nothing to destroy that lockdown, so we'll see how GameLab can take this to overtime, or will this be Oasis on a 2-1 deficit? Georgie gets the first blood onto Chase. Surprise from the smoke, and this gives them the man advantage. Now they have to penetrate through the defenses of Boogie. That has been a huge headache for them. With only a Sheriff, what can you do? Look at these nanoforms. That's what he can do. Boogie now gets an upgrade on his gun, and with a 3v4 situation, Nexi is forced to plant this spike, and now they're only forced onto this funnel. How can Oasis secure this round with the Killjoy lockdown activated? They're really truly forced away, and inside the side, Folex is there saying hello to greet Marky. 2v4, numbers advantage from GameLab. This is almost overtime already. Nexi with 12 HP. I don't think this can work, but Drax actually kills Dritch. 1v2, incredibly doable. Then Boogie, again, is the huge headache that Oasis has to deal with, and we're going overtime.
Huge headache indeed. As we go on to OT, GLAB, even though they had a slightly weaker buy, they're able to use the setup with the nano swarms to convert themselves and give themselves some kills as well as the rifles. The pressure from B-main eliminating Marky off that lockdown was just enough for them to get the important frags on the entry. Even though Oasis was able to start this out so well with an opening pick, it's the spray downs coming on from the market players that really secured a lot of the site.
Incredible stuff from GameLab. They hold on. Again, they don't want a 2-0 start on this BO5 for Oasis. They want to make it a 1-1, make it a reset, make it even. And the fact that they're able to climb through a huge score deficit is a huge statement to, again, their prowess of stabilizing it as well as their mental prowess in this game.
This time, though, this overtime is going to be starting with GLAB on the attack, and we've seen from the first half how Oasis is able to handle the pressure coming up from GLAB. So if they have any adaptations, they really have to start making it right now. They're able to dodge somewhat some of the info coming up from the knife, but some players are spotted. The enemy knife, though, also coming in for them for their own safety. They know that the right side is clear, so the attack can begin, especially with this owl drone helping out.
Yeah, that gains them information. Folex already creating a lot of space, hiding through the cloud burst towards this tall box. Wild Oreo spots him though. Chase follows through. Let's see if there's going to be a trade. Nexi, ONQT trades immediately, removes 2. But ONQT again is just so scary on this Omen. And with that said, with a 3v2 now, this seems to be a potential GLAB win. They still have to retake this site. One's playing quite close. Chase gets a kill. My word, crazy stuff from GameLab. They are very, very stable.
They've learned the patterns that Oasis Gaming has provided them because the rounds have been so long. They've played so many that this time on the attack, they have the correct read, able to get the important trades, even getting from the shadows still for Owen QT, still giving him the momentum he needs to reposition onto CT, and they just had enough firepower to stall out the power of GameLab, and Oasis Gaming has been clashing and clashing, now forcing the timeout as they move for the attacking side, which Oasis has been struggling with.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. GameLab has an incredibly, what do you call this? Crazy defense, a defense showing in the second half. And with GameLab winning the first round, pressure is on. Of course, Oasis wants to get a 2-0 start. Of course, they wanna go match point in this series for sure. Especially, they had a strong start, having a 9-point lead. What was it? It was a 9-2 score, a 9-3 score before the second half. And that's why this is an incredible showing coming from GameLab.Alpha as well.
I think we know that Oasis Gaming is the team that comes out on top slightly, but through all these struggles, hopefully they get to do it yet again.
That is the question. If ever Oasis can hold on out here on towards Ascent, GameLab so far has making the right moves from attacking to defense. Defense is one of the hardest things that Oasis had to fight on Ascent. Especially, we talked about the lack of games that Oasis has on this particular map. Nexi will spot out Owen QT pushing very aggressively. He's towards plant. He decided not to push, and we get to see Owen QT retreat from his position.
Yeah, GameLab just choking out Oasis Gaming. As they are able to get some space, they're forced to fall back, but the time is already ticking. 5v5 still. Utilities already used, and the setup's already known. They're going to fall into the trap of walking into this A-main setup from Bogey, who already has hell under control. Georgie, if he makes the wrong misstep, if he has the wrong positioning, he can get taken out by this crossfire, especially knowing that from this drone that I hope they spot up the player there on short.
Oh, yeah, that's the biggest question, right? They wanted to clear the entirety of the boxes that are inside A, and now they pursue this one. Nicely done by Nexi, nicely done by Georgie as well. They have the numbers advantage. They're holding on, but Drax again gets a kill onto Fallex, and this is it. They're going to take it even once more with the numbers advantage. This is a hard round to lose.
Very hard round to lose indeed, as the 5v2, an impossible checkmate position. They have the information of how many players are there, but does it matter at this point? The crossfires are already set up, and Chase, with no utility left, is forced to peek out, try to salvage something. He gets to the first shot. Very important for them. The momentum swings. He gets the timing as well. Now 3v2. They're dropping like flies. In the 1v3, it's not going to be enough as the bullets raining down from Drax is able to get the multi-kill to secure the round, forcing into another overtime.
13-13, baby. This is a test of endurance now. Who gets to have their mental broken first? Who has their stamina depleted first is the biggest question, as this is going to be an exchange of blows. And Oasis and GameLab, they've shown how close they are in power levels for this series. And again, it's the swing, it's the stamina, it's the mental fortitude is the biggest test now for this overtime.
GameLab just performing phenomenally, able to compete and complete their composure as they take and strike back Oasis Gaming's potential second map. They're already 13-13 and they're changing up the way they play, but Oasis playing kind of the same song where Georgie is peeking up on mid, trying to get some more control, but it's not going to be enough information for them for any team to react. They have to wait out some more utils as things drop by and time runs out.
We'll see now. GameLab definitely wants to play their time. Try to remove the tension, remove the momentum, remove the guard that Oasis wants to build up again to make sure that GameLab doesn't get the plant.
Outside of A main though, Oasis Gaming only has no info onto B, so by process of elimination, they should already be expecting this hit. They have the Cypher set up also to hear that drone coming. They know that there's at least one player. I'm not sure if they spotted out the camera though. Fallex is going to try to make an entry here. He dashes up onto Switch, but next he should be aware of the pre-fire, expecting that there's a player close. Door already being broken, allowing the pressure from Oasis Gaming to push through onto the Switch side.
Yeah, for now, Oasis has to wait for the rest of the members, the other members coming from Oasis as well before they want to push and try and retake. Looking at the positioning from GameLab, though, pretty much scattered. Some coming from B main, some still inside the site, setting up these crossfires. Georgie Is he gonna get slingshotted into the site? No, he's gonna wait for his teammates. There's the paranoia. There's the timing. Oasis, though, gets a lot of these kills. 2v2. It's all up to Marky.
He has the timing.
Yeah, he has the timing at this point, and GameLab wins the attacking round once more.
Able to adapt and overcome. They faltered for the normal rounds for their attacking side, but here on the overtimes, they're not stopping the pressure. Able to still convert even more rounds. Oasis gave them that 5v5 onto the site. They used their utils early for the time of GameLab to entry. It should be Oasis Gaming's advantage for the retake. But because of that, because GameLab was just able to position and use their firepower and aim down these lanes that they're forcing Oasis through, it was just so much pressure. And even though they're continuing their momentum, it's actually going to be GLAB going for the timeout.
Wanted to stop the intensity again. That stopped the tension rather. That has been happening. This was huge actually. The crossfires being set up. I thought it was a potential Oasis round.
I think that I actually thought the same because I saw that Nexi Cypher Cage was there in the backside, already there, ready for the retake. They knew that they were going to lose that B site, and if they're playing the retake B, they should have a plan of how to retake B. And unfortunately for them, GameLab is just stopping and throwing everything that they have to stop the plans of happening. There's no more masterminds allowed for Oasis Gaming, as it's up to the players to figure out how they're going to win this round. With this timeout, though, it will give them some additional information on both teams, and hopefully will convert it for Oasis Gaming. If not, GameLab's going to be able to strike back with a map of their own.
That is the biggest question now. Will it be 1-1 into the series for the long haul, or will Oasis get that 2-0 match point in this BO5? And the story is still unfolding, everybody. This is crazy close, especially when we look at the regular season performances or the expectations of everybody coming into the series. But let's take a look at the swap now, with the defense coming from GameLab. We'll have to see, because it has been incredibly strong from the second half.
Next, he has that camera in the middle, able to spot out both the B main push with the trip as well as control that mid, and even all the way to Cat. He's even going to manage to make himself walk up in close to that mid. But if Oasis just committed onto A site, it's only Owen. Of course, they'd have no way of knowing that. But after this contact from Nexi and the contact flash from the alarm bot, he should already know that there's multiple people going to swing him.
Yeah, one from Market, one from Pizza. He's going to have to 1v1 two people. That spray transfer could have been it, but Dritch denies that. And now it's a 1-for-1. Georgie's going to jiggle peek. He gets the kill into Owen QT. And with the numbers advantage, they meet Idle Eye. Dritch again, how are you finding these kills? This is amazing.
Able to fight through his own smoke. They smoke out Heaven though. They get the plant as well, so Oasis Gaming has secured that part of the plan. Now all they have to do is hold. But the recon dart, it's not going to work out. It's going to spot out one player, but the door's going to be shut. That's more time for Oasis Gaming as it ticks to get the bomb to explode.
Remember, the defense of GameLab, the retake of GameLab has been crazy so far. Switches guns, trying to clear every corner as much as possible. Wild Oreo and Boogie duking it out, actually. 2v2, wanting to spot someone from Heaven. 1v1. Will GLAB survive this? Will he be able to get the 1v1, the isolation, the diffusal between Wild Oreo? And no, we're going 14-14, baby.
Wild Oreo extending this game. Thank you, Brianne. And because of that, it's able to land the body shot to secure another round, another reset, another breath of fresh air for Oasis Gaming, as GameLab has been striking so hard on their attack. They started out with this great contact play, but Nexi's able to salvage one kill out of it. Georgie is able to wrap around Heaven as well, as the rest of Oasis claims sites and is just able. I feel like for Oasis Gaming's attack to succeed, all they have to do is play away from Boogie, who's been delaying them so much. But now on the defense, they have to figure out what adaptations GLAB has done and counter it right now.
It's always that big 50-50. You don't know where Boogie is. Is he at A? Is he at B? You never know, and you want to catch them off guard too. And that's how they're able to commit to a site. But yes, with a swap now, Oasis on defense. Whew, I really don't know what's going to happen, as it has been incredibly close.
Drax makes contact, but he's forced to back away. He spots one, but I don't think he expects this many players. The spray's on the cooldown as Marky falls to Fall X. They're going to get the mid site. The flash is going to come through, but Georgie's not going to make it known that he's there. He's going to be able to dash himself out of that situation, but they already lose two players on the side of Oasis Gaming as they try to flood in and take more of CT control.
Everything's happening so fast. Yes, GLAB control now. And Georgie unable to get one from earlier, even though the paranoia timing was there for him. And with this setup, it's so difficult to retake, it's so difficult to defuse, it's so difficult to get a kill. Knowing you only have 2 players against 5 from GameLab, this is unlosable. This is almost already 14 to 15. And Volex finds the first kill, and now that is it, a 4K, and it's 14 to 15.
14 to 15, it seems like GameLab really doesn't want to stop any of the pressure, and Oasis is not able to get the correct read. They're not able to stop the pressure falling down from them when they're on the defensive side. It's going to be up to them to dodge Boogie yet again on the attacking side and maybe convert another round, as GLAB played this perfectly. They're able to get the entry, they're able to play the post, and they held like all the off angles in the world on site. It's almost so hard for them not to get a trade out of that. Unlosable, as you said.
And now we're here again at this point of the game. Will GameLab take this 101 or Oasis hold on and extend this map once more?
Oh,
Hello,
no.
Volex and Dritch greets them immediately. And now with the numbers advantage, this could possibly be another extension.
Possibly another extension, but Oasis on the back foot, 2v4. It's not a great position. They lose this round, they lose the game. It's going to be impossible for them unless they come up with a heroic play. Unfortunately, the 3 of them just line up for that spray, and they're able to get out of it, only losing Dritch. It's going to be Nexi going to get a frag if he can. He's able to salvage one, able to get the side clear as well. They equalize 2v2, and there's no Boogie on site. He's actually on the wrong side, meaning that they have the priority at least to plant the spike, but look where the spike is. It's all the way back there, and Nexi, maybe he'll play the lurk game. Maybe they'll fake this out. Will he go for the 1v1? The recon dart's going to be able to spot him, but the play's going to come through.
Yeah, Nexi being the hero right now. He's stuck in Generator versus 1 player, 2 players rather. And Georgie, with a spike now in hand, he's going to play the unpredictable game, but with the alarm bot right there, he's going to be spotted. No, the turret is in the opposite direction, but Chase finds him instead, and GameLab.Alpha takes this series 1-1.
30 rounds, and after that, at the end of it, GameLab.Alpha finally get their first victory here in our best of 5, jumping for joy, boogieing their way back onto the map and securing themselves a very important map because it is their first one in this best of 5. They still have a long ways to go, but it's a great start.
It's an incredible start, and I guess the question for me now is, I guess the question we'll ask once we come back for the next map, which is Icebox, is like, a lot of energy has been expended. A lot of stamina has been expended. But yeah, it all started because, you know, Oasis had an incredible start for the first half, and then boom, GLAB denied that.
Boom.
Boom.
I feel like Oasis Gaming, they had the best start, 9-3, and maybe we jinx it a bit as we look at the the stats for the post game, because that converted to the 9-3 curse that really worked out for GameLab. As we see Chase, MVP, 26-20, and on the other side, Oasis Gaming, the economy, we can see how it dipped throughout the middle of the round once the half did swap. Oasis letting go of a map and GLAB claiming it for their own.
It's honestly insane to me how GameLab, again, is able to be stable in their mental and just say, okay, they're 1 point away from double digits, even though we're in a losing streak when it comes to the rounds. It's fine. We can just take that back when the second half starts. And they've managed to get a lot of steam.
A lot of steam, and no pressure has been stopped. Map highlights are showing how GLAB is able to get these refrags, able to get these trades, and just so much firepower from them sides, playing off the utilities so well, stopping Oasis Gaming's dreams of winning the Ascent map for the second map of this best of 5. Oasis, on the other hand, they had a couple good plays here and there, able to convert some impossible rounds, but sometimes the positioning is just not in their favor. They have to start working on where they're going to be once the spike is down, or even how to entry, because the reads that they've had has not been working out for them. Sending Georgie alone has always been working out when it does, but when it doesn't, it means that they have to fight so hard to come back from the round.
Yeah, honestly, it felt like Georgie always had to face, is Boogie gonna be there? Is he not gonna be there? Is a turret gonna hit me? Am I gonna get chunked down by nano swarms? That always seemed to be the question whenever Georgie had to be sent alone, having to be sent, slingshotted rather, onto these sites to create space. And Boogie, every single time, manages to deliver and slow down the attack.
slowing down the attack, so pivotal. The highlights keep rolling and rolling because this game was 30 rounds of excitement. There's no stopping, and it's just only the second game. So imagine what we would expect on Icebox, on Pearl, on Haven. There's so much more action here for VCT in this best of 5, and this is only the lower bracket as Oasis Gaming and GLAB battle it out.
Yeah, it's so unexpected, expected to see how close this is. And of course, we have delivering the win with GLAB Unlimited. Of course, you have GLAB Chase.
I mean, at this point, it should be GLAB Unlimited because they did not stop round after round. You can use the QR code for this one, though, on the screen beside Chase's amazing picture as we move on to our next map shortly after we have a slight break.
Yeah, that's going to be exciting to watch. But of course, it is a BO5. We may see 3 more maps. So don't go away. We'll be right back. We'll be right back after a few seconds. But the thing is, GameLab has been scary, especially when we look at the past. Just a reminder for everybody, it's the lower bracket finals. Basically, NAOS is waiting for the result of our lower bracket finals today. But of course, we'll proceed more and watch some more VCT action as we head on over to a short break. Don't go away. Welcome back, everybody, to VALORANT Challengers Philippines, and we'll be your casters for this very intense series between GameLab.Alpha and Oasis Gaming. My name is Riku. Together with me is Fluffy02, and right now, I know we're all very excited to talk about what happened in the previous game and how it's going to affect the next map, which is Icebox. It's currently 1-1, but just in case you didn't know that we have a couple of other broadcast channels, we also have Tagalog Filipino broadcast available. As well, you've got two choices, either English or Watching That Now, or Filipino, available on Facebook and as well as on YouTube.
And if you've joined us for the long haul here, you might need some snacks on hand, so don't forget that we had that promotion from Grab Unlimited. You can use the code on the side of the screen for that free delivery every day if you subscribe to Grab Unlimited free on your first month.
Yep, Suri, there's the QR code. Just scan it, easy peasy, and you'll get more information about Grab Unlimited. But of course, we are still currently in the middle of a very close series between Oasis Gaming and GameLab.Alpha. Oasis tried their best to take the series 2-0 to make sure that Icebox will be the final blow and possibly 3-0. But GameLab.Alpha, they had a different story in mind. They're like, no, we're going to take this 1-1 and make this equal and make this even in the series.
As we move on to Icebox, we'll figure out which agents that they're going to be seeing as we have the final map for them to really get their second point for this series, for this best of 5. We've seen Oasis play this recently against the NAOS Esports, and they've faltered to the defense of NAOS. But against GameLab, I'm sure they had a lot of study. But also, this map is so remorseless in the fact that it's all aim heavy. It's very, very aim reliant, and aim is something that we know that GameLab has.
And that has been their story. There was a lot of worry through this team in the regular season, as they have been more of a team that likes to strong arm their way through sites, rely on gunfights, and see how they can work through there. And now Oasis is now challenged with that strategy, with that approach in the game, as Oasis is going to be starting on defense first on Icebox.
We look at the change of composition that Oasis had from the regular season moving on to the playoffs. They've adapted a bit of that DRX playstyle from Lock-In, bringing in that Harbor as well as the Viper to support a lot of their plays. That creates more perceived pressure from their team and allows them to move around Icebox in a manner that is not normally the way that you'd move around. Having that cascade utility can stop a lot of these early gunfights happening, and securing their lives on the attack will really provide them the ways for them to make the most out of their round. On the other hand though, GameLab.Alpha has the best counters for this team. They have the KO. The Suppress not going to allow them to play post-plant. They have the Sage to play after the Cove is planted and to block a lot of the post-plants, as well as more utility from that Viper and Sova. And as we move on to the first round, we can see that the B hit is already going to start from the attackers.
Yeah, a lot of walls in play here with this amount of space to work with. GameLab again. When we look at their play style, there's the Viper wall initiated. Nexi playing from top. He doesn't have a lot of vision to work with, but destroys the Recon Dart at least, but gives away his positioning. Wild Oreo playing a bit close now, but the plant's still not there.
Georgie's going to make his way very quickly onto Garage. They're planting the spike now. It's going to be pretty protected. Going to be able to get away with that with a cascade from Savvy 8K as well as Georgie's going to wrap around Viper and get that first kill as the trade's coming in though. Forces us into a 3v4 situation, and it's still in control of the hands of GameLab.
I just want to say that Boogie still hasn't used his wall just yet, I believe. But yes, a lot of low health members on the side of GameLab. It will meet eye to eye with Savvy 8K. Chase denies that. And Nexi with a 4K. Beautifully done. Great start coming from Oasis.
We have Savvy with the 8K, but Nexi bringing out the 4K for this pistol round, able to secure a round for Oasis, which they desperately need. They need the momentum, and we saw how on the defense for Ascent they played it so well. So if they keep that up here, maybe they'll go past and beyond a 9-3. But it's a good start regardless for Oasis, able to buy up. They're going to go for the Bulldogs, even force out the Vandal maybe for Georgie. No, he's going to settle on the Bulldog. On the other side though, GameLab.Alpha has a lot of tricks on their hand to suppress and stop a lot of the plans of Oasis Gaming.
I really truly love the narrative that is slowly forming. We saw Boogie on the Killjoy twice in a row from Fracture and on Ascent. Now he's on a Sage, unable to gather information, unable to create crossfires with his turret now. It's a different story, more of a support to get the heals down, to get the walls down, to get more space creation to secure some of these sites. But this time, Oasis Nexi has been so pivotal on that Cypher for 2 consecutive maps as well. But this time around, he's on the Killjoy and had a 4K. And I feel like this is a start. This could be a possible trend that Oasis is going to start.
Georgie's going to start off, though, by taking out Dritch from the equation, not leaving that knife into contention for the rest of the round. 1 minute remains. The spike still not planted, but Fallex is able to get Marky. Maybe even going to be able to buy up and get that weapon, as a Shock Dart is going to be able to clear out some more space from him as he lurks up onto Tube.
And this is a very big space that they're trying to control. Savvy AK spots out Owen QT, unable to create a dent on his life though, but maybe this time around it's gonna work. And now he falls. With this though, 2-man deficit on the side of GameLab, with only a couple of pistols to work with, a couple of sheriffs to work with. They get the spike planted down though as Georgie removes him from the skies. Oh, Boogie playing quite close. The wall's gonna expire. Now it's time to play for time. Not sure if this is going to work out with the numbers disadvantage and as well as the gun power. And of course, Oasis takes us 2-0.
Aside from that economy advantage, aside from the gun power and the man advantage, you can really see how the utility from Oasis is being used. Unlike the normal teams where you're able to play contact, the ability to just wall, re-wall, use the high tide, the cascade after the toxin wall, just allows them to get so much space they can segment the site into parts that they want to take and focus their attention onto these players that they want to eliminate so that they can get more control up on for the retake.
Yeah, that's the biggest difference. I like how you pointed that out because, you know, a Harbor and the Viper walls, you don't really need to play close to be able to initiate and take the denial of line of sight away from GameLab.Alpha. Meanwhile, yes, you do have Boogie for that secondary wall, but you have to play close. You have to play risky to be able to put that up.
We saw a glimpse there on the A side as Oasis uses the water and the high tide to take so much control, something you'd normally not see when you have a Viper, and they can even use it for the retake. Georgie's going to use that wall to fall down from above and take out not one but two players off of GameLab. He can even fall back into safety. This is the advantage of all the space you can create by just adapting this Harbor onto your team. But for GameLab, they have the counter. They have the KO. But unlike other controllers, normally you see the Viper, that suppress doesn't drop the high tide, meaning that they have something to work with on the retake if they are nullified.
Yeah, this is a crazy start for Oasis. Yeah, you're right, Georgie. From being the slingshot to now being the ninja, just being stealthy. Oh, stealthy approach, but Wild Order is not going to be as stealthy as him. But it's now a 2v1 situation. How did we end up in this scenario as Chase? 38 HP, a little bit risky here, a little bit open here as the Reckoning activated, but he lands a headshot onto Savvy AK with 3 now on his HP bar. He has to make a wide rotation away from Georgie's clutches.
Georgie misses the timing, but surely he'll hear the spike being planted. He knows he has the freedom to run now and make it all the way bolt to the A site. But with 3 HP and a dream, how will Chase clutch this? He has 2 shock darts to work with, but Georgie just has the superior health and firepower.
I wonder if he's able to make the Hunter's Fury work. That is the biggest question here. Will Georgie hunt for his life? Because Chase is playing very far out.
He has to be so worried, though, without any information. Now he knows that the Hunter's Fury is popped. He does get tagged on. Will the second land hit? He'll go for the updraft, which will stop him from actually falling to the spike. The recon dart will be enough. Oh, no, but he takes a misstep. It's allowed to be half. Georgie now has the angle, but no! He gets off the spike, and Chase is able to land the headshot to secure them the round.
3 HP in a dream. I know we're just at the very beginning of this map, but it's just so intense being able to create space from this Hunter's Fury and then be able to deny so much work away from Georgie with the 2 initial frags.
I think maybe some overthinking there from Georgie, thinking that he needs to land that headshot to get the actual round secure, but honestly, he just had to stick the spike. He was not in the position to really contest this. It's not even planted for him, especially that you know where he's coming from. You see the massive beams from the Hunter's Fury. You know where he could possibly peek from. You have the Cloudburst to work with, yet still losing that round means that GameLab has strike back and able to get some momentum into this game.
That's so crazy. How GameLab, you're right, be able to get momentum back in their face. Oh, QT's playing it so sneakily, using the railings for vision and using himself to hide through that. Fallex now dashes through, updrafts upwards onto yellow. And with this now, Nanoswarm will deny the plant, actually.
Marky.
Yeah, and Marky now playing far back here. And with Wild Oreo with 2 HP, still going to try to play close. He can deny the spike being planted, but Snakebite is going to force some people from GameLab out of their position.
Yeah, the snake bite was for the back of yellow in order for them to peek the wide angle with this combination of the Viper wall, but unfortunately it doesn't work out of time. The defending Killjoy pushes one into Savvy, and all he has to do is hold the exit. They have to swing into you. He's not able to convert the kill onto Boogie, who manages to dance on him, but it's all up to Nexi. He spots out the first player, takes him. Now time is ticking. He knows the suppress is there. 50 seconds remain, and he has to clear so much. He has to clear yellow, has to clear white, and he has to tap the spike as well. Spots out one player and starts to fall back. Maybe he's going to go for the save here, as he does need the economy for his team. He'll wisely choose to do so, but that's another round for GameLab.
Yeah, it's a little bit difficult with the HP that Nexi has. Only half, not having a lot of information to work with in a 1v2 scenario as well. Can isolate those targets in that single angle, a little bit too risky. But GameLab takes this 2-2. Again, we are looking at a very similar scoreline from what we saw in Fracture, where they're always managing to close up the score.
Oasis Gaming seems to have a pretty decent plan for what to do. But the issue is during the execute, not everyone is creating the pressure at the same time. It allows these gaps where GameLab is able to isolate the fights that they need to take in order to take control of the site and the map. In order to control the situation, Oasis Gaming needs to start making their own waves aside from the high tides that they've been rising.
There was that lockdown earlier, but yes, you're right, the execution, they were falling down like dominoes. And now Nexi, again, he had that 4K earlier at the very beginning of this map. We'll see if he's able to make another hero play with a Phantom in his hand. The best, where now GameLab with a really nice wall on towards top. And Ness, Boogie, gets the spike down actually.
Oh no, Owen QT is able to hold his position here. His team already coming in for support. Savvy is close, but it's going to be him who's going to take him out. Going to go for the refrags, forcing this 3v3. Now 3v2 as Georgie picks up another one and another one. He's not going to stop the pressure. Maybe the double swing comes in, and it's going to be enough for Oasis Gaming to not only pull the pressure to the flank, meaning they can't play this post plan, but also just win the fights that they need. Georgie coming up huge this round.
Yeah, that was an impactful positioning. Coming from the side of Georgie, really badly needed as the rest of Oasis were falling down like dominoes. Let's take a look at that again. This position here, very close, playing very close against GLAB was so scary.
You see what happens when Georgie survives more than 30 seconds within the round, able to convert something. And Oasis Gaming learning a bit from what happened on Ascent, able to play more together. And hopefully this consistency doesn't stop if they want to win the game. GameLab, though, I'm sure has every priority to stop any of these plans as they use the recon dart that comes out, but it's immediately broken.
Yeah, only one person is able to give away that, hey, I'm here over at A site. There's still 3 players, but with the second spray, wow, the repositioning here coming from Georgie, very risky, but is it worth it is the question, as it is a 1-for-1. They're able to find a spike, though, by that area. A Savvy AK is playing quite close here.
Playing close into the eco is very scary. They have the resurrection as well, and Fallex was able to zoom up to get that Vandal, but it's not going to be enough. A Savvy 8K is the Sentinel with Marky, just holding down that B site, aiming down the long angle, and able to secure another round for Oasis.
Okay, they're feeling it. They're feeling it now. That was a very telling sign. The aim, everything, the confidence through that play. We were talking about how they were playing close, especially against GameLab.Alpha there on a weaker buy, but it paid off.
Though they won this round with the aim, it's actually also the help of their utility. Again, the Harbor pick doing so well, able to isolate and buy so much time. If you're on the side of GameLab, you have to understand that your knife is good for KO. It gets you some info, but the suppress doesn't matter as much because the high tide and cascades don't fall, unlike other controllers like Viper that have a wall. And Chase is the only other way you get information, but if they break the recon dart that quickly, it's so risky to push through these things. You can flash through it, which is another option, but if you do that, you're still fighting into the slow, and when you see Oasis Gaming aim like that, it's going to be almost impossible for you to push that unless you push it together, unless you're able to force them out of these positions, and that's something that GameLab is trying to figure out during this timeout.
Yeah, how do you deal with all of these smokes, these like line of sight deniers? How do you deal with all of those alongside with Wild Oreo, of course? And yeah, you're right. I feel like that's the biggest challenge right now. How will they adapt? Because yes, we've seen them adapt in Fracture, we've seen them adapt in Ascent, but I feel like this Harbor should be a new challenge for GameLab to endure.
It's hard to because they don't have a sentinel with necessarily that contact or anti-flank to really find out what is behind the walls, what is behind this rising sea. And because of that, it's so hard for them. They have to spread out their forces. But this time around, they're going to stick together as they try to take a mid play. But I think Oasis Gaming already has the kitchen set up. The Nano Swarm already in place. The heal's going to come out, and that actually gives a sound cue that there's going to be someone pushing up. Boogie is able to trade out with Nexi. And the turret is just going to pull above. But the surprise factor from Boogie is going to be able to reposition himself as Marky gets a kill with the Hunter's Fury.
Georgie is so flashy with these. Able to dash away after getting a kill. Doesn't want to risk it. Potentially finding the second. I like this safe approach because it's so worth considering that they have the numbers advantage anyway. It's 4v2 now. The Spike is in a very, very deep position as we get to see GameLab forced to actually dig deep into kitchen. And knowing that the Spike is there, we'll see if the rotation is possible. Chase finds Georgie actually, making it into a 3v2. They use the wall as a safe spot for them to run away, knowing that no one is there. But the recon ball actually will spot them out as they exit through tubes. A is the closest thing that they know right now, considering that they saw the Nano Swarm positioned at B. So this is their decision, and Marky and Wild Oreo denies that once more. Oasis wins this one.
Oasis OGs, Marky, and Wild Oreos able to use that teamwork that they've built up through multiple runs at the VCT to really have that connection to spray down GLAB. GLAB, though, was forced into this situation. I'm not sure if that was just a timing off the peak, but I'm pretty confident that that heal gave the sound cue, because if you're not aware, when you do heal an ally, it gives that small, very, very faint sound, and that was enough for Nexi to go for the peak.
Definitely enough for the Hunter, especially when you put the Hunter's Theory on top of that in such a close space. There's really nowhere you can go to escape that.
Look how early this is going to go. The Recon Dart is not going to spot out the player up the nest. Georgie's able to get an advanced positioning yet again. Boom. Able to mow down one, maybe another one, but no, he falls. He's going to move his weapon onto the opposing team. That's going to be enough for them to at least get part of A site.
Yeah, that's a lot of value. Able to 2 for 1 actually. Fallex gets another headshot. Marky quickly trades 3v2 now. Dritch again is able to get a kill after that Phantom upgrade. Nexi gets another trade as well. Boogie just trying to clear as much corner as he can. He knows someone's at hell, and the timing as well. And Boogie with a plan, but Wild Oreo is playing actually quite close. They didn't have a lot of time. Actually, they may have a lot of time. Didn't expect that pixel wall there for them to be able to get a kill.
The flaws of GameLab's plan and the gaps, not only in the wall, but in the timings, allows Wild Oreo to get the most impactful frag that he can, ending the round, pushing this lead. And it's kind of a similar story. Again, the constant aggression from the Harbor utility allows them to push up here, breaking that Recon Dart so pivotal so that Georgie can get to that advanced position. I was a bit worried there for the side of Oasis, as they did, in fact, get another piece of info there, and they dropped the weapon into the hands of GameLab, but fortunately for them, that little crack was enough to expose the chinks in their armor.
And of course, Oasis will gladly take this lead, considering that it has been very close for the past 2 maps in this BO5. For GameLab, they have been getting the plants down, but the post plant hasn't been successful. Look at the Nano Swarm doing a lot of damage. A bit of damage, actually, just chip damage on the side of GameLab. They still are able to get the plant down.
Fortunately for them, Nexi was playing far away, so that null command did not affect him. And again, that Harbor wall is not affected as well. They're going to go for the post plant here, and Fallex is ready to try to go and play his life, get as many frags and impact kills as he can. Not sure if the drone spots him out. I think he peeks too early, and Fallex is able to get 2, so much value. 7 HP, and a Dream tries to get more, but the damage is already done. Marky tries to save the round. 3v5, the spray down from Nexi doesn't stop. He mows him down, and now in this 3v3, time is still ticking against Oasis Gaming. The Hunter's Fury comes out, but will it be enough to play the post plant? No one's on it, and the Cove is protecting the Spike. They know exactly where they are. Marky's still going, still able to get more, and the former duelist of Oasis Gaming is showing his true colors. The aim never falters as he converts another round for Oasis.
Yeah, Marky is feeling it right now. He's able to make a lot of these impactful plays in this map in Icebox. And so far, we keep talking about GameLab will get the plant down, but the post plant, not so much.
Maybe if they planted onto the second floor, but one other advantage of having this Harbor is you have access to that Cove. It's not as strong as the Sage Wall, but it's enough to tank 2 people firing full auto with their Vandals before anything really does any significant damage. It's just enough breathing room for you to tap and use the Spike. It creates so much pressure because you can't see behind it. This Hunter's Fury, although a good idea, was just a bit too late, and I think it's a bit too predictable as well.
Yeah, especially Marky was already playing quite close. We'll see with this operator in the hands of Georgie. Let's see if he's able to get value off of mid. Yes, is the answer. Eliminates ONQT first.
Able to get one with the operator. A slow and steady play. The recon dart coming in to clear him out as he pushes onto Tube is enough to land that important frag. That is the controller of the opposing team, meaning this operator rises in value as there's no way for them to block line of sight outside of the cloud bursts.
And that's exactly why Georgie is already pushed up until yellow. We'll see if he's able to get a kill here. Knowing that, there it is. Idrich trades though, as Savvy AK is lying and waiting onto yellow as well. Boogie with a Guardian shot. Nexi playing top once more. Drops down instead. Yeah, the timing. We'll see if he looks up into the sky. And yes, he does. Does he find the head? No, Boogie gets a kill once more. But it's still 2v2. There's still no spike being planted at all because the Resurrect has been dropped down.
Huge.
And Folix actually may potentially get the operator as it is lying onto yellow. But with this Wild Oreo playing close and one is far, Marky again, remember, he has been feeling it. He has been doing a lot. And now he's doing it again. And now it's a 2v1. And because of Marky's kills, Oasis takes this round 8-2.
Marky going so huge. Wild Oreo's responsibility was just to creep his way and hold the angle, but Marky was the one clearing it. A smart position after that opening pick from Georgie to go for the reposition onto yellow, and smart from Savvy for going for the insta refrag, expecting someone to pick up the weapon. They already had the advantage as the Viper wall was set up for the defensive side already onto the B side. The A side, that B was pretty open. And with that resurrection, I was a bit worried as GameLab seems to find the strength that they need to convert some part of the rounds, but not the entire round. We always say that this team is good on the attacking half, but so far, Oasis's defense have been very strong for the past two maps.
Yeah, especially the fact that Oasis really needs this 8-2. They need this power gap, score gap rather. Savvy K will fall at Folix. He gets 2 kills actually. And now it's all up to Wild Oreo here, playing close onto yellow. Folix is actually on top. I don't think he watches this and sees this. ONQT gets another kill. And they have full control on B.
Wild Oreo just jumps at the wrong time. Not sure if he was going for a jiggle or maybe he accidentally hit the button. But jumping for joy is not the correct thing to do when everyone is just aiming at you. He had the positioning, the timing, but it's not going to work out. Marky going to try to go for more heroic. Has the recon dart available. He gets another one, but it's not going to be enough as he drops down to his death. And it's going to be GLAB securing another round for themselves. 8-3 currently on the scoreline.
Not gonna lie, this looks like a very familiar scenario. Remember, this happened in Ascent 2 where Oasis had a huge lead over GameLab, but after the last 2 rounds, GameLab is able to basically also gather their own firepower, their own steam. And it all started again with Fall X this time around, getting 2 kills on his knives.
Oasis, though, I like how they prioritize breaking the recon dart. They know that all this pressure relies on the inaccuracy of the information of the attackers. This time around, you're investing something a bit more heavy. The Viper Spit are going to be in play. The recon dart not going to be able to spot anyone as it is above. But the counter Viper Spit going to push out and get more control. But Georgie's actually the one who's going to get the scan while Oreo falls. But there's still a second controller for the side of Oasis Gaming as Georgie with 30 HP is repositioning.
Yeah, ONQT, Savvy AK, again, it's a battle of denying information here so far as we get to see Georgie playing onto yellow once more. And GameLab is just funneled into this area, this very close area, and that's the reason why Savvy AK is pushing through A and seeing if anyone's going to rotate away from that area.
They've cleared out the flanks. They know it's going to be a B hit. Even with 1 minute, no one is falling here for the fake rotate. The pressure is not going to be perceived. They're only waiting for the recon to be active to go for this hit, and Georgie might get spotted out. The recon flies through, but will it scan him? No, it won't. He actually gets the timing off of it. It's in the wrong spot, and Georgie's able to convert that into a frag, into a second as well. He pops the knives, not stopping, and it's not going to be needed as Nexi is able to secure the round 9-3, the same story we have in the second map. And maybe that's good for GLAB because they did win it at the end of it, although it was through a lot of overtimes.
Yeah, very familiar, Fluffy. Very familiar, 9-3. But I guess the difference is Oasis is still able to get the momentum before the second half. They were still able to win and take it at not 8-4. It is 9-3 instead. And I think that's incredibly important still on their side. But you know, the paddle asked, do you believe in curses? Do you believe in curses, Fluffy?
No, but patterns have shown that when I cast a game, we end up losing. And as the second map has shown, that might be true. So I'm not going to lie, I'm a bit worried. But we always talk about Oasis Gaming's upsides for their comp. But what are some downsides? Downsides are it's very hard for them to get additional info because they themselves have to play against their own walls. And this recon dart is going to be huge from GLAB, able to spot them out. They're going to go for a mid take here, but there's already one player ready and waiting under Tube.
Yeah, they're making a lot of noise towards Tube, but they don't. It's because they don't have a lot of time.
Ooh,
Next to the headshot, beautifully done. And now Chase lying in wait outside of Kitchen, and they create this pincer attack on this bridge. And it's so difficult. Boogie is going to push through Kitchen actually, and will find Savvy 8K. And that's a lot of value from GameLab so far, getting the man advantage. And with the spike now planted, it's all up to Marky. It's all up to Wild Oreo to make this play count.
Marky,
Chase gets the play, gets the kill, and Wild Oreo, the only one left, and GameLab still is able to take it 9-4.
They're able to win the pistol round. And again, a similar story for the second map. This is the start of how they won that map, and maybe it's going to be the start of the end for Oasis Gaming's third map if they keep continuing the pressure. Dritch is not stopping the pressure at all as he puts that knife into the hearts of Oasis Gaming fans.
I mean, it is, again, not only strategy, not only your gunfights, but it's also the possible mental armor and mental damage that you will potentially inflict to the enemy team. It's so important in these BO5s. It's so important in these long-drawn maps. And it has been the story for both of these teams.
This time around, though, with Oasis on the eco on attack, they have to find value in fighting these 1v1s, isolating as many angles as they can with the Sheriffs in hand to play at that longer range. Kind of ironic because they're on the lower buy, but it's so detrimental to peek into these multiple Spectres. The damage is just too high. Without the armor as well, you just melt in the face of the firepower coming in from GLAB if you make the wrong contact play. Fortunately for them, though, they have a lot of pressure with this Harbor as well as Viper Wall, but they're not using it. They're not turning on the Viper Wall. That way, there's nothing to really sell the fake. They do get one, though. Somehow Georgie scraps out one kill. They lose their controller for the defensive side, and maybe you're going to get one more. It's going to be Dritch with the response, though.
Yeah, that's a really good 1-for-1 so far. Oasis. Let's see if they're able to rotate through mid and maybe change their plan or change their entry point. Georgie already pretty low. He'll use himself as a sacrifice to gain information. Chase gets the second kill, finds the spike, make that a third one. And Marky will meet eye to eye with Boogie here, and he doesn't get the transfer. He doesn't get the headshot. GameLab takes it 9-5.
He thought he got the frag there, but previously, just right before that, I think they expected that Chase would over-peak slightly so that they can get that multi-kill, as only Georgie fell. Maybe there's no one there, but he was ready for it already, able to get additionally 2 more frags, pushing the scoreboard to 9-5. It opened up so well, somehow Georgie was able to get that Tube control, but it wasn't enough for them to secure more of the round. It's a good eco, but not a great round start.
Yeah, they weren't able to take away too many guns away from the side of GameLab. With now the better buy, we'll see if they're able to get value off of this.
Value is the question. They had the slow already in place, as well as that Viper Toxin to really slow down the push with this Harbor Cascade. It's a good way to counter, because even though they have the pressure of the wall, they can't move past these slows or that poison. So it's going to be up to them to figure out what is going to be going on for the rest of the round as they creep themselves way onto the B side. With no pressure from A, it has to be an easy read, especially with that orb being taken.
Yeah, they can't gather information and push forward. A little bit too risky. Wonkin QT playing through the smoke, playing dangerously through his smoke. So close. And the timing was off there. It was 50-50. But with the Toxin now low, he won't have this extra line of sight denier. And has to play through yellow. Still no push. There is Boogie for that crossfire at least, just in case. And this is so risky. Owen QT is practically sandwiched at this point. No one wants to make a move. No one wants to deal first blood just yet. But with a recon guard, could possibly spot him out. It's going to be a no. He hid through the smoke.
Oh, but the gas is running out. The Cove's going to protect him as well. He's going to get the timing where he's in. Will he get the frag? Yes, the impact kill. He'll even get more, even more and more. It's not going to stop for GameLab.Alpha as they run over Oasis Gaming's plans. Oasis, they tried to take it in segments. Step 1, take yellow. Step 2, clear the site, wrap yellow. But it was because of that Viper Spit, not Viper Spit, but Viper's Orb rather, as well as the Cove that gave him the timing to protect the Spectre play. They didn't expect that.
Yeah, and that's the thing, right? It was the enemy Harbor Cove that is able to save ONQT. The Toxin was supposed to expire, but they wanted to layer both smokes together to hide themselves, but instead it worked in ONQT's favor.
I'm surprised that Oasis Gaming didn't burst out. One advantage of their comp is if the Viper trades Viper gas in order to put up both your walls, you have the re-wall after to play in a period of time where they can't wall up again. You have a clear space to really make your own play, but because they were waiting for that recon dart, and because they played a bit too slow, they weren't able to really convert that round. And now Oasis in the timeout has to figure out how they're going to play this buy, especially now they have the Stingers out.
Yeah, how will you able to get value, create at least damage, some sort of damage towards the economy of GameLab.Alpha, because it's starting to be the same song. Ascent, Oasis getting a huge amount of lead. GameLab after the second half taking that back. And with that said, the unpredictability that GameLab has been doing so far, at least for this defense, is catching Oasis off guard.
They have the range advantage, they have the rifle advantage, and they also have the Hunter's Fury online for GameLab. It's a lot of utility that Oasis has to try to wade through in order for them to take any sort of space, and with Fall X peeking so early like this through that little gap in the harbor wall, it's going to be enough. There's another gap that's spotted out, but he's not going to get the timing. Drish is going to be forced to fall back, but Boogie's not going to stop the pressure. So much utility going to be behind these harbor walls, as well as the Viper even can maybe go for more. Belt is spotted, but Marky takes him out.
That's crazy, bro. Boogie is able to use this wall at least to know that one entry point, at least from the ropes, and he's able to find Savvy AK. Fallex will get another gun. And with a Resurrect too, that means the numbers advantage onto GLAB.
They don't want to lose any advantage. Fall X even going for more. Chase is on the hunt in the middle, but he spots out already that this was thrown from the A side, so he knows that Viper is at least still on the left side. Next, he brought the 5 HP, and the big dream here. He only has the Marshal to work with as they try to gather and salvage some space from this attacking side.
So close to 9-7 now. It's very, very similar to the Ascent story. And GameLab, it feels like they're not... It feels like they're unbothered right now. They're unbothered kings at the moment. It doesn't matter if Oasis has gathered a lot of, a huge amount of lead earlier. They're so unfazed. And again, this Icebox map is so important because whoever wins this will be match point in the series already.
12 seconds, not enough time. They have to die to this spike or maybe plant it. Well, Oreo will get the plant down, but it will be just in time for him to get scanned. He backs out because of it, though. He misses the timing, but ONQT is not far behind, able to go for that clean save. And the defuse means that ONQT is ever so close to get that Viper Spit online. He has it in 1, and 9-7 is the score. You mentioned how GLAB is comfy in the situation, how they're able to crawl back from the last map, and they might be able to do it again because Oasis, yet again, is struggling to convert anything out of their attacking halves.
Yeah, it's a constant struggle now, considering that, again, it feels like this is a part of their game plan. It's like, okay, sure, Oasis, you can get the lead, but time and time again, it doesn't damage our stamina. We are not going to be tired in this series. We are going to survive. We are going to hold on. We're going to make sure that we get 2-0 in the lead of this series. And I feel like the pivotal player to talk about is, again, a Boogie as well as Fall X here playing on yellow.
They are playing on yellow. Up and down. The combination isn't spotted out because of that Cascades. Able to save the life of Savvy 8K as he backs away. The perceived pressure gone, though, as the reclear from Fallex is going to be able to spot out some players from falling back. At least the info that there's only 1 or 2, maybe max close. This recon as well, not going to get much value out of it. So Oasis, with the contact of the turret, is going to figure out that they have no idea of where they are. We have the ability to make a move, but the operator is going to be spotted out by this drone. So it's going to force them even back. Oh, the jiggle was just enough to get him out of time.
That was too close, honestly. That was very close for Savvy. But at this point, it is the Viper Spit on the side of A, and that's the reason why Oasis is definitely forced on towards this B site. Rich is going to get damaged, and he's going to get killed, actually, by Marky. Again, in Icebox, if we talked about Boogie and Fall X, we got to talk about Marky here on Oasis doing a lot of work on some of these rounds.
Marky is able to bring his experience and aim to so much value in Oasis. He's a pivotal part of the reasons why they've been winning some rounds, and hopefully that opening kill converts into something, but it's not going to be enough. Nexi swings into the wrong side, but it's going to be Wild Oreo taking control of A site as they do get the plant up. The Hunter Sphere going to slightly miss. No, it's going to connect. Will they expect him to jump up? Yes, he will, but that is a great Viper spit from Wild Oreo.
No,
all
Recon.
they have to do is play this well. He has an angle. Mark is going to try to get one. He does. He falls back. Now 2v2 advantage. Viper spit keep Wild Oreo alive, and they have everything that they need to win this round.
Yeah, they gotta play still. They gotta play for time. They have the Viper Spit, just as you said. It's gonna be so difficult to get information with only Fallex and Chase alive, but at the end they still are able to make it work into a 1v2 scenario. And oh my word, Chase and Fallex, they make it work. We keep talking about like, hey, the Recon Dark has already been used. They can't find information, but at the end of the day, 9-8 now, Fluffy.
The Viper Spit committed, the Hunter's Fury committed. They're trying to salvage these rounds, but the start is where they're falling. They're not getting the opening frags that we normally see Oasis get, and it's making it very difficult for them to really turn these attacking rounds into their favor. Fallex and Chase just so quick on the trigger. Even in the Viper Spit, even at that health disadvantage through the decay, is still able to claw themselves and fight their way back to get another round, almost equaling Oasis Gaming with only one round separating both teams.
Yeah, it's so close. I mean, you can tell Oasis with their half shields versus the full shields from GameLab. Oasis is under pressure. They're definitely cooking under pressure right now, but we'll have to see what else is cooking here. They need to find a different recipe because it ain't working.
It's not working, and they have to figure out what works really soon. A minute and 20 seconds still remains, still a lot of time, but the advance wall from Boogie is going to stop a lot of these pushes. It's very smart because when the cascade comes from B, you don't have to be worried about anyone being behind it since that wall is preventing them physically from responding. Nexi, though, is going to be holding A, but I'm not going to be sure if he's going to be expecting this off angle from the Viper. They have time burning. It's not on the side of the attackers, and they have to start making space, but they know that there's an operator. This wall is going to be so good. The reads coming from GameLab. They remove the drone from the equation. The cascade does come in, but with 50 seconds, it looks like to be a B hit.
Earlier, I was feeling a little bit deja vu there. You know, yellow, Fallex. There's a drone. But the shift now, the swing now, the attack is on towards A. Owen QT is still right there. He's playing really, really close. He might even give a little bit of hug towards Nexi here on this corner as he pushes through the smoke. And the hug, it is a hug of death. But Marky is immediately there for the trade as well. 3v3 now. But everybody's playing from the outside of this site, so it's a little bit difficult to penetrate through and go in. But with the Reckoning, this makes it double difficult for GameLab as they pick up a different weapon. Just gonna play from up top. Gonna see and clear a lot of these areas. Fallex with a headshot, crazy. And Savvy AK kills Dritch. 1v1, 17 HP. This is looking to be a bit dire. We'll see if Savvy AK decides to go up on top. What will Boogie do is the biggest question. He has the heal. He's gonna stick it. He's gonna stick it till half. Savvy K is gonna push, and now all Boogie needs to do, but the swing on the head. Boogie falls and Savvy K prevails.
Savvy AK able to finally get that plant down, able to land the cove, and they know that the wall was used so they can play that post plant. They know the suppress is down, they have the timing, and Oasis Gaming, though that was a shaky start on the post plant, was able to convert around, finally pushing themselves from that one dicey lead to now a 2-round victory. Hopefully for their team, they keep this momentum on because they need a bit more, because even though they got the win, the round is ever so close.
Yeah, 10-8. It says GameLab, again, we keep talking about them that they're fearless when they want to enter a site, when they want to retake a site. In Fallex, this is part of the fearless play with the operator being very pushed in. He doesn't want to play under yellow this time around. He wants to play close and see if he can catch anyone and dash away. There's going to be a lot of people peeking you, and he's able to get a kill onto Georgie.
They knew that he was there, but they had to assume that the dash was there too. Because they failed to do so, the peak was a bit too early from the left side, which is the angle that he was holding. So fortunately for Fallex, he's able to get away with the operator, his life, and the first frag for this round. A minute remains, and Oasis has yet to make moves on the rest of the map. Nexi, though, is able to crawl up somewhat and take Pipes control, but they have to know that the operator in B is their biggest weakness right now. They have the high tide already ready, which will signal the defenders, especially with that scan coming coming in. The double scans actually going to stall them out for a bit, but the suppress is what's really going to hinder their utility usage.
Yeah, the slow orb just blocking Oasis to commit to this site just yet. With Owen QT actually lying in wait through this flank, I wonder if he's actually going to get spotted by the turret. But with the lockdown initiated, this will push the rest of GLAB to play outside the outskirts. Alex! That was a bit risky, but it paid off. He's able to still get a kill. One more before the lockdown initiates. Nexi, though, gets the headshot. Wild Oreo gets 2. This is good for Oasis to take it 11-8 right now. But Alex is playing insanely well. He knows that the spike is there. He saw his arms, but the spike is planted. 7 bullets. Does he reload? That is the question right now. And he still wants to wait for Marky pushing in. And Owen Cutie finds his mark. Finds with the jiggle peek. 5 bullets, 4 bullets. Owen Cutie. Oh dear. Nexi. 1v1 now. Controller versus Sentinel. Banana Swarm. But he's immediately destroyed. And with this, the timing, all that Nexi has to do is buy time. He just has to jiggle. He has to peek. But Owen Cutie in the end wins the 1v1.
What a great retake coming in from GLAB. They're able to even get value when that Killjoy ultimate was gonna explode. They had the lockdown so deep, forcing them to into sight. They didn't expect Fall X to peek and still have that dash out available for him. He's able to get 2 with that operator pick, and GLAB is able to get a round off of that because with his pressure, just staying alive, forced them to really fight a lot of these 1v1s. I'm surprised that Oasis had to check deeply into the flank after the post spam because all they have to do is destroy the operator player, but it's been so hard for them to do so as their attention is just being pulled everywhere as Owen QT from the flanks able to get even one more.
You gotta give it to GameLab for always choosing the riskiest play and it paying off. Fall X clutched that lockdown earlier, is able to get 1 before it falls through. Chase gets the kill onto Georgie and Duelist is gone from Oasis.
This is similar to Ascent where Georgie's trying to take some space for his team, but his team tried to support him with only that Toxin Orb. It's not going to be enough for them to secure anything, but this jumps, would it be enough? I'm not sure if he actually spots him because of the POV of the angle in the Viper Spit, but Owen Cutie's already waiting in the side. They're just literally meters in front of each other, but it's going to be Owen Cutie who spots him out first with the spray down and the decay. It's just too much for them to handle, and with that, they lose one of their controllers, forcing this 3v5. The operator still in hand of GLAB. It's just enough for them to really convert if they just play this discipline.
Yeah, Wild Oreo, the only controller left here, and with a weaker buy, all Oasis is trying to look for is basically kills, deal damage to their economy, even just a little bit. But the biggest buy, the biggest hurdle for them is, yes, you're right, Fluffy, it's the operator. You can kill and remove some of these Vandals, but what is your answer against Fall X? Especially, you don't have anyone to take space and flush him out of certain angles.
They have such a good read on their team. They're using their util wisely, able to get 1, but the aim is still not failing. Marky is still able to get 1. He's doing so much for Oasis Gaming this round, but the recon dart from Chase is going to land, and it's going to scan off to the B side. It might get enough info for them as they go for the double swing. Marky gets another 1, but he gets spotted out. He knows 1 player's above him with 5 seconds, not going to be able to plant the spike, and it's going to convert into another round, equalizing for GLAB.
Crazy stuff, Fluffy. 10-10. And the thing is, we're possibly, during the regular season where we had, again, the expectations of top 2, it was very clear-cut that it was going to be Oasis and NAOS. And the question mark, who would be your top 3? Would it be the same top 3 as from the regular season, who was 3rd place? GameLab, at the end of the day, crawling not only from, again, we're looking at the qualifiers coming from GameLab.Alpha, and they're doing such a strong showing against the top 2 seed from the regular season. It has been even, it has been close, and right now it is pressure again towards Oasis' side.
It's so hard for Oasis to deal with this. They do have a lot of this util, but it's not going to be enough if they can't land the shots. Next, he lands one of his own, but the second frags will go the way of Boogie. The Resurrection will come in as well, even with 6 HP. It's enough to get his teammate up, but now they're stuck. Chase lands a kill of his own. Savvy removed from the round. It's all up to Georgie and Marky. The wall, even to secure even more space as the spike is all the way there on the side. Georgie's trying to get some more value. Marky trying to get the Hunter's Fury down. And if Georgie gets this kill, it will help Oasis Gaming massively. He's only 6 HP in a dream, but his location already known. He tries to go for some shots. He gets stacked up a bit, but it's going to be enough for him to walk away and get that kill. Get some space for Oasis and calm the game down a little. No! Owen from downtown is able to strike from above. And now they have to use all the updrafts to get away. And he's not going to be able to get out of this unless he walks to the left side. They have to know because of this, it has to be an A commit. 2v1, an impossible situation.
Yeah, 30 seconds with only one cloud burst. You already used your updraft earlier. You need one extra kill to activate the dash. So we'll see if Georgie's able to make it a 1v1 scenario. That's going to be a no, as Chase was there with the up.
Same song, 9-3, and look now, 10-11 to the advantage of GameLab. Oasis Gaming is just not being able to swing together. They're giving them so many 1v1s, and in these duels, GameLab really thrives, able to isolate Oasis Gaming's 1v1s. They have nothing in their composition to flash through their own harbor utility. They really only have the perceived pressure of these walls to push out the operator. But even GLAB, they want to make sure that this round is theirs. They're going to go for their own timeout, but that might give Oasis Gaming a chance back to the game, as their coaches will also be able to give them some friendly advice.
Especially, they don't want the Ascent scenario happening again. They want the 2-0 lead in this series. And for GameLab, whenever we cast their matches and watch them as a team, it was always the Fall X and Boogie connection, the double duelist. But they pivoted into something completely different and opted for more of, okay, we're fine with Fall X being the solo duelist and Boogie playing these Sentinels. That has been doing a lot of work, creating a lot of impact, especially on defense.
Especially on defense, indeed. But Oasis Gaming's attack, they're struggling so much. Now they're by so unequal. Are they going to be forcing this, or will they go for the save? The half armor and Vandals come up for 3. The Bulldog as well for Wild Oreo, and the Spectre for Marky. It looks like they don't want to save for the 12th round. They don't want this to go to overtime. They want to end the game now, but they have to still deal with this operator.
And that is a very telling sign that they, yes, truly wanting to force this. If they don't, they have to make sure that their mental doesn't crumble. Boogie now with a wall, spots out the drone. That's a lot of walls in play to deny vision, to deny information. Georgie already penetrates to the side. He's towards top already, but he's suppressed. He can't dash away. Doesn't matter. He gets the kill, though. He wants to run away. Xavier K, he's so low because of the snake bite. But at the end of the day, Wild Oreo, Marky gets the kill, and he is still alive. Marky, it's all up to you. Dritch needs to be revived. And with Fall X with the operator, he cannot play close unless he's able to pick up a gun. But the spike isn't planted just yet. With 50 seconds on the clock, more or less, I wonder if Oasis is going to rotate instead.
They finally deal with most of the defenses here. It's only up to Fall X, but that operator has had so much value. They pulled a rotate for him on the A side. The Recon Dart going to spot him out, knowing that they have the timing, so they can make the run for it here on to B. But I think that Fall X might have the timing where he's there slightly first, and without much, they only have the Viper Spit. Will they invest in it, though?
The thing is, he also has knives. He doesn't have to pick another weapon. He can keep the op and have the knife to play close, like right now. He doesn't even get the headshot, and yes is the answer. GameLab.Alpha is match point.
No for Oasis fans, as it's match point. The knives were just enough. A great point by Riku. That operator, it's in his pocket because the main weapon are the blades, and it's going to land onto the domes of Oasis Gaming. They're able to finally get some momentum, but not able to break through the defenses of Fall X.
I'm getting goosebumps. The confidence from GameLab. They're always playing the most risky play. They're not waiting. They're going to just go through it knowing that one is going to plant, and therefore one can cover, means a pseudo 1v1.
A pseudo 1v1 indeed. They go for the early pick here this round, though, as time is ticking. The Cascade is the same story. He already knows the read. Fall X has been playing this position so many times, and finally he's tagged by the dart. Will he get the shot? No, he won't. He'll be forced up into the air, but no one's there to trade for him. The Recon Dart's going to spot him out, but he's actually going to hide into the Poison Cloud. He's going to have more advantage. He brings out the operator yet again. Will they expect this angle? One's going to walk into him very, very shortly, but maybe they'll choose to back off. They have the knife to re-clear him, so they will know that there'll be multiple players, but Georgie's not going to check the angle. Boogie's able to get one. This is match point for GameLab, and they're starting out already putting the back foot. It's all up to Savvy 8K. He has to come up with the ace right now. The magic from this player, but he only has the Guardian in hand. He's being surrounded, pinched in fact, even
4
trying to go for some
bullets.
knives, able to get some 2, but 2 bullets is not enough as GameLab again pulling themselves out of these 9-3 situations. Another victory from what looked like a possible defeat. Oasis Gaming's team has been struggling to convert these attacking rounds in 2 maps already, and now we're at the first point where there's a possible victor for our first best of 5 with GameLab on the upper hand.
Again, this is the lower bracket finals. Whoever wins this series will join NAOS for the grand finals tomorrow. And right now, it is GameLab.Alpha that is match point into this BO5 and is very close to gaining top 2 in VCT Philippines.
They're playing it so well though. We saw their adaptation on the Icebox. They know that, okay, they're putting a lot of pressure with that Harbor Cascade onto B, so let's just wall off B so there's nothing for them to work with. We can look at the statistics here, how they really showed their util usage to build that economic advantages. Boogie dances his way to get that MVP, 21-19, not stopping with the bullets. No matter what his role is, he might not be the Jet this time, but he's still the battle sage. On the other side, we have Marky on that Sova. Phenomenal performance from him, but not enough on the attacking side to really get Oasis the momentum that they needed.
Yeah, Boogie, again, even from the very first map, he's honestly so consistent in his role right now. We keep talking about, again, Boogie, the other half of the double duelist combo, but ever since, we stepped foot on the during playoffs, right now, playoffs, and him being on the Sentinel has been working so well for GameLab.Alpha. As we take a look at the highlights for Icebox, Oasis had the upper hand at the first few rounds.
They're always able to get so much value on the defense, but when it comes to attack, the lack of flashes from this composition was not enough to deal with the operator. Normally, it'll be fine if you adjust their harbor wall, but because they only use the Cascade and they're not able to play off the Viper timings with the gas from both of the Vipers, it just gives so many gaps. That's the one disadvantage for this composition. They have to play so well together. If not, these small plays and randomness that in a way has converted from GameLab has allowed them to get the important picks that they need to start off a lot of these first bloods, and momentum is everything that they need to carry themselves out of the abyss.
Like, honestly, yeah, GameLab, the unpredictability and also their fearlessness and their stubbornness to not give up space. Like, just because they saw Cascade or potentially, like, maybe there's 3 people, Folex doesn't give up his position at all until he's able to get a kill. And most of the time, he's able to make it work.
Is able to make it work, and they're able to make it work so well. They're against one of the top teams, Oasis Gaming, a team they have beat before, the only team that's been able to do it. And now it's gonna be Owen QT delivering the win with GLAB Unlimited. They played so well, and I think Owen played a big part in helping Folex and his team secure a lot of these early picks, early advantages and angle advantages that really set the tone that this is a team that is not to be trifled with. They've come to VCT with a statement saying we made it all the way from open qualies, and now we're in playoffs, but we still are hungry for more.
They're hungry for more. They're hungry for being the #1 team in the Philippines, in VCTPH. And with that said, again, Owen QT played a pivotal role as well, being able to create space, especially whenever he had the Viper's Pit available, just eliminating one option for Oasis to attack from. And honestly, all of the puzzle pieces, all of the parts that make GameLab.Alpha great has been everything is working, everything is moving, everyone has their shining moments. And with that said, it's now 2-1 in favor of GameLab.Alpha. Will we see more maps, or will we see the last map? Before we head on over to the conclusion of our our lower bracket grand finals, we're gonna head on over first to a short break. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back, everybody, to Valorant Challengers Philippines. It's still the playoffs, it's still the lower bracket finals, and it's still us casting. Rico over here, together with me is Fluffy02, and I know we're so excited to get into details. We're so excited to talk about the next map, which is going to be Haven. And for you guys that just joined us today, or just now, it is 2-1 already in favor of GameLab.Alpha against Oasis Gaming. 1 point away from heading over to the finals, but we'll see what Oasis Gaming will have to say in the next map. But before we head on over to all of the juicy discussion, we are available in other channels as well, guys. Not only in English, which is what you're watching right now, we are also available in Filipino. Yay! Facebook and YouTube as well. Or we're at Twitch. You're probably watching on Twitch or something. But yes, it feels like I'm running out of breath, but it's only because I was. The series is just too intense.
That is true, but what will never be out of breath is your driver from GLAB Unlimited, because he'll always be there when you need him. He's going to be there, especially now that you can get GLAB Unlimited for free on your first month. This series has been a lot of deliveries, especially from GLAB. They've been delivering the win for the past 2 maps, and in the first map, Oasis did start the momentum great, but it's starting to fall, and they need to start their energy. So if you're an Oasis fan, bring out your Oasis win right now, because this might be the last map if Oasis doesn't clutch this.
Exactly. There is no lower bracket. This is the lower bracket finals already. And we're so excited to head on over to Agent Select, because we're heading on over to Haven. And again, this is all where it begins. This is where they pick their differences or similarities in composition.
Haven is a map that is very familiar here in the PH landscape of Valorant, and it's something that both teams have great experience with. We've seen GameLab.Alpha change their composition a little, because we saw Boogie before play this with that Killjoy. I remember he had that 4K with that Frenzy on opposing buy, and he doesn't stop. But this time around, he'll be the duelist leading the charge when Fall X is going to fall back into the supportive role. For Oasis Gaming, though, they will be playing with the roster of Georgie, Wild Oreo, Nexi, Savvy, and Drax, meaning that Marky will be out of it. He played so well on Icebox, but here on Haven, the agents are already telling them that we're going to play with Draxi, we're going to have our IGL, and hopefully we're going to take this map and convert a lot of the attacking rounds that we've been losing here on Haven, which is attacker-sided.
Yeah, Oasis definitely has to win this map in Haven to take it to map number 5, which is going to be Pearl, but we're not there just yet. We'll find out in this 4th map, as now GameLab.Alpha is 2-1. Their match point, they are ready, they are close. And now the curious thing is, the biggest question is, how will Oasis Gaming solidify and stabilize, especially they're at a deficit?
Oasis Gaming early on has done so well. This is the team that not only has been chosen to be one of, I think, a lot of people's favorites, but also the team that has the most stacked roster and coaching staff. So seeing them in this position is very difficult, especially when it starts out with Fall X removing Georgie from the equation yet again.
And this time it is, yes, with the B-side plant, 78K is something to say about that. Denies the spike plant almost immediately. But Chase is playing close. He has a drone, but he doesn't want to give away his information just yet. With the spike very deep in enemy quarters, so difficult to pick that up. And all Oasis has to do is guard their flank.
OwenQT, though, that flank, he's trying to expose it. He's going to get the timing, but it's not going to be able to be enough for Nexi to handle. Going to land the shot means that there's ceiling pressure now, and they have to be very wary of it. The dark cover is going to cover up the holes on mid, but it's still enough space for Dritch to really make his way. 3v3 at the moment is equal footing. They even have to use the recon dart to move. With 46 seconds on the clock, if you're Oasis, the stun is so huge, especially if someone chooses to peek after it.
Yeah, honestly, Oasis does have the momentum. Wild Ori is able to kill Dritch. With a 2v2 scenario now, they had to play aggressively here, as Fall X and the rest are already inside the site and picked up the spike, which means they can convert towards A and get the plant and even out the score from an advantage that the Oasis had.
They're flipping the script right now, as it looks like they smoked themselves out trying to take garden control, which is a fair move to do, but it puts them now in the situation where time is ticking against them. They're running against 2 players with Ghost, 1 at full health, and OwenQT brought low. Savvy, though, has that recharging stun, and it's already active for the retake. They also have the recon dart, so they have more util in a sense, but they have to figure out where the players are. They could be anywhere at this moment, while Oreo with the due diligence just making sure that no one's there. Recon dart gonna stun out close, as well as the actual stun pushing onto mid side. They clear out hell, but will they expect the players from heaven? They know that the bomb is planted for them, but the Cypher camera's gonna come for the delay. They still have cages and spams. They're gonna land one kill. It's gonna be all up to Wild Oreo. He's gonna push all the way up to hell. He gets the frag, but the advantage for Fall X has him. And the wallbang is just enough. He doesn't even have to peek. What a great play from Fall X, using the terrain, using his advantage. He dies to the spike, but still secures GameLab the momentum.
Yeah, that plant was definitely for heaven. Was definitely either for someone at hell. Exactly why Oasis wanted to clear as many of the possible areas as much as possible. One came from sewer, which meant that they had their attention divided. They had to face their backs against Fall X because of this play.
We started out this series with a pressure on GameLab. They're the ones trying to prove themselves against a formidable team like Oasis. But this time, Oasis, it's all up to them. It's elimination for them. It's not just the lower bracket. And starting like this, at least they have some life into it, as Savvy is able to punish the mid play. Georgie, though, with over-aggression, is also being taken out, as Owen QT is using that Marshall to great efficiency. 4v4 now, but still, the economy, the rifles, and the guns still at the advantage of GameLab.
Yeah, that's the momentum. Again, we keep talking about the GameLab. Usually, Oasis, especially at the very beginning of the round, they do love their 2-0s and 3-0 starts. But as we've seen from the past few maps, it felt like for GameLab, whether or not Oasis gets the early lead, they are unfazed, they're fearless. And again, it's so reflective of their play style. They would always be unpredictable. And because of that fearlessness, it's so hard to read a team such as GLAB.
Fearlessness, relentlessness. These are the things that really build GLAB up, and that's bringing Oasis Gaming down while Oreo's trying to get a clear angle. They spot out one. He does get the first kill. Good value off that shorty, but is it going to be enough for them to convert the round? They do push it into a 3v3. That means they might be able to salvage some weapons out of this. Oasis does have that Sheriff in hand, as well as the turret and Aftershock to work with. So even though they have the lower buy, if their utility connects, it could be a game changer for them.
See what the post plant is going to look like right now. Fall X has eyes on this rotation from very far back onto spawn. Chase is going to get stunned, unable to get a kill though, but Owen QT playing far back on the backside. Gets the kill and takes it 2-0.
They're able to get the round off their buy, which is a good thing for GameLab, but Oasis Gaming still gets some value out of it. They're able to get the kills of their own, while Oreo is now completing more and more kills and progress towards building that Hunter's Fury. Drax able to get one means that he does get some value off the shorty, but long term it also means that for GameLab, that when they don't take C, it's a possibility for Drax to creep up there, so they will check that in a future round.
It's going to be at the back of their heads, definitely. But so far, GameLab, again, they've seemed very unfazed. But with a 2-0 lead, the question would be, would they get comfortable? Would this awaken something from Oasis? Maybe it's going to be a different story. But GameLab, when it comes to being, again, fearless, relentless, they've displayed that and showcased that more in the series.
A lot of less, but what they need is aggressiveness because they have to take space here right now. GLAB's going to run into the strip. It's actually their own trip, my bad, but they have to walk onto C and get some space, and they know that Drax played this angle before. They have to be expecting Georgie on this angle. They'll probably get pre-fired. He does get one kill, though, and he has to dash out. He gets two. Georgie's aggression is paying off. He has no dash yet, but he still tries to get one more. Dritch trying to save it, but it's still so much value for Oasis Gaming.
That's insanity. The fact that he's able to do a 1v4 scenario onto Cubby and make it work before he's able to fall down. Fallex, though, has his own response as well. Dritch going to play far from long. We'll see, though, if they want to contest, as the spike's still not planted, rather. They still want to rotate. One is on Garage. They might meet eye to eye, actually.
Dritch has a Vandal to work with. Fallex still, oh, he gets a timing. He does get one. It forces him onto the pistol. The Paranoia is going to connect, but that Vandal, as well as the Neural Theft already invested, might give him a fighting chance. He knows where everyone is coming from. Can he get the spike, though? Yes, he can. We can't go for the spray down as Nexi quickly turns to the right and eliminates his counterpart in the Sentinel role.
Wow, that was too intense. That could have been, that could have gone either way, but it all started because of Georgie with the 3K at the very beginning.
But it's also kind of scary because when you're on Oasis Gaming side, yes, They had an amazing play. Georgie was able to get this beautiful 3K, opening up the map, getting that first, second, and third kill. But if you think about it, it means that if he didn't get this kill, the weakness of Oasis Gaming's middle play as well as Garage is exposed because they're so close on converting that. Imagine if GameLab had 3 more players there and Georgie is the one who fell. It means that they have to still work on their defense. Even though they got their round, it's not the cleanest.
It is indeed not the cleanest victory. It's one of those things where after coming from a two map defeat straight, is something that Oasis definitely needs, as the attack plan will be towards A. At this point, Dritch coming through as well. Wild Oreo has his own story and is able to kill Dritch on QT though as well. 2v3 at this point. It's going to be planted through default.
GLAB is able to get the frags that they need to upgrade their weapons. It makes this retake even more difficult. No utility coming out from Nexi, but the Nexi-Draxi connection has proven time and time and again, but will it work now? They have to dodge the recon, they have to play, but this is going to be buying some time. Owen QT even going to redirect some pressure. He's going to move all the way into long, but it's going to be the Fall X combo that's going to land. Chase spams to the smoke, and they still know that he's on the CT side. He's dropping low, and it looks like Drax is forced to save.
You gotta love that from the shadows from Owen QT, just having, or adding pressure rather, for Oasis to guess if he's gonna be coming from spawn. Is he gonna come from B instead? You gotta love the small little plays that GLAB wants to do to ensure their victory.
They're trying to squeeze everything out of every agent's utility that they can, using that from the shadows to create the perceived pressure that you mentioned, to pull more time onto their side as the spike ticks down. Now we're on round number 5, and how will this play out? Oasis Gaming, they have a Vandal, but that's it.
Yeah, and only towards Drax from the save earlier. I mean, Georgie has knives. Maybe he can make another 3K play at the very beginning, but I feel like GameLab is so ever ready for that right now.
It's a bit greedy from Oasis because Drax has to be the controlling player. It should be someone buying armor and maybe giving the Vandal to him as to help on the entry instead. But he will stick with that. He will be holding it, and it's not going to be enough for them to delay the side push. They're going to get the C side basically for free, and the knives coming in. Georgie able to get one of his own.
There we go. Yeah, he gets another weapon as well, but this plant is going to be towards for long. One's playing close. Ready, coming from Garage. One from Logs, actually. No, going to create this crossfire instead. Really nice off angle, but very risky as well. How will Oasis get this retake? Dritch is flashed actually, but here comes the entry. Drax is gonna get eliminated by Dritch, and he peeks backwards as well to make sure that the backside is covered. Owen QT, the only one left to make this plant count, but at the end of the day, Oasis takes it 2-3.
Oasis Gaming finally striking back. They got another round on the board with the help of that Vandal that they saved from the previous round, as well as one that Georgie got on the top of his Blade Storm. And because of that, they just waterfalled into the side, even Wild Oreo getting some value off the Hunter's Fury, eliminating one from the C-side, making this eco even easier for Oasis Gaming. But they have to not stop this momentum. They have to be able to get the correct reads like this, because if not, GameLab can secure this lower bracket final.
Definitely need this map to survive and take it to map 5. And this is definitely one of those steps, that timing from Georgie, just as you said, to eliminate Fall X to guard, eliminating the flank guard rather. And it all starts again here towards long instead.
Savvy though is already ready with the stun. They have the ability to creep up long, but does he expect one to be this close? I'm not sure if he knows that Owen could possibly get the timing and be on the close right. They're not going to be sure. Georgie's going to try to clear up short as Chase clears more onto the Garage side, but Savvy is still unsure. He's going to hear the rotate out, and they don't know that there's a player sandwiching them here on lobby. They get the first kill, and the neural theft as well, and Wild Orio's going to peek, but he doesn't know that there's still one on short behind him. The stun's going to come through, but it's not going to be enough for them to pressure him out. Boogie gets one too, and the lurk finally pays off as Owen QT removes Savvy from the equation. This 2v4 is impossible. The guns, the advantage is shifting towards the side of GameLab.
Yeah, this was the weaker buy, and GameLab is able to pick up all of these weapons. It started okay for Oasis, but GameLab strikes back. And with that said, 2v4. This is Anexi actually getting another kill on towards Chase, making it the 3v2. Possibly winnable, as the difference in approach now Everyone's on towards Hell. If they all peek that, if one person peeks that, it's going to be a little bit difficult. Look at Drax. He wants to jump backwards, actually downwards. And there it is. Dritch saves the day. And now it's 2-4.
They're cornered onto Hell. They try to blast CT, but fortunately for Oasis Gaming, they have the wraparound ready. But unlucky from them, they're able to go for the spray down, but because they had to jump out of heaven, it was just an isolated angle, and it's only up to Nexi versus Drix at the end of it, and it wasn't enough for them. This lurk potential in the start of the round was so good from Owen.
Yeah, it felt like it started off really good for Oasis, but at the end of the day, yeah, Owen QT is able to strike back with their own kind of lurk, and they're able to pick up all of these weapons, upgrade it on their side, and just swing the tides in their favor.
Swinging the tides and turning tables. This is a story of GameLab.Alpha's comeback as they potentially can score the third map. They're already at the advantage here. It is an attacking-sided map, yes, but Oasis, you'd expect more from a team like this on the defense. This time around, though, both Rolling Thunders available for both teams, as well as the lockdown coming in for Oasis Gaming. It could be pivotal, especially even from the shadows, because you can from the shadows through a ultimate when you get Rolling Thunder to maybe dodge it and reposition yourself. So all of these factors will come into play after this tactical timeout from Oasis Gaming, where they looks like they have a bye.
Yeah, at this point, we'll have to see if that is indeed 2 Vandals only for the side of Oreo or Georgie. But they retract and indecisive actually, cycle through different guns and changing their minds before the round progresses.
Oasis Gaming with the escalation is enough for them to maybe score some of the buys. They're going to opt at the end of it to stick with the Bulldog play. They get the scan out for GLAB, pushes Wild Oreo off the angle, and it gives them so much space on the A side to make as many plays as they want while Fall X is getting the timing. I'm not sure if Georgie spotted him out, but if he did, he has to go now. The drone is already going for the A hit, and all the utils as well as the Rolling Thunder is being invested.
Yeah, it's all towards onto A. Oasis makes a quick rotation actually, but GameLab kills everyone. On Oasis's side, it's a mowdown, and the timing is not going to be in Drax's favor as he's going to die from the shots of Boogie.
That's such a flawless, clean round coming in for GLAB. Able to destroy Oasis Gaming's plans on the defense, that tactical pause. Maybe for this round, Georgie now, the operator, will allow him to play more contact plays, as the only flash that they do have is on that breach for GLAB. But the stun could also possibly push him out, so it's a very risky investment, but hopefully one for Oasis fans that can pay off.
It's a big buy. It's a big investment. You're right. Georgie has to make this count. We'll see if it will indeed pay off, as the operator is going to be on A site. The attack from GLAB is towards C right now. They've cleared every single point. They've smoked off every single angle. And with the Killjoy ult, we'll see if the choice of GameLab is to destroy this lockdown, possibly push aggressively. They're trying to fire blindly to see if they can destroy the lockdown, and they aren't able to, which means they have one player detained. Will this work in GLAB's favor if they manage to get a bait out? Owen QT gets a kill onto Georgie, and it's 3v3. Spike now planted. They have to play defense. Wild Oreo committing on this defuse. I don't think they have sights because Xavier K has pushed quite close, and Owen QT is playing too far. And there you go. Oasis wins this round.
Oasis at the latter half of that round playing together when GameLab decided to separate an attack from multiple angles. It is a good idea, but unfortunately the execution just wasn't enough because the lockdown prevented them and put so much extra pressure than they, I think, wanted for the side of GameLab. Able to get some kills of their own. Oasis able to strike back is a good thing, but hopefully they keep their defenses up because it looks like GameLab.Alpha is able to get them so much more space. I'm surprised in the previous round that they're putting both the operator as well as the recon dart on the same lane. That means that they had no info for that C hit, so hopefully a couple adjustments here and there.
Let's see what the adjustment is as they're have a different attack this time around, but they will have to go through all of the utility that Nexi has for B side. They have the alarm bots and the nano swarms. It's going to be easily activated as Xavier K destroys Boogie before he gets to do anything. And right now, with a one-man advantage, Georgie's forced out. It's going to dash out. Recon Dart's going to spot out Chase. And Rich will get the plan. Chase, though, gets a double kill, which means GameLab again has the advantage with the spike down.
They have the advantage, but the retakes coming in for Oasis Gaming. They're able to get one, but now forced onto only Drax alone. He gets traded out. Fall X gets the best timing off the peaks. They just know where Oasis Gaming is. 3-6, the advantage growing every round.
And the thing is, every single time we've seen Oasis, when they start the rounds, they're usually the ones that have the lead. They usually are the ones that have the leeway. But for GameLab, they are unfazed by Oasis's lead in the past 2 maps. But now the question is, how will Oasis fare with them now on the deficit?
It's so hard because the pressure is really on. You have so much going on in your mind. You have to play the game in front of you, but you know how long the road ahead is for Oasis Gaming. This time around, gonna go for a more aggressive play as they take middle control.
And they're trying to see if anybody's going to push aggressively, just like earlier when they attacked B, as Georgie, again, going to play through this close corner.
They have the timing, though. Will they be able to get any more information? He spots out one, but will it be enough? Boogie's going to jump through the corner. He dashes into the box, but doesn't matter. Fall X from the window. He's going to be able to get one. Nexi, another kill. He knows that there's one player on the window, but the paranoia as well as stun is going to bring him down, especially when Savvy 8K's at 1 HP. The utility coming in is going to be able to punish, but Nexi's too sexy, and it's too much. He's just able to dodge, bob, and weave away from all the utility, and that recon dart might be possibly spamming him out as they know that he's in the window. Owen Cutie gets the response skill though. It's still 2v1 for advantage for Oasis Gaming.
You gotta love that after Nexi getting 3 kills, he's like, okay, I'm out. I've done my job. This is a lot already. I'm trying to play for my life now. 34 HP onto Nexi. And now it's one of those things where will Owen QT go somewhere else, go nearby? Will he go C? It's a big 50-50 because he doesn't have time to go to A instead.
He's playing the one-and-done angle because of his low life, and his teammate's already holding the back of window while his turret is holding B. Owen QT's going to try to go for the fake, but Wild Oreo's not going to fall for it. It's going to land a shot instead. Another round, bringing them closer and closer to equalizing for the side of Oasis Gaming.
Oasis showing a lot of signs of life despite, again, the situation that they're at. It is GameLab that is match point. It is GameLab that won the pistol round. It's GameLab that is currently in the lead. And it's nice to see Oasis Gaming, again, having to stand their ground and play aggressively through mid earlier.
They have to play this way because they have to get as many rounds as they can. It's all up to them before they move on to the attacking side. Attacking, although it is favored in this map, is always somewhat RNG, at least defenses you can generally plan for. The operator, though, going to be a bit aggressive here, but they're also sending their Sova. They do this all the time. I'm not sure if this is a good or bad plan because it over-invests a lot of their utility, but it does get them control of A lobby. They have the drone as well invested to re-clear out A, but will they spot out Owen QT's TP across, though? He dodges both line of sight from the operator as well as the recon dart. So with 1 minute, they have to worry about this because if not, this could be the flank that wins GameLab the round.
Yeah, that's the thing. It's not like what Oasis may potentially check as they rotate through these corners. He's going to peek. He knows someone is there. He knows the operator is there, and this gives the go signal that C is in the clear. No op is there.
It also pulls a rotation because it tells Oasis Gaming that there is presence on the A side, and without any contact for the C side, it might allow them a bit more steps, a bit more breathing room. But Savvy, though, is going to be able to eliminate that lurker. The pressure a bit lessened for Oasis Gaming. Owen QT is going to try to force out the garage push. He's going to be able to try to get one, but Nexi's too fast on the trigger. 4v3 right now. They have the ability to go for the clean retake. They have 2 flashes on Savvy. They also have the aftershock in case they need. Bogey's going to get one, but he's going to be traded instantly by Savvy. Savvy's location known. 3v2 though. Savvy is still going for more and more. It's all up to Dritch. Breach on breach, and he has the plant. The time is ticking, and he's playing that long angle, but with no flashes and only the aftershock, it's going to be very difficult to swing all these players, including the operator.
Yeah, there is nothing to save you from that unless he gets a headshot, unless he does that, which he does. Crazy stuff. He's gonna try to buy some time. Wild Oreo committing to this hit, but they actually dodge it. But in the end, good thing Savvy AK is able to get the kill.
I was just scared a bit for Oasis Gaming. They already went for the tap, but 2 of the teammates were not there ready on the trade. It forced a dicey situation where he had to jiggle through 2 players, but it was just so much pressure for them for both sides. And now Oasis is mounting the comeback. But look at the utility. They have so much ults on both sides. It might be very hard for this operator to reposition.
This honestly looks like Fracture. The way that both of these teams are equal, they're able to equalize the score, take it just incredibly, incredibly close. is absolutely insane. Honestly, after seeing again what we saw in the regular season where GameLab.Alpha is able to defeat Oasis 2-1, and now looking at this map score, 2-1, again, a very familiar scenario is Georgie. They're able to spot a lot of heads, but will not get the kill. There's the Rolling Thunder is going to mow down everyone from long. And Oasis gets a surmountable amount of lead. Rich will deal the, Savvy AK will deal the final blow, and Oasis takes it 6-6.
Fortune favors the bold, and Oasis strikes hard and changes the pace as they go for the play up onto A lobby. They're able to get the frags they need. The beautiful Rolling Thunder as well as that Recon Dart just gives free info, even freer than grab delivery into the hands of Oasis Gaming. Now that they've stabilized though, they have to get this pistol round. We'll take a look at the replay. What a beautiful way to set it up. Even through the Cypher Cage, the info was just too valuable.
That was, yeah, beautiful execution. And I think that's a good sign when it comes to confidence and execution as well. It was very effective, and I think that's incredibly important as you move on to the second half of this game.
Look at the buys though. Oasis Gaming prioritizing the armor and a lot of their players instead of having those ghosts in hand. Even dropping Georgie, both the armor as well as the pistol, giving him a bit more tankiness and firepower, making him deadly on the entry if he's able to get one. They're really relying on Georgie now to get as many frags as he can and support him in a way that they failed to in a lot of ways. They get the scan up though, but is it going to be enough? They have the pinch already. Nexi gets one, Savvy gets another, and they're going to go for the refrags as they position themselves on the site. They have full control now, so it's going to be up to GLAB for the retake.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? Will we see Angry Bird Georgie again as he's being slingshotted forward? He's quite forward here, dodges the flash. Actually, he gets a kill. Manages to reload, but he gets the dash in time, and he survives through that entire ordeal. 76 now. Great start on the second half for Oasis.
Exactly. He survives, and he survived with 20 HP, meaning that when he bought that 25 HP armor and dropped that frenzy, he was able to use that to convert the round. The double kill coming in from Georgie at the end was able to just secure all the rounds that they need, the space provided. That's what you want in your duelist. Oasis Gaming not afraid to invest in where they need it the most. And speaking of investment, they're going to be able to buy up and get the Bulldogs.
This is honestly, again, such a good sign coming from Oasis. Normally, there's two things that'll appear in your mind if you had to come from a series deficit. Either you're too afraid to push forward or you become extra aggressive. And therefore, Oasis making all of these aggressive plays count. Wild Oreo is going to drone out Garage. You know someone is there, but good attempt by ONQT of wanting to push. Savvy already getting the plant down. And with a lot of smokes, this just removes some of the information that GLAB badly wants. But the darts are just too much to handle. Georgie though will respond in kind. Ace. 4K get the ace, bro. But Boogie denies that away. Doesn't matter. It's 8-6 with the lead.
Oasis Gaming leveraging their momentum. Georgie going big yet again. It's the same story from the first round. Able to get that C control. Able to go heavy. I think ONQT was in an impossible situation there as the moment he got spotted out by that drone. If he falls back, he can't use a shorty, so he has to jump out. But unfortunately for him, Georgie was already ready for that to happen, and it was just enough as he falls there on the replay. Georgie not stopping the pressure. It almost feels like the pistol round. He's just going and going. He tried to go for the ace there, but that builds up the economy for him, and it also builds up in a way the economy of Oasis Gaming as he has access to the knives. He can drop his weapon off to someone else and just live with that Spectre. I mean, Stinger.
You gotta love how Oasis is playing snappy now. Look at now Georgie attacking through B site under the Cloudburst. ONQT though shoots him in the head. And now GameLab with this better buy, just trying to take everything back right now.
They're taking control, but Oasis Gaming is not going to go down without a fight. They're still able to get one, but now forcing this, it's all up to Nexi. 1v3, 1 minute on the clock, and he still has to retrieve the spike. They're going to go for a dash here. It's going to be a bit short, but Chase is able to take out Nexi. This wins their buy round, meaning that these rifles will go hand in hand for the next round.
Incredibly important win for GameLab.Alpha. And with losing only 2 players on their side, still able to keep important weapons, or sorry, important economy. Neural theft available for FallX, but let's take a look at that replay first.
An amazing round coming here on the replay. Unfortunately, we saw Georgie pop up the first 2 rounds, but he is just humbled as the knives do come through, but they don't land in the way that he wants to. The defenders with their better buy able to play these angles that Oasis just can't reach, just slightly out of their line. And now with a tactical pause, they have a time to breathe. And we can look at our scoreboard, see Savvy 8K and Folex leading their respective teams with Nexi and Owen Cutie not far behind. We look at the overall score though, we see that GLAB gets their first round this half, but Oasis has still the advantage ever so slightly. And I feel like that's always happened. So maybe it's not the most reassuring thing, because when they have that one round up, it doesn't necessarily mean that it's their game.
Yeah, it doesn't necessarily mean that way. It could also mean overtime. It could mean map 5, or it also could mean GameLab with their 3-1. There's so many potential stories, honestly, in our lower bracket finals. And again, when we look at the growth of GameLab.Alpha, when we cast their games, we describe them as, you know, it used to be one-dimensional, just strong arming their way through sites, but now it's a different story. They've evolved right now, and Oasis wanting to start here coming from Hall, but Boogie is able to kill Georgie immediately and dashes away.
Able to just get one frag out. That's the momentum start that they need. They also have the neural theft, so they can play off that corpse if need be. But with 1 minute and 20 seconds that's still on the clock, a lot of time for the attackers to change their plans, but it looks like they're still going to commit. They don't want to give this hat. They don't want the hat to be thrown to the body. They know that FallX has that ability to do so, and it looks like Wild Warrior is going to creep and crawl his way up on the short and get as much space as he can for his team, even on that Sova. But he does have the recon dart in 4 seconds. They're ready to go for an explode here if they choose to do so. They spot a one player, and it's an impact kill, and they're even getting the second. Oasis Gaming are starting to find themselves here, even though they're delayed by the stun.
Beautifully done by Oasis with their entry. Wild Oreo also replies the same, including Nexi, and Owen QT is the only one left. He's going to get spotted by the alarm bot. They know he's going to come from short. They know he's going to probably come from long, and this narrows down the options for Oasis to look.
They have to look good right now, though, because they have everything in their hands. Only Owen QT is there to try to stop this. He has a paranoia available. He will be smoking the turret, and they have control of CT, so they have to know he's in one of the flanks. They spot him out. He gets one kill. He isolates the angle. Will he get more, though? The turret's going to be able to still ping him. They can play discipline here. He flashes the correct side, but will he expect one into the smoke? No, it's going to be Drax, a smoke criminal for the pre-fire. He knows that he's there because he's been shooting the turret, and off that information, converting another kill. Now 2 rounds in the advantage of Oasis Gaming, but they need more. They need at least 3 to get that secured feeling for getting that 12th round and match point, but hopefully they'll get more if you're an Oasis fan.
Yeah, they need a bigger gap here. They need a bigger gap. Knowing you're up against GameLab, if you want to survive this entire series, if you want to get a chance to battle for the #1 spot in VALORANT Challengers Philippines for the split, you gotta make it work. You gotta force this. And right now, 9-7, while it's looking good for GameLab, it is no challenge for them. They've climbed higher deficits. And FallX the only one here on the site. See, Georgie already on top of the boxes, ready to have sights on Owen QT. Actually, FallX doesn't get the kill. Georgie has been doing so well in the second half.
The Boracay Jet turning this into a paradise for Oasis Gaming, clearing out the site, forcing this eco to be ever on slightly the back foot. Dritch and Chase is all that's left for the defense, and with that lower buy, it's so hard for them to do anything. They might just choose to try to back away here. They have the Sheriffs, but not much utility. They don't even have the armor to really play for themselves. But also, if they don't do anything, it's not going to be good for their economy. Either they die to the spike, or they try to fight, and I feel like you want to avoid giving Oasis Gaming any more ultimates, as if Nexi gets some, they'll have the lockdown. They already have the Rolling Thunder, and Wild Oreo is so close. But on this Fury, they go for the stun. The restun as well is going to be enough to spot them out. Well, they have the flank already. Draxy's wrapping around. All they're doing is buying time for him. They get the first kill. They try to get more, but Oasis is not going to give them any room to breathe. They want it for themselves. And now the 1-2 lead that we're used to seeing has broken to 3.
And now Oasis really trying their darnest to survive in this tournament, to get a chance again to face NAOS in the grand finals. But first, they gotta survive Haven. They gotta take it to Pearl, and they're only 3 rounds away from doing so. GLAB, we keep talking about them. They've came from bigger deficits. They're not a stranger to this situation. And Georgie, actually Boogie is gonna dash right in, and Savvy AK finds him.
They're going to be able to get one frag, but it's going to be up to Oasis Gaming to really convert this into an impactful round. It's 10-7 already, so it's now GLAB on the back foot. They have to try to salvage this somehow. They lost their contact play on Boogie, but they still have so much utility on the rest of their team. But Oasis is not going to leave anything up to chance. They're going to use the Rolling Thunder to try to get as much space as possible, but it's going to be Fall X. He has the angle. If he goes for the spam, the TP, thank God he didn't go to heaven, because if he did, he'd just fall into the hands of Fall X. The Hunter's Fury going to come up as a reply as the spike's not planted, but it does land on 2-3 players. The 4K also up to Nexi. He has to make the play right now. In a 1v3, he has to get all the angles. He does have 2 nano swarms to work with, but it's not going to be enough. Time is ticking. He doesn't have the spike. He has the contact turret, but the drone's going to be able to spot him out. It's going to be very hard for him to hold it. Oh no, he gets tagged. Now he's going to be spotted out, so now they have the information of where he's going to be. They drop down, repositioning. GLAB, they have invested so much into this retake, and it's been working out, but for Oasis Gaming, they've really struggled in converting a lot of these rounds. The Hunter's Fury too big. The Nano Swarms trying to get more space, but the Re-Smokes is not going to give Nexi any remorse. He swings into 3 people, and it's not going to be enough. Fall X secures the round for GLAB.
Crazy stuff, honestly. The fact that GameLab is able to survive through the entire utility cabinet that Oasis threw against them. They threw the Rolling Thunder. They threw all of the smokes. They threw every single thing. And Dritch and Chase just ruined all of that. They just, again, fearless and relentless. Like, honestly, it doesn't faze them at all.
It doesn't faze them at all. Oasis Gaming forced to call another timeout here, reevaluate the situation. They invested so much of their economy, their old economy, and even their lives to secure most of that site. They TB'd on to hell. They used the Rolling Thunder, but the opponent's Hunter's Fury just pushing them out and not giving them any chance to breathe. And because of that, now they're balancing out, and GLAB has that glimmer of hope. We're already on that 16th round, and no matter what, it always feels like a back-and-forth situation. No matter how big or small the gap is, GLAB has always managed to salvage this. In fairness, though, at least Oasis has a better attacking half than they did the last couple maps.
That's true. And now with the lockdown, too, they're able to gain more space on a site for either post-plant, or if they're absolutely want to play safe at the very beginning of a site that they want to commit. GameLab.Alpha, though, they have a different idea in mind. They want to push aggressively into C long and see who else they can find.
They have to find some value here. It's a quick push up onto C. Will they spot the player on the boost? They do with the recon dart, but it's going to be a bit too late. Oasis going to be able to dodge that bullet off of Boogie.
I love the retract that GameLab did. They love these risky plays. They love these aggressive plays. But when it comes to now in this map that you're so close to 3-1ing Oasis, you don't want to go overboard on the riskiness. And slowly but surely, Oasis is creeping up onto the C site with a spike already nearby.
With the time ticking down, the pressure is building up, and this puts more value into Dritch's ultimate. He's already postured on the correct side. He has the Rolling Thunder. It's going to explode right now as the pressure cooking is going to blow up, but Nexi's actually going to take out one with the Nano Swarm with the help of his teammates, and it's going to be them on the back foot. That's going to be a lot of stall remove on the side of GLAB. Boogie still has the knives, and he does pick up the rifle from his teammate, which gives him a bit more firepower, but with only 40 seconds remaining, Oasis Gaming really has to make a play right now, and they're postured already for that C site as GLAB controls mid.
And that's the thing. There's one waiting onto grass, and therefore they can't exactly rotate. Boogie finds a head, while Oreo immediately trades off of that. And Chase is right there. He might ruin Oasis's day. Fallex will join the fray. And now it's all up to Nexi in this 1v2 situation to take it to 11 and 8. And now we'll see. Can he do it? Is the biggest question. Just the 1v1s, and the timing is not going to be in his favor. And now it's a 10-9.
Nexi left alone yet again. His team tries to push out, force themselves onto the C site, but the crossfire coming in from Logs and Garage as well as the back of site is just too much for them to handle. A great recon dart coming in from Chase. The timing was just enough that they had to decide, do we kill the players? Do we break the recon? If we don't break the recon, we're going to get sprayed. So this decision making just happens so fast. GLAB able to capitalize on this, and their early lurk on mid allowed Owen QT to wrap around and remove Nexi from the equation.
Not gonna lie, Fluffy, I feel like GameLab and Oasis are almost like a match made in heaven. They're so equal and intense in power, as Georgie will now enter the site. He has full control so far, with the smokes creating a lot of this space. With C now secure, this gives way for Wild Oreo to plant. There's the recon dart, will spot out a GameLab here with more information from themselves, and now with post plant available for Oasis, this may potentially be an 11 to 9. They're gonna absolutely fight. They're gonna push through this Owen QT and Fall X as well. They're doing a lot of damage on towards Oasis, making it a 1v2 situation.
It's not planted garage.
It's not planted garage, but they have all eyes. But with Georgie already firing shots, he gives away his information. Now he's forced to push through, and now it's 10 to 10.
Oh my god, Oasis with a great plan there. They get the free site, they get the plant down, but unfortunately for them, GLAB just has the ability, the grit to really push through no matter what. Regardless of the lockdown, they have the better buy. They can't afford the trade, and the confidence to trade their team that quickly was just enough to push Oasis off the site and force that long flank, which did not convert because they did plan to plant for that place. They planned to play long, they planned to move away. Georgie even clearing the angle a lot earlier, but it just wasn't enough, and Oasis Gaming is stumbling on these past few rounds.
The pressure is on. Yeah, that's especially again, GameLab, they have one extra map of leeway to work with. If they lose this, Oasis, no, they are going to be eliminated in the tournament if GameLab is able to take this win onto Haven. And I keep talking about how they're match made in Haven. There's a lot of adaptation. And now with a snappy execution on towards A, the spike isn't planted just yet. It's raining down shock darts to destroy any potential spike planter. And Savvy AK waits for that and is able to plant here behind this box.
This time around, though, Oasis didn't use much util to get into the site because GameLab is very comfy giving it to them. They've been winning these retakes, but now it's all up to the hands of Oasis Gaming to fire util versus util, to trade player against player once the retake begins. The resmokes on Heaven gonna come out. It signals that there's at least one player. Nexi removes Owen QT, but the push already from Boogie is gonna make himself dance up onto that side, but it's gonna be the neural theft still activated, and through all the commotion, Oasis Gaming is finding themselves to fight, and Fall X gets triple peak. At the end of it, Oasis Gaming secures another round away from possibly the 12th round for them.
Oasis close to match point, close to taking this to map 5. And it all started with a snappy execution from Oasis. I don't think GameLab was prepared for that.
Not prepared at all. They had a good read. They allowed them on the site yet again. The invitation from GameLab to take the space was taken, and Oasis Gaming was trying to do as much as they can to delay that. The retake finally working in their favor. Now we look at the economy. They have the rifles. GameLab, a couple of them are still on that Sheriff, on that half armor. They have the advantage. They just have to use their utility to make sure that GameLab can't get a clean peek. But for GameLab, it's going to be up to them to play the delay game. Please, if you're in Oasis Gaming, don't rush this one. But Georgie is going to blow up. He's going to walk into the site. He's going to be left yet alone. And the rest of Oasis is just going to flood in behind him. Thankfully, though, he gets a clean entry, but the tag is going to delay him. He's going to reposition and move on the retake.
Yeah, look at this, though. Yeah, Xavier Carey gets the plant down. Fallex and Chase gets 2 kills against Oasis. They're making this lower buy count as Wild Oreo finds Owen QT trying to create a flank. 3v4 right now. It's so messy with the Nano Swarm stopping the defuse. Look at GameLab. They're trying to gas for air, making it to the 3v3. Oasis wants this match point for themselves. Dritch so low right now. They're forced into this open plant, into this window. And right now, Oasis playing their cards correctly. Wild Oreo as well into Nexi. Chase, the only one left if they want to take this to 11-11, if they want to tie this score, and instead they will back away and save their gun.
Oasis Gaming is able to convert a very important round 1-2. Normally it's the deficit that we're used to seeing GameLab out until the latter half, but this time it's Oasis at match point. It is 2 rounds, but it's only 1 round for Oasis to win the game and push it to map 5.
It will take a miracle for GameLab to win this next round to take it to overtime. Oasis has a lot of ults.
Oasis does have a lot of ults, and I'm surprised that Georgie is not going to be buying. He will eventually, he has the option to buy to a Phantom or a rifle, and he will. He has the knives available as well. But with the Rolling Thunder and everything that you mentioned, Oasis has this in the bag as long as they don't lose enough players. Because when you have more utility, what you want to do is trade players for the opposing side. So for Oasis, they have to dodge this. They're already using one. They're using the Rolling Thunder. But a smart TP is going to avoid it. Fallex still going to salvage one. Take out Georgie instead. The TP is coming in from Owen QT. It's just just enough to buy him enough time to save his life. And though they get the plant, they lose one of their players, and another one falls to Folex. Garage is falling. He does get a third somehow. Savvy AK does get the trade, but now in a 2v4 situation, they're playing the time. They haven't even gotten the bomb down. They have to figure out what they want to do. They have to pick an area to fight because every second that they're wasting, they're getting wrapped around by GameLab.
Exactly. This gives time for GameLab to wrap around, just as you said. Owen QT going to come from Garage. Savvy AK spots that out. Drax is going to be forced to push through this aggressive smoke. I don't think anyone's going to expect him to play there. And now he hits the hit. He may get the second, and that's going to be a yes. Oasis is going. We're all going to map number 5.
Oasis Gaming somehow is able to save enough ult economy to really take it. And you can see, oh my god, even the shirts are coming off because in Oasis Gaming, everything is to our advantage. We have to use everything to send your energy. So if you are an Oasis fan, send your energy right now. We are moving on to a map 5.
Honestly, everybody deserves a breather after the 3 or 4 matches that we've seen so far. And of course, Oasis, they needed to take the bigger breath of fresh air because they almost were eliminated off of the tournament. And for GameLab, the same thing can be said. They were also incredibly close to settling the score into a 3-1 scenario, but Haven proves to be a challenge for GameLab here.
You have to give it to GameLab. When we look at our analytics for the post-game, we will see how they really managed to put the dents into Oasis Gaming. This is a team that they've beat before, and it looks like the lessons they have learned have still applied, able to take out map after map, trading blow after blow. The rounds are ever so close, and this has been probably the closest lower bracket final that I've seen in a very long while. Folex being the MVP for GameLab and Oasis Gaming with Savvy AK on that breach is always going to be a stalwart guardian for them.
I honestly really thought that could have gone into 12-11, just because Folex was able to, as we saw, he was the SVP, he was able to get a lot of frags, a lot of kills, a lot of trades for his team. But Oasis, at the end of the day, a lot of teamwork involved, a lot of communication involved throughout, especially the last few rounds.
You have to give it to GLAB though. Oasis Gaming is sort of the team that people expect because of their standing. But look at GLAB. They made it all this way, and they're making it so hard. This is a match that, regardless of which team wins, is definitely earned at this point. Making it to the grand finals of VCT is always going to be a great achievement, and this is the way to do so from the lower bracket. They're not letting anyone breathe, not even us casters, because the action never stops here as Oasis Gaming's explosive firepower just seems to be matched.
It's making everybody sweat. This is indeed a sweaty series. The fact that, again, time and time again, these two teams are always neck and neck when it comes to the score. There's really no true lead between these two teams, and that's exactly why I said maybe these two teams are a match made in heaven. But of course, yes, delivering the win with Grab Unlimited, we've got Savvy AK.
I need to breathe. Savvy AK, thank you so much for delivering the win for Grab Unlimited and Oasis Gaming. Bless you. And thank you so much for everyone who's been watching. If you want some Grab to continue as we move on to our final map, make sure that you use the code on the screen. The QR code is right there for your convenience. Savvy AK, again, delivers the win and delivers the final blow for that Haven map.
Like, honestly, whenever we see GameLab.Alpha and Oasis duke it out as we are heading over to map 5, of course you want to order some food, right? Of course you want to, if it's snacks earlier, you're already on towards dinner time. We're already on dinner time. And with map 5 and being Pearl as the final map, anything can happen at this point. A lot of pressure is on the line. The tournament lives is on the line, and as well as their chances to become the #1 team in VCTPH. And we keep saying, I don't know what's going to happen at this point. It's even now. It's technically a reset. But before we get to witness some more action-packed games, you have one final map in store for you guys, so don't go away. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Valorant Challengers Philippines, and we're still in the middle of a lot of mind-blowing action between GameLab.Alpha and as well as Oasis Gaming. It's currently 2-2, and we're heading on over to Pearl real soon. But before that, you can catch all the action in different channels. But before that, let us introduce ourselves. I'm Rico. Joining me is Fluffy02. And while we're here on the English broadcast, we're still currently live as well on the Filipino broadcast. If you so desire, we're available on Twitch, Facebook, and as well as on YouTube.
But regardless, if you want to stay with us or if you want to hang out with our co-talents on the Filipino broadcast, make sure that you have the snacks with you to really provide the sustenance you have for this long-drawn series, 2-2. And right now, you can get your promos with Grab Unlimited as you subscribe with Grab Unlimited now for free on your first month.
For free, especially it's already dinner time. I bet you guys are hungry after watching 4 maps so far between these two teams. And now going back, if you just joined us today or just joined us just now, it has been very close when it comes to power level, when it comes to skills, when it comes to intensity. And for now, it's honestly, I don't know what's going to happen, but when we look back at the regular season, we're heading over to Pearl. The record of Oasis, it doesn't bode well.
Pearl is not the best Oasis map, that is for sure. They had their own trials and tribulations. They've tried multiple comps on it during the regular season and even in other tournaments, and it's just slightly out of reach. It just doesn't convert for them. But if they're confident enough to leave that open in the map, prioritizing Lotus as their ban, they have to have a plan for this going in. And that being the decider, I think it's going to be ever so more important for them, because this tournament might turn into a GLAB Unlimited. If they get their unlimited wins, they've been winning and playing so many rounds so well. It props to them, but also Oasis Gaming, if they're the team that people think should be the best, they have to start playing like they're the best.
Yeah, exactly. Considering that, again, before even the regular season even started, NAOS and Oasis side by side, they were top 2 in a lot of, especially when we look at when we were talking about as casters, they were part of the top 2. The top 3 was a mystery, but it seems to be GameLab is also aiming for that top 2 and even the #1 spot.
The #1 spot is not even far from reach. Whoever wins this has a shot at it. Because for the team that loses, a reminder for everyone at home, this is an elimination match. You will be still invited into Split 2, congrats, but you won't get that title, which I'm sure all the teams here right now in this top 3 are really vying for.
Especially there are 2 stories coinciding. We have, Oasis time and time again. They've wanted to be called the #1 team, but would always fall short at the very last. And on the other hand, we've got GameLab. It would be such a crazy bragging right title and say, hey, I came from the qualifiers, and the first time from qualifiers, I got and won the championship. That would be amazing.
That is very, very true. It's also amazing how they've managed to just respect and respond correctly. Able to stop the pressure from Oasis when they have to. Able to respond to the aggression when they need to. And for the side of Oasis, there have been times where it looks like they've been a bit shaky, trying to still figure out how GLAB is really moving around the map. And I think some of the maps lend to the advantages of Oasis. A map like Haven, although it's still very close, did prove a lot of the strengths of Oasis Gaming. But moving on to Pearl, we did mention that it's so hard for them to just give away this map. And speaking of giveaways, we also have our own giveaway for everyone at home.
Yay! Yeah, there you go. Get a chance to win 790 or 1,650 Valorant points. Especially, it's very important if you want to get the new ONE Bundle 2.0. All you have to do is like and follow the Valorant Esports Philippines and Grab Food PH Facebook pages. After that, just share the live stream with the hashtags, #VCTPH, #Valorant Challengers PH, and #Grab Unlimited. Comment on the live stream which team you are rooting for, and there you go. That counts as an entry. Winners will be announced every end of the playoffs broadcast day from March 7 to 12. There you go. Easy peasy.
A lot of reward mechanics for our giveaway, but hopefully the teams are also rewarded after this map as we figure out the agents and the agent select and know what exactly they're going to play. They know the battlefield, and we know these teams very well. Me and Rico especially have casted a lot of these GameLab.Alpha games on Pearl. We are experts, and we look at their team, and it looks like they're sticking to their adaptation. We're so used to seeing them play that Fall X and Boogie combination, that Reyna Jet that's really destroyed a lot of their earlier games. But as they've been forced to adapt, bringing in the Fade, as well as subbing out that Sage for Dritch running now this Killjoy. It won't stop him from bringing the operator. He'll still fight it out, but it will give them an additional anti-flank.
It's honestly so interesting to see because, yes, you're right, when it comes to Pearl for GameLab, there's only 2 configurations, and I felt like the reason why this shift even happened is because a lot of teams have figured out the Fall X Boogie combination of Reyna, Sage, and as well as the Jet. But this time around, remember, it didn't work out so well on their recent match on Pearl because every single time they know once the flash comes in, they know that's going to be a pure execute from Boogie and the rest of the gang.
This time around, though, Oasis Gaming is changing it up. Not necessarily in their composition, but the players that they're bringing in. We see Marky now on the sky, where normally we'd see Wild Oreo play that role here on Pearl. So they want more of a veteran that really has the calling potential in Marky, as well as, of course, his aim. Wild Oreo is going to have to sit this one out and watch on the sidelines just like everyone else at home, and it's going to be an intense match as Oasis Gaming is going to play one of their objectively weaker maps into one of the most successful maps for GameLab.Alpha.
And that is why this final map, it's already basically match point for both of these teams. It's match map already practically, as now we're starting over Oasis on the attacking side, already aggressive to get through this area towards A, and they spot out, get first blood on towards Boogie. Xavier AK playing the high ground, and the gravity well will shove him down and will force him to back away.
Fall X backs off, but with a change of composition, they don't have the heal to bring him back to full life. Only 8 HP for the rest of the round. Any gust of wind will take him down. Owen QT is going to try to get some more space, but I don't think he knows that there's this many Oasis players already pushed this deep. He will get the 1v1 though, but it won't be enough as that Skydog will push him out.
Now using the smoke as a defensive maneuver, this gives a lot of space for Oasis to plant the spike though. With underneath the smoke, and the spike already down. Marky gets a frenzy kill. Dritch responds in kind. And now it's a 3v4 situation in favor of Oasis at this point. All they have to do is buy some time. GameLab now Dritch not in a favorable range with his frenzy. Has to dig closer, has to go closer towards Georgie at Hall. If he wants to take advantage of this range, Xavier gets another kill, and there you go, Oasis with a pistol round win.
Look how careful Oasis Gaming is playing this. Normally you'd see them with Georgie on that aggressive push, gonna take first contact, gonna run down B, try to get as many kills as they can, but this time around they start off slow. They take control of A, they back off onto B, and they don't even force the plant on site. They don't want to turn this into a pseudo -1 player when they're going for the fights. They know that their opponents are weaker. They'll just left click them and try to win the fights themselves and plant out.
Yeah, you gotta give a props for sure, yeah, to Oasis for not being too greedy after being able to get a kill onto Boogie, just as he said. And you know, we have the lead. Might as well take care of it.
With this lead, though, it's a very expensive buy. Even though they have enough stars for the Nebulas to activate, George is going to get the opening frag, and Drax is going to buy up all the way to that Vandal. They're going for that FPX economy where they have 2 people still saving on the Ghost, 1 Vandal and 1 Spectre. They'll be able to play this long angle, especially because Owen doesn't have any smokes to provide anymore since he's removed from the round.
We'll see if GLAB is able to penetrate through this wall, this funnel, this space of everyone looking towards your direction from long is just so annoying for Dritch to deal with, especially with only a pistol in hand. There's not a lot of work for you to do, or can do rather, as Georgie's able to get a kill. Fall X responds. It's all up to Boogie, unfortunately. I say unfortunately, now it's a 1v2. It's very winnable. Now it's a 1v... No, never mind. As Oasis manages to clean this out, 2-0.
They lose out a couple players, but look at their economy. They did only buy 3. They left 2 on the Ghost, meaning that even if they lost those couple players, they still have a decent buy moving on to this 3rd round, which is the buy round of GLAB. So far, this B pressure hasn't been stopped, and I think the adjustment from GLAB should be to be careful, because when you lose out your controller player too early, it's so hard to retake this B long fight.
Yeah, considering the fact that Oasis just really funneled all their energies and resources on towards that area. So Owen QT has a huge role to play here if they want to survive, and just as you said, play that retake. Nexi, though, is able to spot them out towards the storage. Georgie, the timing is not going to be in your favor. Sorry, Boogie, rather. Is able to get the kill. And meanwhile, Oasis already has full control with the run it back. That's value, sir. And now Boogie dodges, not dodging the flash, rather. But here comes the potential retake on this 4v4.
He does have some flashes to work with, but this wall is going to hinder the Prowler information as well as force them into an even tighter chokehold. Nexy's the only player removed from Oasis. This 4v4 is on their side if they choose to really take these fights. It's not planted for long though, so they have to be careful in losing this back hole control. They lose one player, but the spray transfer coming in from Savvy AK is just enough to save them. The timing though doesn't work out. He peeks out now. It's only up to Marky, the player we normally don't see on Pearl. He's going to try to land enough shots, but it's not planted for them. And even though they had a decent buy into the third round, it's still going to be GLAB converting their first round on this map.
Wow, wowie. GameLab, again, trying to keep it close, trying to keep it tight, but just as you said, it was the awkward buy coming from the side of Oasis, only a few Vandals in their hand. And now it's going to be even when it comes to firepower. It all started with Boogie being very aggressive from Plaza.
That's very true. It's even Steven right now, and it's all up to the hands of how they attack the start of the round. Who gets that opening frag that really shifts the momentum? They do have the Resurrection, though, available on the side of Oasis Gaming, but the run it back also gives them an advantage somewhat for Boogie.
With run it back available, Fallex immediately falls down. There's a lot of kills. Meet me at mid, bro, and that's exactly what they did. 2v2 right now, and the spike is still at spawn. Still don't know what the plan is in mind coming from Oasis, but with the information that they saw, one coming from Art, one coming from Dwarfs, they may do the quick maths, but it's still a bit 50-50 actually, not knowing if the Killjoy setup would be at A or B. But with 60 seconds on the clock, they don't have a lot of leeway and time for this.
Not enough time, but they do have the equal man advantage. They know where the last known location was, but with only 1 minute remaining on the clock, it's going to be a lot of time ticking as Drax is able to find one of his own. Now the man advantage huge, 2v1, double in numbers, but they will be falling onto the site where he already is lying in wait. Rich has to sit in the smoke, but they fall back. I'm not sure if he hears the footsteps, but with 40 seconds, they have a lot of time to reposition onto the ace site where they'll get priority.
Yeah, they'll be able, Oasis will be able to come in first. And now with no dog for a while, just trying to make sure and clear some corners. Dritch coming from Flowers, knowing that the plant is from default. Do they line up? No. Drax is able to deal the final blow, and it's 1-3.
They almost bump heads there, but it's not going to be close enough. But still, very cutting it close for Oasis Gaming. They're able to get their round, forcing GameLab into that eco. But a great start of this round. They get smoked off on mid, so they put the worst smoke objectively if you're defending. That way they have an unexpected angle with the pop flash, and because of that, they're able to punish the aggression here on mid. And now, moving on to this round, they have a better buy, so hopefully with that, combined with all the ultimates that they have, the Resurrection as well as Cosmic Divide will be enough for them to secure another lead.
It's incredibly important to keep increasing. Well, I say that. Fall X now is able to get the Blade Storm out. I know I keep saying it, like Oasis needs to get a big lead against a GameLab.Alpha. But time and time again, two maps in a row, they're able to climb their way and win those maps. And at this point, it's not even enough to have a huge gap. You gotta get it to 13. You gotta make sure that they're not are able to deny that, as Georgie is already doing the plant. Cosmic Divide on top of a Sage Wall. That's a lot of layers to work with.
A lot of layers, but they're falling back on B, and they know that the enemy doesn't have a Sage to re-wall, but it's not necessarily planted for them. Only Marky's playing the advanced position. He's holding the people who are going to peek off of halls. They're already ready, and it's only the flank that they have to watch, especially with that Blade Storm. But here on site, Savvy AK is going to try to look for one next. He lands one. Marky, Georgie, the entire team, the teamwork coming in from Oasis Gaming has really shown through in this Pearl map. Normally, especially during this best of 5, we've seen this team kind of struggle a bit. They look a bit lost, to be honest, at times. But this time on Pearl, they look so put together. They have the very clean burst, wait, info, burst, repeat type of strategy that you'd like to see and kind of expect from a team like Oasis Gaming. Took a while for them to get this start, but hopefully they keep the momentum up.
And it's very highly possible because every single time they get the round wins, they get a lot of these kills, they get a lot of these orb control, which means, again, Georgie has his run it back. There's the Resurrect for that second life, and the Seekers for that additional information and a space that the Seekers can make for Oasis.
Now it's all into the hands of the Sentinels. They have to hold this B side. What adaptation will they bring in case Oasis decides to bear their forces there? On the other hand, though, they're going for the Prowler up to mid. They spot one to connector. They have to assume that Boogie, or at least one player, is playing that B-long angle or the B-link angle. So they're expecting the contact already between Fall X and Boogie. But these Seekers are just going to spot them out, meaning that they can go for that A-side hit. It's going to be Owen in the backside for the attack.
Yeah, Georgie with the running back, trying to create value as much as possible. Dugout, Flowers will be the choice actually for entry with the dash coming from Fall X. Georgie gets a kill on the chase though, but Owen QT gets some for himself. Resurrect for that second life that we talked about. 3v4 right now. GLAB, Owen QT, what are you doing? You are insane. And he gets the ace. What a finish on that round.
The first 2 rounds, we saw Owen just fall so early, and now he's bent up and he's filled all that energy up and exploded this round, removing the entirety of Oasis Gaming, playing that position. He was the first contact. He was the person on dugout, but he somehow managed to get the angle of all of them. Maybe it's a misstep from Oasis Gaming as well, not clearing that out since they prioritized using the run it back to clear out Flowers. But that small misstep was so costly for them and brought another round for GLAB.
It's honestly insane to me because every single time that GameLab comes from a deficit, I feel like GLAB uses this as like fuel, almost like all the time from what we've seen in the series. The more that they're behind, the more that they ramp up.
Ramp is a key. It's a strategy in a way, but it's not a position that you're always going to be comfy with. You'd prefer to have that lead, and Oasis with it is trying to extend that by repeating the strategies that works. B-long take works. We're going to go B-long. We're not going to try this mid stuff. We're just going to go and try to take it as cleanly as possible, but the info already denied with the Trailblazer. The blinding light does come in. The guiding light trying to guide themselves onto the site. A couple shots here and there is going to land, but it's not going to be enough. They do have the heal, though, at least for the troubles.
And right now, Oasis doesn't want to overcommit to this site just yet, considering the fact that there's just too much utility. Chase deals first blood onto Nexi, very patient onto Art. And now with that said, Oasis would want to do the would want to rotate now and meet Owen Cutie again in A.
They have competent plans, but somehow when they're slowing down Oasis Gaming, it seems to slow down their own plans as well. This one Nebula could really deter. With 20 seconds, such a good timing on the smoke as well. It's going to deny for basically the whole plan. 78K can try to get the off angle, but Fallex hearing the wall is going to already expect this. Owen's going to drop down back onto the dugout position, but it's not a lot of space for Oasis. 3v5, but time is ticking. They have to get the plan down soon.
13 seconds, 10 seconds. They don't have access to this point. They have this wall here as well, and I think they might save that. I'm not quite sure what the plan is in mind now for Oasis. They really don't have time anymore, even if they walk right now onto the site.
For the first time in my entire life, Oasis Gaming is actually saving a round. And it's going to be important because they're going to carry this momentum off. They do give off the round, but they will still have the bye. And that's better chances for you to win the next one when the previous one is a bit unsolvable, especially in combination with this tactical pause.
We talked about how both of these teams felt like they were bringing the riskier side of their personality, their attitude towards Valorant. But it feels like because this is a do or die situation, only one team can move forward. It feels like they've playing more carefully. And I feel like it's one of those things where, does it favor Oasis more or does it favor GameLab more?
Which does it favor indeed? Oasis Gaming, though, they have the upper hand at the moment. They've saved enough to make it pay off this round, but they really have to make it work. Their coach is already in their ears screaming what to do because GameLab has been putting the pressure on them. The team that you think would be a bit more disciplined has always been at fault right now, as GameLab has found their weaknesses, able to match their pace and firepower, and it's made Oasis Gaming have to work for this win.
It has been very tight, very close, very intense. I mean, we reached map 5, and that's why we're in Pearl right now, and it's only a 1-score difference. But Oasis Gaming, they have two. It's a bit of a broken bye here with 2 Sheriffs and 3 Vandals at this point. Let's see how they're able to make this count.
At least they have some firepower. They're able to save it, meaning that this round possibly can convert for them. Chase is going to be in the backhaul duty, just jiggle and checking out that B long. They used the dog early as well,
similar to what they did in the past previous round. So it's going to be some information knowing that it might be the same song. And of course, GLAB knows this because on the other side of the map, they've already committed in the push towards A. The massive flank is already there, and the call to give up sight because they have the timing already on Oasis. If they don't make the move, is already prepared. Still no smokes for either team. Just trying to make some contact plays, swinging 1, 2, 3 man at a time. The entire Musketeers are just trying to crawl their way onto the site. But on the other hand, the mirror from GLAB is just going to be enough for them. They get the space, but is it going to be enough?
Yeah, that's the thing. This wall means they're gonna plant through long, and they have to meet through 3 players from ramp. So this is incredibly interesting to see what the outcome is going to be. Oasis in the lockdown as well. It's lockdown for lockdown, and now everyone for Oasis is in a choke point, and the Venn diagram has been assembled. Everyone is forced to back away if they don't get any of these kills. But meanwhile, GLAB has the upper hand as they're the safer spot to climb away from the lockdown. And there you go. GLAB wins 4-4.
They equalize the situation, able to get a great read. If there's no presence A, we just push it and we go all the way and flank them. And they have the angle not only on Oasis Gaming, but also their own lockdown, forcing them to fight into the attacker lockdown, which they defended so well because the defensive side had the Prowler to defend Rich's lockdown. They were able to protect it. They were forcing them back into the team that they already had ready. A great strategy by GLAB and a clean round for them. Oasis, even though they lost, because of that save, they're still able to buy up to this newly full rifle round.
Yeah, that's true. Full utilities, full stars. Maybe just half shields for 2 members of Oasis. I'm pretty sure they'll take it despite the loss.
It's still enough for them to work with, enough for them to chew on to try to get this round. This time, investing the turret as well, trying to get some more info, but this one Nebula is going to block off a lot of vision and information. Georgie going to try to build up his second life here, giving them a second chance at victory. But it's going to be the control of Oasis Gaming that's really going to set the tone for this one.
Now Oasis feels like they can't. They have to make sure that they have a moment of retreat. But with this, a lot of the alarm bots buying a lot of time. Look at this though. Their approach is very different. Nanoswarm will not allow the plant to push through, and this buys the rotation again. Look at GameLab, they're doing the same thing.
This time around though, with the adjustment to the plant, it's also the adjustment on the defense. We have Drax already ready for this swing, but we're facing multiple people. I don't know, he has the contact play, he can play for the timing though. Oh, he spots the wrong side at the wrong moment. Boogie's able to get him. It's gonna be up to Marky to defend the entire flank, but he's swinging to 3. Oh no, and just like that, Oasis Gaming is falling down, and they eventually lose the round. This flank is something they have to deal with. If not the early default, they have to start just hard committing to start with a B. Maybe send some people A, fake some presence, make them fight and work for it, because you're giving it up for free.
Yeah, even though there was an adaptation of planting across default, still a bit for long, this doesn't change the fact that GameLab attacking flank from ramps still is still incredibly effective.
Incredibly effective, and Georgie now might be doubly effective. He has to run it back this time, and Oasis Gaming, they had that early strategy that worked out with this B long, but it's been countered already twice by GameLab despite Oasis's adaptations. This time though, they're gonna reverse and put some pressure back onto A. Like I suggested, I think that this play is a bit more balanced. It gives them a bit more opportunity. And with this operator, though, will it be enough? They cannot afford to peek into this. But this 3-stack from GLAB never stops pushing. This time, the opposite side.
Yeah, it's Fallex, Boogie, and Owen QT this time around. And this is just so much space. Let's see if Georgie is able to retake space by possibly getting 1 or pushing through this area.
No,
Nexi. Oh, he's able to back away, actually, before... Oh, Chase, though, gets a double kill. Nexi responds in kind with a headshot with a Sheriff. Right now, Savvy AK's priority is to garner some space with that wall. And with that said, Rich is lying wait with the operator. 2v4, but with a bunch of Sheriffs, it's one of those questions where what can Oasis do in this situation?
There is a rifle dropped onto that shop side, but it's still not enough because they have nothing to block line of sight, especially against this operator in the hands of Dritch. Nexi and Savvy, though, they also don't even have the wall, so it's going to be almost impossible for them to clean up anything. They can salvage the weapon, but what can they do with it? How will they wield it? 20 seconds almost is all that separates them and the end of the round, and they have to come up with something soon.
Yeah, with the wall down, a lot of entry points is available for them, and as well as GameLab. Will someone be in link, connector? No. 10 seconds. They're just hoping for some exit frags.
They do pick up another Vandal, though, so that's a good thing. It builds back their economy, but these saves from Oasis, though objectively good, is not great for their momentum, and they need to start stacking rounds. 4 rounds is all they have on this attacking half, so the maximum they can get right now, because it's the 10th round or 11th moving on forward, is going to be 6-6, which is something that I'm sure they're hoping for.
Yeah, and the thing is, both of these teams are very familiar with that scenario. We have been seeing either Oasis on a heavy lead, GameLab just catching up and tying it at a very, very close score. And with that said, Oasis now with the run it back, what are their options? Because time and time again, this, Owen QT duoing, tripling up with either Boogie, Fall X, or another extra member has been working out so well with their rotations.
They popped their run it back early, though, for the defensive side, so it's going to be up to the attackers. They have contact already with Rich, who's forcing themselves to fall back. The run it back of their own is going to allow Georgie to clear more space, but the slows are going to delay him. The Prowler as well, going to flush him out for information that they at least clear holes this way. It's going to give them a better chance once they start to go for the retake.
Yeah, at least they're able to clear the entire site of B this time around. Marky playing really close here with the smokes now expired. This is a bit on the open side, but if they want to play for long, they can't go very long. They need to play close, or else this part of this plant, you can just hug this corner from this wall and get the defuse down. But there's a lot of things to clear coming from GameLab. At the end of the day, Fall X, they're running out of time here. They're going towards halls already. And now there's the flank. Boogie and Fall X gets the kill. And now there's a lot of vision block at this moment. And there's the defuse that we keep talking about. If you play too long, then it's too long. But Oasis, they don't do it as GameLab at the end of the day. No! Oasis managed to buy enough time.
Time, at least, is on the side of Oasis Gaming because the utils as well as the aim fights weren't. They're able to salvage around, but is it going to be enough? They break their economy a bit. They're still able to buy up with their half armor, but a great retake from GLAB almost does it. A couple seconds too early, a couple seconds too late. Time was just the winner.
Yeah, it was really, really well played by Oasis. They were spread out in so many areas that GameLab, it was very difficult to clear halls and the rest of the site of B.
They have the double operator now coming up on the side of GLAB. Not something I think Oasis is going to expect. Owen QT as well as Dritch using their economy, investing so much onto this round. They have so many flashes though, but the shot doesn't land regardless. They have the ability to take the angle, especially with the Seekers, safely pushing them off the side. The Cosmic Divide going to remove so much value from these multiple operators, and they're going to be able to plant at an awkward angle. They just have to be careful of the swing. The scan comes through. They have to be so close, so patient. The knives from Folex are ready to pounce.
There's so many things. Savvy AK already planting basically towards this wall. Again, they're planting towards long once more. One's going to play a bit close. But the question is, how will GameLab be able to clear this entire area knowing there's just so much disrupt? There's so much funnel because of this wall. I don't think they have a lot of time. They have to make this double op work. They have to make this count. There's just too many, as Jace is playing too close now. Playing on the aggressive. Savvy AK denies that. Boogie gets the exchange kill, and he's doing some more. Savvy AK, now it's a 2v1. It's all up to Drax at this point. Owen QT is already playing defuse, but the gravity well is going to force him out in the open for Drax for the picking. And now it's all up to Alex to defend. He gets the spike. I don't think GameLab has time. And Drax takes this game 6-6.
The captain of Oasis Gaming is just handling his own ship, steering it away from any possible icebergs and not wanting this to sink, keeping Oasis afloat. He's able to secure the round, not only being able to trade his teammates, he's able to use the gravity well to stop the defuse. He's using the Noble Bolts that almost connected to on the operator, but regardless, even if it didn't, he was able to land the shots, and because of that, saved the round, stabilizing them. Now all they have to do for Oasis Gaming is to play a clean defensive side, but GLAB are so good on the offense. We know them for their aggression, and this time they're not even going to stop bringing out all the weapons. They have the triple frenzies and the single ghost ready for action.
They're so ready to dash in. They're so ready to start this pistol round on attack on an aggressive note, playing close as just what we said, almost melee range, ready to dunk the gun onto your head as Drax and as well as Georgie playing close, just as we said. Marky gets the trade though, but he's 30 HP, quick to his stars, but Folex punishes that, and now they have complete control on side A.
It's so hard for Oasis to retake this. Not only do they have the man advantage, but also they're playing so deep. There's so many places that they have to check, and they only have Nexi and Savvy. At least they have a wall if they make it themselves a site to block off maybe a main or some form. Nexi's going to go for a peek here. They're spotted. One player's on the default. He's going to get one. Savvy now in a 1v2. How's it going to work? 1v3 rather. Gets one. Now in a 1v2. The Prowler's the wrong way. He breaks it out. Has to go for the reload. He still has the wall if he needs to. He's going to be able to dodge the C's, but time is not on their side. Will he wall hit the enemy up? He does, and he falls. Chase standing at the right place at the right time, raising himself up as well as the scoreline of GLAB.
There were so many outcomes that could have possibly come out of that, but it all started with, again, Oasis wanting to get orb control, and with all the frenzies in play, they could just mow down that area and just destroy whoever was trying to make an attempt.
It's just so hard to play that angle because when you're the Phoenix playing that deep into the corner, your flash is not very effective. Your teammate has to jiggle. And in a situation like that where he's just forced back, you miss the timing, you're just caught with your pants down as you're holding your flash. Now the Prowler is there to secure A control for GLAB, and it's going to be their orb that'll be claimed, but that'll also signal to Oasis Gaming that they are on this A side.
Yeah, right now the only one that is very close to their ult is Fall X's Blade Storms. And with 4 people stacked onto A, this feels like the best call for GameLab to rotate towards B.
A great call indeed. They have the better buy as well. They can play the range game similar to what Oasis did on their buy round after the pistol. But then Oasis, they still have Nexi on the site, but the over-rotation has already pulled them towards the A site, which means it'll be very hard for Nexi to hold this alone.
And now they make their way from long, away from ramps. Nexi forced on the defensive, forced away from his space. He's managed to see Fall X already entering. Boogie with the plant. And as we can see, Dritch playing very far back, watching anyone from rotating from Plaza, seeing if he can cut any sort of funny business. Fall X, the guardian of halls so far, keeping an eye out from spawn. Dritch will meet eye to eye with Marky though. Who's gonna win with this 1v1? Someone's playing close, and Dritch falls back as he sprays down Marky. And now with the numbers advantage, Savvy AK with a pop shot. Really nicely done with a headshot as well. And now with this said, Georgie wanting to attempt with a defuse, but there's just too many stars. There's just too many smokes right now. The time isn't in the favor of Oasis, and slowly but surely, Oasis are falling down like dominoes, and GameLab takes this round for themselves.
GameLab secures the round after they win that pistol. Very important for their momentum, especially because we're at a finite amount of rounds now. They start off with 2, and they only have how many to go before they secure possibly there's position here on the lower bracket finals, securing them their position up in the upper bracket finals. This is the dream for GLAB, and even though Oasis is trying their best to really stop this, they've just been hindered so much and been put to the test.
It's like a taste of their own medicine with this plant, open plant for long. But I felt like a lot of the impact coming from the side of Dritch to play Lurk and meet eye to eye with Marky was a very impactful moment for that round.
Very impactful indeed. Now this tactical pause is going to breathe a little reprieve into both of the teams. A little mental reset because explosion after explosion is all that's happening round after round. And I feel like this situation is something that both teams are already familiar with. They've gone through the gauntlet of playing each other 4 times. Now in the 5th time around, there will be only one winner. The pressure is on for both teams. For GLAB, they want to prove themselves. And for Oasis, they kind of have to reprove themselves because we're expecting them to be at the top, but so far it's been so hard for them to claim that position. Now though, hopefully the adaptations come because the defense of Oasis Gaming has been lacking. They've been losing a lot of these initial fights, and their little strategies that they haven't been working out in their favor.
And so far it has been like heating up on the side of GameLab as well. We saw Owen QT able to mow down people on the side of Oasis. And so far, Boogie and as well as Fall X creating a lot of impact and space, especially when it counts. And they're able to get orb control once more, and they have run it back, and as well as the Blade Storm.
At least though for Oasis Gaming, they are putting the pressure on A. They might be able to catch Owen QT off of this. They have a better buy, an extremely better buy up onto B. They have to know it's A or mid because Savvy is posted up so deep with that operator onto the B long side. They have to be prepared for this hit already, but Nexi's still staying on B. They have to get the control that they need, but the firepower is already come out as a wraparound. moves, but Marky and Drax able to secure 2 kills of their own.
Yeah, both defense and attackers basically kind of swap positions here. But at the end of the day, GameLab sandwiched but with Nexi actually on Flowers. But no, Boogie denies that. Embrace. And now it is just a side switch with Xavier K with the up kill onto Dritch. And it's only up to Boogie actually to save this round.
1v3.
And he gets a kill. 1v3. Drax denies that. And there we go. 8-7 for Oasis.
The boat is sinking, but if anything's gonna stop it, it's gonna be Drax. He's gonna get the final kill there, gonna get their own kill for Oasis Gaming, stabilize somewhat, and keep that operator value alive. But now that alerts GLAB, they know that the operator is in play, and how will they play against this? Because they don't necessarily have all the tools to really take it. They only have ways to push him out of the angle, but no real way for them to flash him off it. They can only use Boogie, if anything, but that's a very predictable flash.
Yeah, that's the thing. It's a very different configuration versus the Jet Reyna versus this Jet Phoenix. It has its own weaknesses. It has its own strengths. And so far, one of the weaknesses is predictability. Xavier K has Resurrect now. He has that second life just in case if someone else falls.
What is that shot? Trying to go for a wall bang or something? He's trying to get as much value as he can with the operator, but he's not aware that there's so many players. He's going to do the wall that C9 does, and he's going to be able to try to get some kills, but the updraft, he has to expect the player to be above in the cloud burst. He has the operator in hand, but it's going to be enough. Folex gets the timing. He swoops the operator out of the hands of Xavier K. That loses the resurrection as well, but they need to start resurrecting this round.
Yeah, that's going to be incredibly important. They don't want a 9-7 this time around. Georgie hugging the pillar at this point with a flash in hand, but the Seas is going to expose him into this position. Good thing there are smokes to hide him from danger. Folex and the rest of the crew are still on towards Hall. There's still a lot of corners to clear. 1v3 at this point, and GameLab wins this round and takes it 9-7.
The gamble with the operator is just there. He's able to find the angle, but because of that Nebula to allow them to cross on B long, there's so much more that he has to check. He gets swarmed. He's not able to hold the left side actually of the pillar, and because of that, Folex is able to close the gap as he hops onto the wall that he thought was protecting him, removing the resurrection, and hopefully Oasis Gaming after this round needs to find ways to resurrect their own momentum.
And it's so important at this point of the game. There's only 1 point for GameLab, 1 round away from going double digits, and 3 more to take themselves to the finals. Oasis has to survive.
Survival is the game, and Georgie is going to put his name to that. Going to bring out the rifle for himself because he has that run it back available. The jokes are over. It's not a laughing matter as GameLab tries to take the site convincingly. They're going to get the plant down, but the flash is just too quick. He's able to get 2 with it. Dancing his way up onto B-Link and protecting his life as well. The value coming from the Phoenix pick over the Reyna proving so well for GameLab as they take his deeper position and hold site.
And that's just a lot of value with that 2 kills from the run it back. And now it's up to 3 people from Oasis to deny the 10-7. And with that said, only 1 Phantom in the hands of Georgie and the rest are pistols.
It's so hard because now it looks like Oasis is going to posture themselves for the save, but the aggression is not going to stop because GameLab is going to try to get more and more. They drop that weapon that they were so hopefully trying to hold, but then they pick up another one. They're able to save 2 off of this, but this is like the 3rd time that they're able to save something, but what they need now is rounds.
Yeah, you talked about the round conversion. You can save as many weapons as you want, but if it doesn't convert to a round, it's going to prove to be very difficult to climb your way from a deficit, especially once the rounds keep turning, the pressure keeps building alongside with it.
You have to remember that when you save, it's only giving you the opportunity to maybe convert it later on. You're saving because it gives you more chances at a better and cleaner victory because you have more firepower. Oasis with this timeout has to really think how they're going to play the next couple of rounds because they're possibly 3 rounds away from not making it to the upper bracket finals. And GLAB, on the other hand, is glad to be in this position. They're already setting the tone for a lot of teams. And I think all eyes are on this match right now as even the NAOS teams must most probably be wondering what is the secret that GLAB has. And I think for me, it's not just that Boogie Folex connection, but it's the team's discipline to play for each other, the clear comms, the amazing plays that they have that they look just more put together than what you'd think Oasis has.
Yeah, and on top of that, like aside from, again, their teamwork and the individual strong aim and instinct. It's the way that they play so unpredictably because they're not afraid of taking this risk, which means that they're much harder to read, and therefore you have trouble finding that answer every single round.
Oasis Gaming has a lot of ultimates this round, though. But how are they going to use it? A lot of their ults, outside of the run it back and maybe the Trailblazer, I'm not Trailblazer, but the Seekers, are all reactive based. You know, the Resurrection only works if you're losing, and you can only use the Cosmic Divide on retake, really. So even though they have more ults, will they get the opportunity to lose it? Because it doesn't matter if you fall too fast. Marky's going to be able to spot out the early arc pressure, and he's going to use the dog to maybe flush them out. The star is also there. He spots out 3, and that signals Georgie to go for it.
Now he's forced to use the Seekers as well so that he can run away. Nicely done push by Georgie, but he's unable to get the kill and finish off the kill on towards the Fade. And it's a 4v2 right now. Really nicely done by Oasis. Savvy 8K gets another, and Owen QT, I'm not sure what else you can do versus 4 people. He can do that. He can get a kill onto Marky at this point. Swap weapons from a Guardian instead to a Vandal. We'll see how long will he be able to survive unless he still has 50 seconds on the clock to try and clutch. The spike, though, is deep in enemy territory.
He has the weapon in hand, but the prelude to chaos might be provoked as he's going to be pushing into 2 players. The first one, though, Undivided, stands as his teammate's not there, ready for the reswing, but he's already ready for the star. He has to back off. It gives him some time to breathe, but the hot hands might be too hot to handle. 87 plus 24 armor is not all the HP that he needs. They get the spike, though. He was able to isolate another 1v1. It could convert. He's going to meet Georgie, though, and he's not going to get the angle. The crosshair placement for Georgie already on the dome, and it's going to give Oasis a round, even having to use the res to just balance out their economy.
Yeah, it was a 50-50. Either you were in waters or not. It was a good attempt still coming from the side of GameLab. I really thought that round was over, but Owen QT, with a lot of these headshots landing, it really prolonged the round for a possible chance for GameLab to take it 11-8.
11-8 is the dream for GameLab right now. If they're able to use their buy to convert into another round, they have a couple ultimates here and there. They have the Nightfall available on Chase, and that could be the determining factor as they push on the site. A very quick round here from GLAB, but it's going to be all the aggression thrown, the Cosmic Divide even to divide the site even further, but the stun's going to be too much.
Yeah, because of the dog here, and there's the Seas as well. It's going to be an open plant with a lot of coverage to work with, and now this time around, we'll see whether or not Dritch will be able to find some of these stragglers at Plaza. He may find a second one. There's Savvy AK. There's a trade, though. 4v4 right now. Volex has to play some time coming from dugout. Now they know. Now Marky knows. Now he has to encircle Georgie in the middle of it all. Marky gets the kill, though, and Chase is quite low. And with this, though, Savvy 8K looking towards the corner.
Savvy
Lands the headshot. Really nicely done, but they still need to do the defuse. Savvy AK is doing a lot of work. 1v1. He is towards this corner. 59 HP, and Boogie wins it. Takes it 11-8.
11-8 was the dream, and it was just enough. They were able to get the flanker from Oasis Gaming already early on, but they didn't expect Savvy to create the extra pressure, able to still sandwich them, but Marky just had nowhere to go, nowhere to run. Tried to play his life as long as he can, calling his teammate for help, but it just wasn't enough because Folex has repositioned to move all the way somehow into this position, even past the Cosmic Divide when the Oasis was holding this area was enough for them to swing the momentum for the round. And moving on, they're 1 round away from securing a possible overtime or match point while Oasis is on eco.
This is so sweaty. There is one Vandal towards Georgie's side, though. Let's see. Meet you at Plaza could be the possible plan as they remove the lurker. Dritch is gone. And now it is complete control, though, on the other side for GameLab here on Site B.
Site B is going to be the hit. The spike already going to be planted. Oasis, they lose control of their CT side. They push so deep, and GLAB has taken control of most of the CT side already. They have the Cosmic Divide. They're going to try to do something with it because they need this round to really convert. Georgie is going to run it down from the B side, but will it be enough as Fall X strikes from above?
We have Marky right now hiding beneath this smoke as the flash will not work as Chase though. Immediately gets a trade. Marky will bump heads with Boogie and Nexi will get the kill in return. 2v1 at this point. All up to Boogie to prolong this round, but Nexi just refuses and gets a kill onto Boogie. And now 11 to 10. This is 11 to 9 rather, or rather if I see the future, but still Oasis can breathe easy with that win.
Maybe we can't still see the future, but it's bright for Oasis Gaming, able to finally get that thrifty round. GameLab so eager to get the 12th round of the game, but Oasis is trying as much as they can to go for the delay. It's going to be enough for that Nexi and Draxi connection to really reconnect here as people just walk onto each other, walk in front of each other because of this cosmic divide. The flick at the end of it is going to be enough for him to secure the round. Now it's one round for Oasis Gaming, and they have an operator.
It's honestly so crazy that all of these rounds are boiling down to the 1v1s, boiling down to whoever is able to hold on much longer. And 11 to 9 now is the score. GameLab, what is the plan in mind with the stars now planted towards heaven and towards B? It feels like a complete execute towards Hall as Fall X just wants to clear and gain more space for the team.
Trying to clear as much space as they can. The plant already being put down. The spike plant and the post plant ready for GLAB as well as the lockdown. But both lockdowns being active means that they're going to burn time, and time is on the side for the attacking team. GLAB is just letting this tick down as long as they can. They even have the star already ready for the gravity well in case they go for the tap. Fallex is going to try to make some plays here as Oasis goes for the retake. The dog going to jump, but it's going to miss Fallex. The blaze as well. They're going to go for the early tap, but this is a great wall. It stops the star as well as Georgie tries to clean up the back lines. Marky pushing through and through. Oasis Gaming trying to reign supreme and all the firepower.
So we indeed saw the future. It was 11 to 10. And for Oasis, they will gladly have this because it's just too close for comfort. And at this point, definitely want to take it 11-11. That's the plan for Oasis, right, Fluffy?
11-11 is probably the goal for them because if you look at the buys now, GLAB is on that lower buy. They're forcing out the Vandal, but that might not be enough stopping power if Oasis keeps playing this way. The defensive side already stacked onto the B. They only have one player on A, so depending on how they place the star, the contact play could prove so pivotal, especially as they cross this angle.
It is that big 50-50, right, which, as you said, with a weaker buy. And now the op window is gone from the side of Savvy AK. He's forced to relocate. But with this, though, as GLAB knows where the operator is, they said, let's go to the opposite side.
They're going to go, and they're going to book it all the way through CT spawn. Going to try to dance their way onto the B site, and Oasis hasn't over-rotated. They still have their player at the back hall. It's going to be Drax, as well as Druich, trying to take control, but this dog is going to, not sure if it actually spots him out, but if it does, it'll give them pivotal information about the lurker.
Which is incredibly important. Drich has been playing such a huge role whenever a lot of some stragglers from Oasis would want to rotate from Plaza. And so far, they've been finding him. So far, no. It has been a big 50-50. Boogie will get the plant, though. Marky will spot out Drich, exactly what we saw or have called. And there's a lot of blockers here, a lot of utility being thrown out, but so far, GameLab already ready for the post plant.
The fact that they even got the plant is so good for them because all they have to do is burn the time, even though they whip the shot. Back halls is cleared by Savvy. The rest of Oasis Gaming is going to flood through, but the Nano Swarm is going to go for delay. This time around, they're not going to try to afford and put luck in the hands of it. They're going to have the wall, though. The divide is going to push them together. The cosmic abilities of Astra just dragging them to situations they don't want to be in, but now a three-man advantage. Going to go for the swing, and Oasis is going to be able to convert another round.
11-11 is the score now. Honestly, these two teams are just holding on, and it's a test of stamina at this point, a test of adaptation, and honestly, that wall, every single time they want to plant for long, it's just so scary, it's so vulnerable for Savvy AK's wall when he reserves it for the retake.
Especially with the operator. 11-11 right now. They're going to have to make a wish for Oasis Gaming to really convert it. They've had momentum for the past previous rounds, but GameLab hasn't stopped with the pressure. They managed to always get the spike down, and because Boogie's the one planting, he also gets the run it back available for this important round now that they're on their bye.
And whoever wins this going to proceed to match point ever closer and closer to the finals to face NAOS. An incredibly important round for GameLab, important round for Oasis. Nexi forced out of this position from Heaven. Savvy AK is able to remove the run it back of Boogie at least. and unable to get value. Everyone is going to be coming from spawn, actually, and they're all funneled into
They're
this
so
area.
close.
They're so close, and they're able to get a headshot here as Drax gets a kill as well with a trade. Boogie playing far back towards Halls, and this is 2v2. Drax solo, Savvy AK with the up, but the Resurrect will change the tides of battle. It's a 3v2 now.
Do they have the
Oasis,
time, though?
that is the question. With a lot of blockers, with a lot of things to clear, it's so messy. Georgie gets a kill, and now they do have the time, and now it is match point for the side of Oasis.
What an insane flick from there. He's able to do the damage as well as flash through all that commotion. It's match point finally for Oasis Gaming. Something I think they've been really trying to get for the past previous maps. It hasn't been working out for them. It didn't work on Icebox. It didn't work after. But now that they're on Pearl, the map that you'd think they'd be the weakest, and somehow they're trying to make it.
And right now we keep talking about, Oasis always wanting to be top one spot, but fall short. Either second or third. They don't want that to happen again. They're already at match point. They're ready to take and fight for that #1 spot in VCT Philippines. And it all starts here with this operator on the side of Savvy AK on a site with a 3-man stack.
Opening kills will swing the momentum in hard favor for whoever team can claim it. And everyone's playing so careful this time. They know that Savvy has the operator. He's been holding it for a couple of rounds now. It's been working out for them. But look at Nexi. He has no utility. He's already pre-placed everything ready for this B-hit. This time adapting, not playing halls because they swarm it so fast, but holding heaven instead. That way he has something to play contact off of. And he has his turret to do so. He's signaling the team already, and Oasis Gaming gives up A as they rotate through mid-link. But it's going to be the swarm, it's going to be dodged. They're going to get a plant, but now they're planting to fight on site. They know that this time around, they don't need to save their weapons. They just need to burn the time.
And good thing Dritch is there via doors to stop anyone from penetrating through that area. Now it's the same story. Everyone is stacked through spawn. How will the execute happen when the flash is going to come through? Fallex playing really close, but the run it back will be denied. Savvy AK gets a kill on towards Boogie. Fallex denies that, gets immediate trade, but Nexi as well. It's 3v4 at this point. Owen QT is trying to make it work. It's a 2v1. It's all up to Dritch right now to save this round and take it to overtime. And now they know where the last player is possibly at this point, but the flash one more.
Georgie?
They may get a kill onto Dritch. Drax is committing to this defuse,
The
and
stick.
Dritch doesn't have the time. And Oasis will go to the grand finals.
Oh my god, my heart is gonna explode, and I'm sure it is also in the Oasis bootcamp. You see everyone on the team, and they're like 4 coaches already exploding with joy. Even Savvy there giving a shout out to the camera. He's so excited because that was a best of 5 for the books. Really going round after round, map after map, back and forth. GLAB could have easily taken that game as well.
Yeah, that could have been a potential overtime. We could have been here for extra rounds. It could have been 15-15. Like, I don't know, bro. I'm shaking right now. That was a lot of adrenaline. Like, what more for the players? I think they can have a relief, sigh of relief now, knowing the fact that they're going to the grand finals after such a very exhausting map number 5. Map 1 of 5.
Extremely exhausting.
Yeah.
I was saying earlier before the broadcast, if GLAB won this game, I'd have to button up my shirt again.
Oh, you don't have to button it all up. Now you can, like, just release the whole entire thing. Will you do that? Maybe later. I guess as we take a look at the stats, Oasis 13-11. Savvy AK doing a lot of work here on Pearl.
A lot of work indeed. He's the battle sage that we're all looking for, and also the operator sage, the sentinel that really held the long angles and even revived this team. Boogie, though, for the side of GLAB, played so well. In its entirety, I think GLAB really exposed a lot of the weaknesses of Oasis Gaming, and were willing to exploit it, because even if you look at all the maps, map after map, they're so close.
Yeah, exactly. They were able to basically challenge and make Oasis like really, really extra nervous, because it could have been either way. GLAB could have been at the finals. It could have been Oasis, but Oasis at the end of the day held on and kept a stable ground after winning Pearl. Especially, we talked about Pearl, one of their, air quote, weakest map when we looked at the regular season. This is, by the way, their very first map in the regular season, and they lost it against Kai Empire.
They have so many struggles here on Pearl, so it's a good thing that the Oasis team is able to adapt, especially for this pivotal game. You didn't expect it to go to Game 5, but it did, and it paid off for them. The practice that they had on Pearl, the adaptations, Marky stepping in, also playing an initiator role, provided the utility that they needed on Sky to really convert most of these rounds. But GLAB also, the firepower, it doesn't seem to stop. And even though they won't be continuing with us for the rest of our playoffs and finals, it will show that moving on to Split 2, they'll be one of the teams to look out for.
Yeah, absolutely. As a team, GameLab.Alpha that came from the open qualifiers, they had to go through, you know, the grueling process of fighting a lot of teams, especially when we look, it's like 70 plus. I think Vil even said 100 teams. And now we've got delivering the win with Grab Unlimited. It is going to be Georgie.
Georgie really deserves this one. Delivers the win with Grab, but also for Oasis's hopes and dreams as they move up and take this game into the upper bracket finals against NAOS Esports tomorrow. It's going to be a game that everyone's going to want to watch, but if you want some food along with that, always scan the QR code, Grab Unlimited there on your screen.
Yeah, especially Sunday is going to be another set of intense BO5s. If we've seen the lower bracket finals being like this intense, so many intense moments, then for sure I feel like the NAOS and Oasis Grand Finals will be extra intense. I'm sure you guys are going to be extra hungry.
Extra hungry indeed, as I'm sure that the Oasis team also is going to be hungry to get themselves that top 1 spot that they think they really deserve.
Yeah, absolutely. Again, this has been their story as Oasis, having an all-star cast, having to, again, grow throughout the regular season, having to reach number 5 against GameLab.Alpha. I mean, we talked about GLAB as, again, they may not continue their journey anymore in VCT split number 1, but they've already shown how strong they are in the next split. But of course, to talk more about what happened and what went down, we've got the panel, so we're going to send it over to you guys.
Stretching kasi grabe. Kinakabahan ako dun sa game na yun. Nakahinga na hinga yung mga malalim. Breathe in. Breathe out. Okay, simulan na natin tong discussion natin. Kasi mainit. Oh, sige.
Tama nga yung sinabi natin.
Ano?
See you in 5 hours.
Ang dami na nga natin pwedeng gawin sa 5 hours na yun.
Muntik na kami magsine, guys. Sa totoo lang, muntik na kami magsine. Na nakita namin yung Ant-Man, pero mukhang mas maganda yung laban na nakita natin dito.
Yeah.
Buti na lang. Ito talaga yung pinanood natin.
Ito yung blockbuster.
Totoo nga naman. Kasi kung tutuusin, game number 5, not only that, lahat ng laban natin dito, dikit yung scoreline.
That's true.
And 9 trickers is real.
Oh my God.
Yeah, 2 beses na 9 trickers nga ng mga players ng GameLab itong Oasis Gaming. Pero syempre, at the end of the day, it's just Oasis Gaming getting that game number 5 nga dito sa game na to. And, pero hindi natin sabihin na sobrang solid na win. Yes, super solid na win. Pero ang sobrang dikit talaga ng laban. So literal na parang 50-50 talaga tong mga players ng mga teams na to.
Ulitin ko na naman yung mga sinabi ko noong mga nakaraan na panahon. Lagi na lang, parang too far from comfort.
Yeah.
Yung pagkakapanalo nila dito.
Oo. Tama yung tama yung sinabi nila na kryptonite talaga.
Oo, kryptonite kung kryptonite. At kung pag-uusapan natin, simulan natin kada mapa kasi sa Fracture pa lang, ang ganda na ng mga reads dito ng GLAB, no? Etong si Oasis Nexi, cool, calm and collected, especially dun sa mga clutch rounds niya doon.
Yeah.
Pero hindi natin may pagkakait dun sa Fracture pa lang. Maganda yung mga crossfires na itong Oasis. Medyo mahirap i-counter.
Yeah.
Kung bakit ba naman pagdating ng Ascent, ito ng GLAB yung merong control.
Yeah. Actually, meron nga tayong tinatawag na calm before the storm, di ba? Pero ang GLAB baliktad, storm before the calm. Kasi literal na ang gulo nila maglaro, pero dumarating sa point na kahit magulo, parang sobrang composed pa rin.
Oo. Tsaka aside from that, no, if you think about it, para sa side ng Oasis, ang daming mga moments nga dito na may mga mishaps nga.
Yeah.
But at the end of the day, yung resiliency nila as a team really stood up, especially dun sa mga impactful and crucial moments, lalo na sa game number 5, kasi it was really a make or break situation right there. But I would just like to also commend how GameLab played dahil yung mga reads nila dito, napakaganda against Oasis Gaming. And nakikita mo talaga na inaral nila eh.
At saka lalo si Drax dito, di ba? Sobrang kalmado lang niya with that Astra. Nakitang makikita natin na ilang napanalong round ba dun nga sa hole nga na ginagawa dito ni Asra. Utility play lang din talaga for them to get that post plant done. Pero look at that, dun sa highlight natin yun, kitang-kita natin kung paano ba pinasabog ni Folix yung mga bungo ng mga players of Oasis Gaming using that shorty nga. Pero at the end of the day, syempre, nakita talaga natin yung experience na meron dito ang Oasis Gaming. Sobrang mga kumbaga itong mga players of Oasis Gaming, nasa top of the food chain na sila eh.
Yeah, and at the end of the day, they still won this. At sabi nga ni Savi, see you in the finals for real.
Totoo na nga.
Totoo na nga nilang dinala sa finals ang team ng Oasis Gaming. It was such a difficult game that we just witnessed. Kahit ako, napapaiwas sa mga flash. In real life.
Pareho kayo kanina, nakita kong nangyari yun
Gumagano
in
yung
real
ulo ko
life. Pero ito yung something na tuwang-tuwa ako na na-adjust sa wakas nitong Oasis Gaming. Kasi ilang beses natin nakita na nag-e-entry mag-isa tong si Georgie o kaya naglo-lurk mag-isa. Hindi active yung trade eh. Kaya buti na lang, nung dumating na tayo dito, lalong-lalo na sa dulo na sobrang dikit nga na itong laban, mas nararamdaman natin na team player na rin talaga tong si Georgie. Pero isa pang tao na commendable dito, no? Si Savi 8K.
Naalala ko
yung wall.
Naalala ko yung wall na...
Inakit na si Chase eh. Sabi nga, sige nga, 1v1 tayo.
Meron pala siyang katabing isa eh. Diba? Pero yeah, I mean, Savi 8K, alam naman natin na dito talaga yung mga, ulitin ko, yung mga crack talaga na players nga sa mundo ng VCT. Andyan si Georgie, andyan si Marky, andyan si Savi, lahat na. And syempre, ang talagang nag-rise talaga.
Literal.
Nag-rise talaga literal kasi nga siege siya with the wall. Siyempre, andito si Savi na kahit siya yung pinakamatindi dun sa collegiate level, babawi at babawi naman siya dito nga sa mga Thunders.
Sa pangmatanda.
Grabe ka naman sa Thunders.
Baka
ikaw
din
lang.
yun eh. Mga atoms din yung mga nasa GameLab eh. Pero congratulations Oasis Gaming. Well-deserved win for them, definitely.
Pero kung ako, congratulations din sa GameLab.
Ay,
Ang layo talaga ng narating nyo. And if anything, sinabi nga kanina ni Azuray na medyo siguro sa side of Oasis Gaming, medyo frustrated rin sila kasi hindi talaga ito yung resulta na ina-expect nila.
Yeah, I mean, tama naman sinasabi nila eh. Sila talaga yung, kasi sa Oasis Gaming, sila yung nape-pressure talaga at the end of the day. Di ba nga, napag-usapan na rin natin na grabe yung expectation talaga ng tao dito nga sa Oasis Gaming, pero at least, nakakuha nila yung expectation na gusto nila.
Oh, magkakaalaman tayo kung sakto nga ba yung expectations as we go into this interview with Oasis Drax.
Yon! Yon!
Rinig po kami, Drax.
Drax, rinig mo kami?
Drax, total 3 naman kaming host dito. Si Vil na pauunahin ko.
Drax, rinig mo ba kami?
Ako medyo mahina sa akin yung boses ni Drax.
Mahina yung boses ni Drax sa amin eh. Wala pa, inayos pa eh. Relax ka lang muna.
Drax, taas mo yung thumbs up ka. Thumbs up.
Thumbs up.
Sa camera.
Yeah.
Okay, habang inaayos yan, tayo muna ulit. Magchichikahan muna tayo. Ayusin nyo yung upo nyo. Ayusin nyo yung upo nyo.
So, mga marites.
Mga mamsi.
Mga mamsi. Ito na nga, no? Nasa lower bracket finals, natapos na nga, at ang ending pa nga na makikita natin. Oasis na naman, tsaka NAOS later on. Pero feeling ko may try ulit natin eh.
Take 2. Draxi. Hello.
Ayun! Buti na lang, pero hindi pa talaga.
Hindi pa rin. Ang galing. Kung kaya lang natin mag-interpret ng sinasabi niya.
Draxi, thumbs up if masaya ka.
Ayan. Draxi, finger heart naman kung nag-enjoy ka talaga sa games na meron ka. 5 games yon.
Oo.
Hindi siya nag-enjoy.
Hindi siya nag-enjoy. Ayan.
Ano, Draxi, ano pa bang pwedeng post? Wala na akong maisip.
Maingay ba si Georgie kanina? Thumbs up if oo.
Ayan! Ayan, tinapat na.
Ganun na lang laro natin. Tapat mo yung camera sa kung sinong player, yung sakto.
Direct okay na to. Ito, Draxi, sa tingin mo, ulitin mo nga ulit yung sinabi mo kanina.
Ano yun?
Sino sa tingin mo yung player talaga na nag-perform ngayong araw, itapat mo kung sino yun? Ituro mo kung sino.
Tapos di niya nilipat yung camera, no? Siya na pala yun.
Si Nexi!
Pasabi nga kay Nexi, isa nga ang Kung Fu Panda ulit dyan.
Kung Fu Panda, Nexi.
Kung Fu Fighting! wala pa. Ay! Tatayo pa!
So at least, diba, parang sinabi nga ni Draxi kay di siya nagsasalita ngayon, si Nexi
Ayun na,
talaga
medyo
yung
naririnig ko na siya.
nag-perform. Pero ngayon, narinig na natin si Nexi. Nexi, narinig mo ba kami? Ay, Nexi.
Drax.
Draxi, narinig mo ba kami?
Rinig.
Ayan.
Nagulat kaming tatlo. Draxi, ako na mauna dito Kanina kasi yung GLAB may mga moments na parang one step ahead sila sa inyo. Naapektuhan ba kayo talaga dyan? Parang tingin mo ba they were in your head?
Hindi naman. Parang yung mga play lang kasi namin di gumagana sa kanila. Kaya kailangan lang namin mag-adjust talaga. Sobrang kailangan namin mag-adjust.
Yan. Tsaka naman natin yung adjustment in fairness talaga.
Tsaka naniniwala ka ba talaga sa 9-3 curse? Yun ba talaga yung
Oo nga
nangyari
po
kanina?
Wala ngayon naniniwala na.
Si Nisi sa 9-3 curse no? Hindi kami yung mali. 9-3 lang talaga.
Yun nga, di ba? I mean, yung pagdating din sa last na rounds nga, pagdating sa Pearl, di ba? Knowing na nakita naman natin na talagang sobrang lamang na mga players dito ng GLAB. Ano yung mga adjustments na ginawa nyo para mahabol nyo sila for them to get that 13 score?
Ang lakas kasi ng push nila as 5-ban, talagang coordinated yung push nila, sabay-sabay sila push, kaya nag-decide na lang kami na i-retake as whole na lang kami. Hindi na namin sila nilabanan.
Simple lang. Nirespeto rin nila kasi nga alam natin itong mga GameLab.Alpha, lahat may tutok din no? Nakakatakot makipaglaban ng biglaan. Ito pa yung isang bagay na gusto kong malaman. Maituturing mo ba na kryptonite nyo talaga tong GameLab.Alpha?
Siguro hindi. Talagang iba lang yung playstyle nila sa playstyle namin.
Sadyang nagkaanuhan lang talaga, no? Kumbaga, sa playstyle na meron, magkaiba sila ng playstyle na
Nagugulat din sila
nagkahirapan sila magkabasahan. Ganon, kumbaga. Tama ba ako, Drax? Baka mamaya may masabi lang ako dito
Pero, Drax, okay, grand finals kalaban natin ng NAOS Esports. Friendly banter.
Kalaban natin.
Friendly lang Anong gusto mong sabihin sa NAOS Esports? Yung tipo paghawak nila ng keyboard nila, mapapasma sila.
Humanda kayo, pabawian namin kayo.
Ayan! Ayan naman talaga si Drax. Sige, maraming
Ako meron pa akong tanong In-expect mo ba na aabot ng ganito katagal yung mga laro nyo? Yung totoo? Hindi talaga.
Napagod kayo?
Kahit kami nagulat.
Paano yung gulat?
Paano yung gulat, Drax?
Nanlaki ba yung
gulat?
Pero magaling pa rin
Lakas din ng GameLab.
Oo.
Sila.
Ang galing lang
Shoutout
talaga
din sa
kasi
kanila.
nagawa nyo pang nagawa nyo mag-last this long despite na hindi nyo in-expect yan, nakapag-perform pa rin kayo hanggang sa dulo. Game number 5, lahat ng scoreline. Malupit.
Ang importante lang naman, syempre, nakangiti na ngayon si Fluffy.
Hindi na importante. Pero Taylor, meron ka bang gustong tanong?
Ay, okay na ako sa mga tanong.
Hindi, yung mahiwagang yung paborito natin.
Shout out!
Shout out?
Labas mo na yung listahan mo, Drax. Sino ang gusto mong i-shout out? Nanonood din yung mga lahat ng fans nyo ngayon.
Shoutout sa buong team ko, syempre, di sila sumuko kahit na-down kami ng 2-1 sa grabe yung comeback ng kalaban namin. Talagang grabe yung puso nila. Shoutout sa mga fans, sa mga sumusuporta. Sorry kung medyo kinabahan kayo. Shoutout sa Pasay.
Shoutout kay Genevieve Hernandez, I love you.
Ibigay mo kay Georgie.
Shoutout sa family sa family ng mga ka-team ko, sa girlfriend ko, Esel, thank you.
Ayun.
Kay Ate Clara, kay Ate Ara, thank you sa inyo. Kay Roms.
Si ano naman? Si Nexi. May gusto rin nata i-shoutout
Shoutout?
Shoutout pare, kahit sino.
Kahit sinong gusto mong i-shoutout.
Kami, shoutout.
Shoutout sa inyo, Bill and Ted.
Ay, salamat. Si Laika.
Ano ba naman ako?
Si Laika.
Sisama naman ako.
Si Laika.
Shoutout sa mga tropa ko dyan sa Zambales na sumusuporta.
Hindi talaga sinama si Laika.
Salamat sa parents ko.
Si Laika rin.
Next, baka gusto mo rin naman akong i-shoutout.
Laika.
Shoutout sa iyo, Ate Laika.
The others.
Sila po. Thank you.
Thank you, Nexi. Diyos ko, etong mga players. Si Georgie lumalabas lang pag may shoutout no?
Oo, nabubuhayan.
Diyan, magaling si Georgie talaga. Sige, thank
Pero
you.
si Drax, magaling all around din.
Ayaw naman.
All around talaga yan.
Salamat.
Shoutouts din kila JC sa kapatid mo. Sa kapatid mo, si Coach.
Kay JC.
Tinawag tuloy.
Shoutout pa. Sige. Dito tayo kay
Sige,
Coach.
walang uuwi.
Ayan.
Dito lang tayo lahat.
Ladies and gentlemen, ito na ang pinakabata sa lahat ng coach dito sa VCT.
Sim.
Ayan.
Pakilala mo na maigi, Vin.
Ladies and
Para
gentlemen,
alam ng viewers
we
natin.
have JC Jamir! Here we go.
Hello.
Shoutouts daw. Sino ang gusto mong i-shoutout, Coach?
Ayun, shoutout sa wife ko, kay Meg. Saka sa family ko.
Ayan. Medyo delikado yung nag-isip ka, ha?
Ikaw lang, meron ka bang gusto itanong kay coach?
Wala na.
Na-stress ka, Coach?
Sige, Coach. Eto. Ready na ba kayo bukas?
Tingin ko, ready na. Na-practice kami ng GameLab maigi. parang lahat ng adjustment na pwede namin gawin, nilabas na namin sa series na.
Coach, kung ang magiging score bukas sa Grand Finals, ano ang prediction mo ng score sa Best of 5 series?
Kalimitan, importante yung first game eh. So, siguro 3-1.
Wow, 3-1. Siyempre, pabor sa inyo, di ba? Mahirap naman ako sa kabila.
Sige, Coach. Salamat.
Salamat, JC.
Salamat, Coach. Salamat.
Ayaw.
May shoutout pa ako.
Meron pa? Hindi ka pa tapos?
Sige.
Di pa ako
Shoutout mo na.
tapos.
O, sige.
Shoutout ko yung mga French prize player natin sa RRQ, si 2GE, tsaka si Eman.
Ayaw.
Mga tropa yan. Tsaka yung mga sila Kebs, Kelly S.
Ayan.
Salamat.
Sila pa rin talaga.
Oh, thank you,
Thank
Nexie.
you.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Balik mo na kay Drax. Ayan na si Drax.
Meron pa daw.
Meron ka pang sa shoutout? Wala na.
Hindi, kung ako sa'yo, Drax, ganito gawin mo. Ipanalo nyo bukas yung match-up para may interview ulit kayo, makapag-shoutout ulit kayo, di ba? Sige, sige daw. Easy lang, di ba?
Ready mo na yung listahan mo, Drax.
Ang pinakamahabang exposure sa BCT, ladies and gentlemen, Oasis Gaming since day one. Thank you very much.
Salamat.
Thank you.
Thank you po.
Bye-bye.
Bye, Drax.
Ang saya no?
Oo.
Sinulit yung exposure.
May shoutout pa ako.
Binaba na ni Coach Robotics yung yung
Tapos
headset.
na eh.
Inagaw pa ni
Sa
nagsisigaw.
totoo
May
lang,
shoutout
minsan
pa
lang
ako.
natin makausap yung mga coach na yun eh.
Oo, totoo.
Laging players ang nakikita natin dito. But an opportunity to talk to the coaches also is very nice. Again, congratulations sa Oasis Gaming since day one.
Congratulations! And saktong-sakto, dahil nanalo kayo, may makakalaban kayo bukas. Ika nga neto ni Savi. See you at the Grand Finals. Sinagdagan ko na ng Grand. Tama na. Ito na yung ating barracks para magkaalaman na. So close yet so far for
Brackets,
GLAB.
best brackets.
Brackets pala. My MB, my bad.
MB. Kanina may bata kaming nakasalubong.
Wala sabi ko, di MB.
Sabi niya, my bad.
Gusto namin sabihin NT. Okay.
Pero tulad yan ang sinabi ko, see you at the Grand Finals. Ang big question na lang ngayon, sino kaya ang mag-uuwi ng ating Invisible Trophy?
Invisible Trophy?
Wala pa tayong trophy.
Pero kung iisipin mo, di ba, 100 of teams already talagang literally joined VCT. Now down to 2, but there can only be 1. So is it gonna be NAOS or Oasis Gaming para sa amin? Sila 50-50? Para ba sa'yo? Sino sa tingin mo dito?
Nakakatakot kasi yung nakita natin sa upper bracket eh.
Yeah.
Yung dominating win na pinakita ng NAOS. Pero gaya, naniniwala ako sa sinabi ng Oasis Gaming, prepared na sila para dito. Siyempre, after nung na 2-0 sila, matik, fufukusun mo na eh.
Oh.
Lalo na finals na to.
Saka in fairness naman dito sa Oasis Gaming, pag ang usapan natin is kung sino yung mas mabilis mag-adjust, napatunayan nila today na kaya nilang mag-adjust on the fly. And yan yung kakailanganin nila. Especially since an opponent, a very worthy opponent like NAOS Esports, di ba, Vil?
Yeah, that's true. And yun na nga, and I really can't wait what's gonna happen tomorrow. Once again, it's gonna be NAOS Esports versus Oasis Gaming. Same time, same place, dito lang sa VALORANT Esports Philippines. And syempre, please don't forget to like, comment, subscribe lahat na sa ating mga social media channel. Syempre, para magkaroon kayo ng updates sa mga matitinding updates natin dito sa mundo ng VCT. Pero in terms of sponsors, syempre, andyan si Miss Laika.
Ako na mag-uumpisa. Pwede naman pabaliktad tayo ngayon, Vil, kung gusto mo ikaw mag-umpisa.
ikaw
Alam ko
muna.
na yung spill mo.
Hindi, ikaw na muna.
Kinabahan siya. Hindi, pasasalamatan lang naman natin, syempre. Ang Riot Games at Ineski Philippines.
Yun lang pala. Sige, pero ito, syempre, huwag niyong kakalimutan na may Grab Unlimited pa. Free delivery every day yan and every store na meron kayo. Subscribe now. i-check nyo lang yung QR code.
Gusto ko
Makikita
yan.
nyo kung ano yung libre.
Pero syempre, hindi lang naman yan. A big shoutouts nga pala sa Games and Amusements Boards. 1, 2, 3.
Hello.
Huwag niyong kakalimutan na may pag-giveaway pa tayo dito. Yes, sir. Pwede kayong manalo ng 790 Valorant points o kaya naman 1650 na Valorant points, powered of course by Grab Unlimited. Paano ba sila pwedeng manalo dito, Terror?
Napakadali lang. Ila-like and i-follow lang nila ang Valorant Esports Philippines, pati na rin ang Grab Food Philippines Facebook pages. Tapos, isi-share din nila ang ating live stream na may mga kasamang hashtags.
Hashtag VCTPH, hashtag VALORANT Challengers PH, hashtag Grab Unlimited, hashtag Maganda si
Laika.
Maganda si
Taylor.
Maganda si
Vil.
Comment on the live scene kung sino ba ang team na sinusuportahan nyo. And syempre, winners will be announced every end of the playoffs broadcast day from March 7 to March 12, 2023. Laika!
Oh, at hindi lang yan. Kung dati ang dami niyong pagpipilian na teams, bukas dalawa na lang. So, huwag niyong palalampasin yan. Halos same lang ng letters yan, nadagdagan lang ng isa.
Oh,
At hindi pa yan. Dahil the mods na naman ang magkakast bukas, abangan nyo kung gaano kahaba yung gabi natin bukas.
Si Ray Ray nag-cast today. Umabot, may overtime, may game number 5.
Si Ray Ray ba? Si Ray Ray ba?
Hindi, si Fluffy sa si Rico. yung
Wala
final
si Ray Ray bukas. So, dito na magkakaalaman ng tunay na curse.
Efas.
So abangan nyo yan guys, wag niyong palalampasin dahil ito ang biggest rivalry na magaganap dito sa ating first season ng VCTPH. Kita-kits bukas, muli dito sa panel, naglilingkod sa inyo si Likeable.
Taylor nga pala.
And syempre si Vil, maraming sa mga nanonood.
At kami ang
The Panel! Kita-kits bukas.
Boo!